This world is home to mazes known as dungeons. The more ancient and dangerous a dungeon is, the more powerful and valuable its artifacts become. From that point on, instead of taking care of the people's well-being, kingdoms scrambled to explore dungeons in search of these treasures. This group was no exception, led by a young private. He spotted a fresh flower and for some reason reached out to touch it. Suddenly, a panicked voice stopped him. "Watch it! If you touch that plant, your body will swell up and get poisoned." The young man pulled his hand back quickly after his comrade smacked him on the head for being so reckless. Every team searching for artifacts would hire an adventurer. This time, the group hired the protagonist, Steve Athelstone. The leader of the group had blonde hair and wore golden armor that exuded arrogance. A subordinate reported to Steve as they stopped before an entrance emitting mysterious black smoke. Steve Athelstone smirked confidently and said, "This is one of the most ancient dungeons in this kingdom." The commander nodded in satisfaction and ordered Banstock to hold the gun and assemble the troops. "We're going in as soon as the basic survey is ready." Banstock stammered, "You mean right now?" The commander nodded. It took them a week to reach this dungeon, and a 2-week trip was plenty of time for those two brothers to cause trouble. Watching them chat, Steve wondered who the commander's father was to have so many soldiers trailing him. Furthermore, he even hired an A-rank adventurer like himself. Still, Steve had no reason to refuse. As long as the commission was good, he was in. The dungeon before them was dangerous in ways an A-ranker couldn't even imagine, but with this massive force, Steve believed everything was more than possible. While Steve was lost in thought, the commander called out, "Hey, adventurer, let's go." Entering the dungeon, Steve used his pathfinding level 7 skill to find the shortest route to the center. This was also a standard ability for an A-rank adventurer. Next, he used Animal Instinct level 6 to sharpen his senses using sonar and vibration detection. It was just like opening a third eye. Moreover, this was how Steve made his living. Since normal people couldn't see what he could, the privates looked at each other confused, wondering if they could trust him. One young guy judged, "I'm sure Sir Zero didn't hire him just to cause trouble, just trust him." After scouting the path, Steve signaled that he would go first, not forgetting to tell them to watch their surroundings and the ceiling. Banstock and the others looked up the flickering light, from the torches revealing a series of sharp inverted spikes just waiting to drop. The reason Steve knew was that with every step he heard the chaos creaking of mechanisms in the walls. Perhaps that was the first trap of these ancient dungeons. The ground and the mechanisms were connected. Steve told them to hug the walls and move carefully. The two soldiers looked blankly at him. What Steve said sounded ridiculous, yet incredibly convincing. Steve led the way, feeling along the walls as he went. Whenever he discovered a mechanism, he disabled it. Finally, they reached the most complex part at the widest section of the dungeon, the guardian protecting the artifact. For an adventurer, this was the final wall that Steve had to cross. Just thinking about it made him sigh. "Is this the place?" Banstock didn't hesitate to shout orders for the warriors to switch to defensive formation to fight. Then he turned to ask Steve how to summon the guardian. Steve picked up a pebble and threw it to the ground. A powerful roar echoed from the pitch-black tunnel. Everyone's eyes widened, hearts pounding as they waited for what was about to emerge. A green, hairy head with two fierce, glowing eyes appeared, making the soldiers panic. It's a Tarrasque!" The Tarrasque roared again, causing bits of debris to fall from the ceiling. Banstock stabilized the formation and ordered the front line to advance. They used their shields to block the intense flames spewing from the monster's mouth, while Banstock shouted from the back, "Don't let it break the defense, deploy the shield wall." Shield Wall level 6 allowed them to resist physical and magical attacks. As soon as they activated it, they withstood the monster's flames. The archers in the back aimed at its mouth on Banstock's orders. The archers took their positions, but because the fire was so intense, combined with the long distance and wind pressure, it was very difficult to aim accurately. Banstock gritted his teeth. Now they could only aim for the monster's mouth by using intuition, and the best intuition here was Steve's. So he signaled for Steve to use some kind of skill to aim at the Tarrasque's mouth, which was busy spewing fire. Steve was still confused when he was barked at. "I'm asking you, can you hit it or not?" Steve cursed in his heart. This was a move he never expected. But as a prestigious A-rank adventurer, Steve would give it a try. He picked up his crossbow and activated Animal Instinct. Every arrow fired went straight into the Tarrasque's throat. The Tarrasque was stunned by his incredible marksmanship. The monster roared in pain. Banstock signaled the group not to lose focus because the real battle was just beginning. The monster, enraged, swung its limbs at them. Steve dived to dodge, thinking, "Damn it, the fire isn't the problem, it's the creature itself." He signaled Banstock to do something, but the arrows flying at the Tarask just bounced off its thick hide. While they were panicked, the monster took the opportunity to swat a few more guys away. Banstock was getting impatient. He ordered his subordinates to use their shields to block it. By now, the Tarask had spotted Steve, the one who shot arrows into its mouth. He was just shouting when the privates immediately used their shields to push it back. Combined with a stun effect, the Tarask didn't even have time to recover. A second later, Banstock, who had snuck behind it, leaped out of nowhere, slashing hard at its left eye and screaming, "Advance again!" The Tarask was thrown back, its massive bulk making it hard for it to stand up. Banstock signaled Zero to deliver the final blow. He grabbed his polished, high-quality sword and lunged, slashing deep into the Tarask's neck. After taking it down, Zero waved his sword triumphantly to the cheers of his subordinates. "We won. We killed it." Steve was still dazed, having just witnessed the fall of a guardian, and now his brain was jumping straight to the artifact. Steve followed the group into the center of the dungeon as they walked. Cheryl probed based on the rumors floating around the underworld. "Even though you're an A-rank adventurer, is it true you still can't clear any dungeon on your own?" Steve just stayed silent at his question. After all, he had struck a raw nerve. Zero easily realized that Steve's failure to reach the center of the dungeon was due to the Guardian. So he asked how Steve felt about the first artifact he had ever seen with his own eyes. Everyone looked up at a ring shaped like a skull emitting a mystical, powerful blue light in midair. Steve looked mesmerized, muttering, "That's insane." Zero led him closer to the ring, tempting him. "Why not try touching it?" Steve felt a twitch. This guy was fearless, and so was he. But Zero was also fully confident. His squad still had more than half their forces left after that battle. If Steve ran away, he'd have to leave his head behind. The artifact's lure and Gerald's suggestion made Steve unable to resist touching the ring. Who would have expected that a second later? It released a surge of several thousand volts, shocking him violently. The group stared, stunned, as Steve was electrocuted until his flesh peeled away, yet he couldn't even react. Finally, Steve withered and collapsed onto the ground. Facing this sight, Gerald just muttered, "My bad." His annoying face made Steve furious. It turned out he was just using him. Artifacts are sources of negative energy, not easily fallen into human hands. Tears. Hot tears welled up and rolled down his burnt flesh. Zero stepped on the hand that was still clutching the artifact. "We won't forget your help." Afterward, he ordered Banstock to check. Banstock observed for a moment and confirmed the curse had been lifted. Zero crushed Steve's arm, then dusted off his knees and stood up nonchalantly. "Good, now let's get out of here." As he picked up the ring, strange veins emerged from it, and the skull opened its mouth ferociously. It lunged straight at Steve's hand. Using its own green sinews, it reattached his severed arm. At that moment, Steve's body began to regenerate itself. Pieces of skin grew back to cover the muscles. Stock sensed danger and attacked with his sword, but it couldn't pierce Steve. Even arrows were useless against him. Zero gritted his teeth as this power fell into Steve's hands instead of his. Suddenly, Steve's whole body soared into the air while the dungeon began to crack, a sign that the artifact had been taken. Banstock frantically pulled Zero away, but he was still obsessed with the artifact. Banstock pulled out a teleportation scroll to escape. Zero stood before Steve, blood rushing to his head. He had gone to such lengths to come here for this ring, but it had been absorbed by Steve. The moment he prepared to strike with his sword, Banstock pulled Zero's arm to leave. "Zero," roared Steve's name in extreme rage, while Steve had fallen into the abyss with a notification. Artifact Motem has accepted Steve Atelier as its partner. Who knows how much time had passed? Steve miserably crawled up from a stream. He coughed violently, then collapsed onto the ground, feeling the pain as if his skin were being torn from his body. But a faint blue light caught Steve's attention. He looked at the arm wearing the Motem ring, confused. He only remembered that after he was tricked by that jerk Zero, tricked him into touching the ring, he had been electrocuted. By then, Steve should have been dead. Suddenly, a huge skull from the ring spoke in a loud voice. "That's right, you died, Steve Atelier, my incompetent partner." Back to the Zero crew, he had veins popping all over his face because only he and Banstock returned. Having lost both his men and the goods, he knelt and roared, "Damn it to hell! Banstock patted his shoulder to comfort him, telling him to calm down. But at that moment, how the hell was Zero supposed to stay calm? He turned back to blame Banstock. Why did you use that scroll? Banstock was shocked to his core. If he hadn't used it, this blockhead boss would have been buried there. Zero panted like an ox. Seeing Banstock call him Prince again, he felt even more humiliated. My brothers already know I was commanding the troops. That's why I shouldn't have lost a single soldier. But Zero didn't know what to say yet, because if he said Steve had resurrected from a dried corpse, he'd definitely be a laughingstock to his whole family. Talking about that ring, he realized it certainly wasn't a normal parasitic artifact because it moved abnormally with the owner's body. Banstock had also never seen an artifact like that. If it's not a parasite, what is it? It's a symbiotic type. Zero held his head, explaining to his subordinates so they would understand his intentions. Artifacts are usually divided into two types. The most common are the independent ones. Most artifacts are independent and are used according to the owner's will. You could say they are just tools. As for the parasitic, they are stronger. Once the owner kicks the bucket, they are destroyed too. But those are just the two common types. The symbiotic ones are extremely rare. They are artifacts with the ability to resurrect the owner at will. Banstock felt this made sense for what they had witnessed, but he thought Steve could hardly survive in that collapsing dungeon. He must have died. Zero hoped so too, but he still ordered a bounty on Steve in the towns they had passed through, especially setting a low reward so as not to attract attention. Meanwhile, Steve was still lying there contemplating life. He hadn't even married yet, and he already had a wedding ring. Steve was about to test his animal instinct when the ring objected. It didn't just speak. It shocked him until he was a mess. Steve was both bitter and numb with pain asking it back, but it manifested its spirit to scare the hell out of him. I used my innate resurrection skill to save you. And I did a lot more, and now your body is suffering from paralysis. What paralysis? What resurrection? Steve didn't understand a single thing. The ring gave him a judgmental, mocking look. It means you ran out of energy, you idiot, you dead weight. Steve finally managed to utter the classic line, "What are you?" The ring introduced itself solemnly as if it wanted Steve to memorize this name. My name is the Motem Artifact. A moment later, as the two walked and talked, Steve wondered if other artifacts were as sentient as it was. The Motem Artifact replied arrogantly, "Of course not, you simpleton." Even though it was foul-mouthed, Steve still felt lucky that they could communicate. He was curious how many unique skills Motem could use. To Steve's knowledge, each tool only had one unique skill attached. If he could sell this ring for a high price, that would be great, Motem said calmly. If I'm operating normally, probably about 40. Hearing this, Steve was so shocked he let go of the cliff face. A moment ago, he had intended to sell it for money, but not anymore. The number of skills and magic a human could achieve in a lifetime is 10 at most. If they use enhancements, maybe 20 at best. Steve scrambled to sit up, his attitude becoming subservient in the face of Motem's power. So are there any skills I can use right now? Motem nodded, but it had run dry of mana after resurrecting Steve, so now it had to wait to recharge. The fastest way to do that was to keep chatting. Steve struggled to crawl his way up while trying to keep the conversation going. Chatting with Motem, he asked about the mana. Suddenly, Motem remembered something crucial it had forgotten to mention. Steve only had 12 hours left before he'd croak. Steve was shocked again, but thankfully he didn't lose his grip on the cliff face. He hissed at Motem, "What the hell, I thought you resurrected me. Are you messing with me, or is this actually hell?" Motem explained that if it died, Steve would die too, but as long as Steve lived, it wouldn't disappear yet. If it ran out of mana, they'd both be goners. Motem stopped joking and got serious. You think you can come back to life without paying a price? If you want to live, get your ass moving. Before long, Steve scrambled out of the dark dungeon and was bolting through the woods like a madman. He cursed at Motem as he ran. Motem couldn't care less. It was a Thorns-type entity that didn't know the meaning of pressure. I was having a nice quiet sleep, and you're the one who woke me up. Since you struggled so hard to live, I'll grant you the power you want. Steve's arm was engulfed in Motem's energy as the ring revealed a mouth full of jagged teeth. It clamped onto his arm, muttering, "But remember, just because you woke me up doesn't mean you're my master. You're the one who has to struggle to survive, not me. You." Steve was getting sick of the chatterbox. The most important thing was how to recover mana for Motem, but it wouldn't say a word. Low-level monsters or cursed objects were Motem's food. In short, Steve had nearly 12 hours left to go hunt monsters, all while dealing with a voice in his ear constantly counting down his remaining time. Steve hoped there would be plenty of monsters around the dungeon entrance. He tried to rely on his animal instincts to track them, but his body was still paralyzed, leaving him no better than an average person. With no other choice, Steve had to do it the manual way, following footprints along the path. He spotted scratch marks on the trees and caught a familiar foul stench. Steve was sure of it, a great wolf. Sure enough, a wolf, busy gnawing on some meat, came into Steve's sight. With only 1 minute and 30 seconds of paralysis left, things were looking up. According to Motem, the paralysis only happened when it was out of mana. The more powerful the skill, the longer the paralysis would last. Steve sat still, waiting for it to wear off. It was a good thing it was just one lone wolf hunting on its own. A while later, Motem announced that he had recovered. Steve immediately asked if it had any offensive skills. Motem offered Air Shot, which fires highly compressed air, increasing both damage and attack speed, a basic spell used by mages on the battlefield. The catch was Motem could only fire it once. Steve racked his brain, telling himself he had to focus. If he only had one shot, he had to aim true right at the heart or lungs. If he succeeded, it would pass out, and they could feast. Steve raised his hand, warning Motem not to fire until he gave the signal. Motem hated being bossed around like this by its master, so it ignored whether Steve signaled or not. It fired the skill immediately. A powerful gust of air shot out at breakneck speed, punching a massive hole through the great wolf and snapping nearby trees in two. Steve was dumbfounded. Is that an air shot or an air cannon? He stood there dazed for a while, staring at the shredded carcass of the wolf. The power of it was greater than a giant's fart. Only then did the ring get cocky, acting all superior. I'm not just a decoration. Forget those pathetic spells. Just shut up and fire. It's better than hesitating out of fear. Steve couldn't argue with that, so he conceded and turned to use his skill on the wolf's carcass to fill Motem's empty mana belly. Meanwhile, the royal family was gathering. Under King Bodyrose, there were 3 princes. The eldest was Raptors, followed by Anfit, and finally Zero. As the eldest Raptors was naturally named the crown prince, so the other 2 princes tried to prove they were superior in every way to get the throne. Using artifacts was one way to solidify their status in this world. But now Zero was acting like a reckless vagabond. He was unusually quiet on the way back, leaving Banstock wondering what stupid plan his boss was cooking up. Zero! Mentioned the fortune-teller Rash, a lackey of Prince Anfit. Damn that con artist! I trusted the information provided by a temporary ally too much. Even though it was true that there was a curse on the ring, the most important result regarding the ring, they didn't say a word about. Zero didn't know if it was intentional or not, so he just had to swallow his pride and head back. Seeing his superior overthinking and falling into his bad habit of spiraling, Banstock constantly tried to reassure him. Don't worry too much, Your Highness. You have plenty of battlefield experience, right? You'll settle this just fine. Although Zero was a powerhouse on the battlefield, he didn't expect that politics would be even harder to survive. Years had passed, and he still wasn't used to it. Thankfully, he had Banstock by his side, or he would have been done for a long time ago. Meanwhile, Steve was still surprised by Motem's top-tier skill. It had drained the wolf's soul dry, but it didn't seem satisfied, as one wolf only amounted to 15% of its mana. Seeing Steve's attitude, the ring barked back, making him shut his mouth. But Steve was only worried about how many times he could use that skill with the current amount of mana. Furthermore, since he had taken the artifact, Zero's men were definitely out searching for him. The immediate problem was finding a hideout. Steve returned to the town to retrieve the supplies he'd left behind before entering the dungeon. But there were 2 soldiers guarding the entrance. He knew if he poked his head out, he'd be nabbed immediately. Just then, Steve looked around and spotted some valerian flowers. A light bulb went off. If he lit a fire and maximized the effect of the Freeman's powder, he could create a very effective sedative for humans. Steve covered his nose and let the smoke drift toward the 2 guards. As soon as they noticed the strange scent of the smoke, their eyes went glazed over, and they collapsed to the ground. Witnessing Steve's intelligence, the ring had to praise him for using his head. Finally, Steve had a chance to show off in front of Motem, bragging about being an experienced adventurer. As he was walking through town, Steve saw a familiar face that looked 90% like him on a wanted poster. They even slapped a theft charge on him. Steve furiously crumpled the paper under Motem's mockery. Either way, he was in big trouble now. In just one night, he had become a government-wanted criminal. After grabbing his gear, Steve decided to leave. If the rumors spread, he wouldn't be able to live a normal life in the village anymore. Thinking it over, Steve sighed. At least he had Motem to help him scrape by and get out of this kingdom. But the thought of sneaking away like a dog made his blood boil, and Motem shot back, "So you're looking for revenge, then?" Steve nodded. "Against who?" "In your situation, if you didn't want revenge, you'd be a saint." Motem chuckled, finding the whole thing increasingly interesting. "If that's your reason, then I'll help you. You should know how lucky you are. As long as you have me, you'll be invincible." Steve gave Motem a side-eye. What was it bragging about? It could only use 4 moves. Motem finally explained that its core ability was to erase eternal curses and the source of evil, and that its own power and mana were derived from the mana it absorbed. As for how everything else worked, Steve had to use his own head. He connected the small details with Motem's hints and asked, "Do you absorb artifacts too?" Motem then showed off its stash to Steve, countless high-end artifacts it had devoured. "Steve helped me collect artifacts, and your revenge will become my mission too." Steve thought of that scrawny, filthy guy, Garrow. One blast would be enough to blow him to pieces. With that, Steve's determination flared up again. "Are you serious? If I do what you say, can I take Garrow down with my own hands?" Feeling the hatred inside Steve, Motem seemed to grow even stronger, enveloping him. It would show Steve exactly what it felt like to trample over an enemy. At a tavern, a young man was hunting for intel. "Hey, Danton, know anywhere to get good beasts for a fair price?" Danton wiped a glass, whistling. "Beasts, you'll only find those at the black market." The young man grumbled that the black market would just empty his pockets. Danton was about to introduce him to a skilled explorer when he accidentally glanced at the new wanted list on the table. Danton picked up the wanted poster for Steve, his face showing a hint of surprise. "Steve, what kind of trouble has he gotten himself into now?" Meanwhile, Steve was skulking around trying to find a hideout when he accidentally stumbled upon a secret passage to a village. He was sure all the good stuff was smuggled through there just like a black market. Motem didn't understand why Steve was so obsessed with getting into this village. "Why not listen to me and go straight to the dungeon to collect artifacts?" Steve cursed at it, calling it an idiot. "If you want to enter a dungeon, you need an emergency escape scroll. If you go in empty-handed, you might get the artifact, but you won't keep your life." Motem remembered the scroll that Vanstock had used while in that dark dungeon. Even though it was a very useful item, people were afraid it would be used for bad purposes, so its trade was strictly limited. Luckily, Steve had found a way around it. After hanging around for ages, he finally found the village's secret entrance. Steve knocked on the wooden door covering the peephole. Suddenly, a voice echoed from inside. "The fish that goblins eat is freshwater trout." Steve hadn't the slightest clue and stood there like a statue. Inside, they grew annoyed at his silence. "That code is 3 months old already." Steve recognized the voice and forced a smile. "Sorry, Danton, I don't come around here much." Danton immediately rushed out and bear-hugged Steve, nearly crushing the life out of him. He scolded Steve for not memorizing the code. If he hadn't been guarding the place today, Steve would have been toast. Steve panted, thanking Danton. The situation was so urgent he couldn't think of anything else. Danton laughed heartily. Usually Steve walked through the front door like a boss, never crawling through dog holes. Since they had reunited, Danton invited Steve into the tavern to have a drink to celebrate, but Steve refused and asked to rest for a moment. Danton curiously asked about the wanted poster. "Is Steve really so broke that he has to steal things?" Steve sighed. News traveled fast. He dumped out all the loot he had collected and started shouting, "Step right up, boys, full of life claws from a great wolf and top-quality fur. Get them before they're gone." After pitching to his customers, Steve let them check the goods while he asked Danton about the price of the scroll. Hearing 600 crowns, Steve sighed again. "Loan me some money, Steve." He had planned to sell the loot, but it would take time for the cash to come in. Danton chuckled, teasing, "Not interested." Steve's face twisted, and seeing that Danton gleefully asked how many scrolls he needed, Steve quickly replied, "At least 4. I'll pay you back in 2 days tops." Danton agreed to lend him the money, but couldn't help wondering, "Steve, you only need to pay 400. At crowns to clear your name, you know." Thinking of the wanted poster, Steve got annoyed. "The king's sons in this country are absolute trash. They tricked me." Say what you will, he still had his pride. How could just 400 crowns rebuild that? Danton laughed, saying he would introduce him to a guy who sold scrolls for cheap. Anything else you need? If you want new gear, ask that Clyde guy over there. If you need to pay, just put it on my tab. Steve asked Danton to prepare some human food for him, then walked over to Clyde. He slammed his fist onto the table and shouted Clyde's name. Old Clyde Luthermore woke up smelling of booze as he grumbled, "What the hell, who's trying to start trouble?" Steve shyly avoided the smell of drunkenness and not bathing for weeks. To his surprise, Clyde woke up only to burst into tears. "I sell my stuff so cheap, yet nobody wants to buy wah." Steve looked at the gleaming gear on the table and was speechless. It seemed those guys hadn't tasted the quality, which was why they ignored it. Steve immediately made him an offer, asking which piece of gear he was most confident in. Clyde sobered up instantly, thinking Steve was going to buy it. Steve quickly added that if it was too expensive, he wouldn't buy it. Clyde said he couldn't sell it cheap, but he'd let Steve try it out. When Clyde mentioned needing the right weapons for the dungeon, he excitedly added that choosing the right gear was the only way to be effective. Seeing Steve's muscular build, Clyde tossed him a magical hammer. Motem snorted with laughter, noting that most dungeon paths were far too narrow. How on earth was Steve supposed to carry a hammer that big? Steve nodded, then suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Hey, if you're trying to sneak out, don't yell like that. Only you know I exist, Motem." Turning to Clyde, Motem muttered that the man didn't have a shred of basic magical knowledge, insisting this pile of weapons was top-tier gear. Steve was surprised to see it being so talkative today. It even seemed genuinely interested in this equipment. Motem replied arrogantly, "Humph, I am an artifact after all. Obviously my eye for quality is different from yours." Motem could perceive the structure of objects, so it told Steve to pick the sword over there. If you use it right, you won't want to touch any other weapon. Steve picked up the short but incredibly thick, awkward-looking sword, noticing it wasn't as ordinary as it seemed. After gearing up, Steve entered the dark tunnel, but he hadn't prepared himself mentally for the swarm of monsters about to gang up on him. They kept coming, and in the distance, red eyes flickered in the tunnel. Steve signaled Motem, and they wiped out almost all of them. Motem lunged out, devouring the curse, and grew 2 extra skeletal arms. Steve realized the excess energy was being used to sprout limbs for it. After clearing the monsters, Steve took his pickaxe deeper into the cave, grinding away to collect the glowing lapis lazuli, but he discovered a trap with every step he took. Inspecting the gear, Steve thought it looked rare. While he was digging, a distant sound echoed. He asked Motem for some light, and what he saw made him gasp. "What the hell, this is insane." A mineral reserve was crawling toward him. Seeing him, it opened its massive maw and let out an ear-splitting roar. Steve suddenly realized why they were in such a mineral-rich area. Of course, a disgusting lizard like that would show up. The mineral reserve puffed out its cheeks, not to look cute, but to spew a glob of slimy poison at Steve. Although he reacted in time, a few drops splashed onto his face, causing it to burn, and his arm smoked like grilled meat. Seeing him wince, Motem mocked him. "What the hell are you scared of? You've got resurrection. You can't die." The resurrection skill kicked in, and the burns on Steve's skin vanished like they were never there. Even with resurrection, he knew this monster wasn't a joke. The mineral reserve used corrosive venom to dissolve minerals for consumption, and its body was hardened and coated in ore. It only needed half its strength to leave Steve scarred. Motem told him to just give up. If he kept trying to kill it, he'd just hit a dead end. Using gas canisters in the cave would collapse the whole tunnel. Steve was thinking about setting off a bomb, but he saw Motem saying that, so he just backed away to dodge the mineral reserve's attack. But then Motem suddenly said, "Good," leaving him confused. It told Steve to use the sword he got from Old Man Clyde. If you don't use it now, you might as well use that sword to fight the Grim Reaper. Steve went for it without hesitation, drew the sword, and engaged the motor. He lunged straight at the lizard, ducked under its claws, and then he unleashed a powerful slash that cracked the ground. While the mineral reserve was frantically looking around in confusion, he had already leaped onto its head. The sword was positioned to strike downward. Suddenly, the monster whipped its head around, but Steve's blade landed a hit, plunging straight into the cluster of minerals on the top of its head, though it didn't penetrate all the way through. As the monster's claws moved to tear Steve apart, Motem shouted, "Now fire it!" Steve hit the switch on the sword's hilt, and the blade suddenly extended, piercing through the mineral reserve's skull and shattering it. Steve jumped back to the ground, clutching his trembling arm because of the numbness. So that was how you were supposed to use that sword. But the power was so intense it pinned the sword into the monster's head. As usual, Motem swallowed the curse on the monster's corpse. Steve sighed with regret. The gas for that sword wasn't easy to come by. He only had 4 canisters left, and Clyde seemed obsessed with their tank capacity. But if they get hit hard, won't those canisters break? Something feels really weird. Motem suddenly said that, making Steve curious. It felt like something was off, but it couldn't describe it. But one thing was certain: Steve shouldn't rush into battle. He looked annoyed, thinking Motem was looking down on him, but then a strange sound echoed again. Another. Mineral Reserve was charging in like it was running a marathon. Steve cursed. He couldn't use up all these canisters, but he couldn't win without them. The monster swung a powerful fist. This second one seemed to prefer physical force over liquids. Just then, Steve spotted an opening where there was no mineral plating. Steve decided to strike right there, but it wasn't that easy. The Mineral Reserve whipped its long tail, sending him flying. Steve pushed himself up after the shock. It seemed this one had more combat experience than the first, especially that 8-meter tail. It was huge and flexible. Still, compared to that Tarask, these Mineral Reserves were just tiny lizards. Steve rushed in to duel again, but after one clash, he took that thought back. This beast was much stronger. For the second time, Steve was knocked to the ground by that tail. Seeing Steve struggling, Motem cursed, "You idiot, I told you to be careful." There was something very strange about that monster. Steve had already figured out the power of this Mineral Reserve after a few moves, but he was still convinced it had a weak spot. Suddenly, its hand lunged forward and clamped onto Steve's face. He couldn't even react to that lightning-fast speed. Motem kept nagging him, "Steve, snap out of it. Stop daydreaming. Goblins don't act like humans when they fight, you know." But Steve, completely confident, told Motem he already had a plan. He gripped the Freeman powder in his left hand. If he mixed it with the Firefly powder in his right, it wouldn't create Jack. It would deliver a critical blow to its weak spot. The blinding light from the explosion forced the monster to let go. The next second, Steve held his blade to its wide-open maw, certain he was going to win. Suddenly, a warning flashed. 95% anomaly and structural composition detected. Motem panicked and screamed Steve's name, but a second later the explosion and sheer firepower drowned out its voice. After that terrifying blast, Steve's limbs and head grew back. Motem cursed frantically, giving Steve a headache. "You wait until I'm touching it to tell me. More importantly, what about info on this thing?" "That thing is a mineral LED. It possesses a magical artifact even stronger than a mineral reserve. Truth be told, someone has made its body behave in such a bizarre way. It's here in this dungeon. Even I don't know what kind of trick they used." Steve was confused. "Don't tell me I have to fight terrorists like this from now on." Motem replied with total indifference. What else scared? A look of pure determination crossed Steve's eyes. His only fear was not having someone strong enough to fight him. After activating his beast instincts to find the way, Steve didn't get any gut feelings. A bit further on, the two stumbled upon a human skeleton encased in mineral ore. In reality, it was a lazy type of monster that only reacts when the enemy gets too close. Motem advised Steve to ignore it. If they triggered it, it might explode just like the last one. Steve figured that made sense, so he just walked past it. But unexpectedly, after just 3 steps, the skeleton stirred, ready to blow. Even Motem was spooked by that one. After the blast, Steve fell into another tunnel. Thankfully, he'd stayed far enough back that he wasn't badly hurt. Motem told him to get up carefully. "If you set off something else, I can't revive you again." But Steve wasn't listening. His eyes lit up as he spotted some strange, eye-catching colored minerals. Thinking about how much money he could make selling all this, he happily reached out to touch a nearby rock formation. The rock immediately shot out strange sparks, making Motem even more certain of its theory. It could feel a strange magical energy filling the dungeon's atmosphere. The deeper they went, the thicker it got, making Motem's nose incredibly uncomfortable. Looking at the 2 monsters Steve had just fought, it was clear that they were much more sensitive and prone to exploding here. It was likely that the strange magical energy blanketing the area was what made their bodies so weird. Seeing how the minerals reacted to Steve's touch, it was clear everything in this dungeon was affected. After hearing that, Steve felt like he was slowly walking into a bomb crater. Just when things couldn't get worse, Motem warned him of something even more dire. The magical energy concentration was so high they wouldn't be able to use recovery skills easily. Steve only now noticed the bruises on his arms were still there. Furthermore, Motem noted that in such an unstable environment, they probably couldn't use the escape scroll either. They would need to find safe coordinates to use it. If the energy radiated too much, they could head into deeper zones. Steve thought they were trapped, but Motem saw another way take out the one spreading this energy. Even though it didn't know if the culprit was a guy or a girl after all that talk, it turned out it wanted Steve to go deeper. Luckily, they were on the same page. After a long walk, Steve stopped in front of a door. They couldn't find the person spreading the magic, but maybe they were right behind this door. Just as they pushed the door open, a glowing orb on a bizarre stone pillar startled Steve. Motem immediately said, "That's a Jinn soul, specifically the core of it. Can't you feel it? That is an artifact. A Jinn is a soul born from the fusion of magical energy and deathly aura. A collection of raw elements meant only to destroy without a shred of consciousness. You could call it a natural disaster." But Steve didn't understand why an artifact would appear in its soul core. Steve was suddenly attacked with overwhelming power. Motem finally understood everything. The Guardian was the root cause of it all. It had fused with the artifact, constantly radiating its magic everywhere. In short, everything that Steve saw was a walking bomb. But Steve thought that was all the better. If they defeated it, they could both get out of there. The gatekeeper threw a few rocks about to explode at Steve. He swung his sword, swatting them away quickly before they blew. One rock, glowing with a golden light, stood out from the rest. A second later, it detonated right in front of Steve. Motem kept warning him to be careful. This was the area with the most concentrated magical energy, so if Steve triggered it, they would explode even harder. At this rate, if Steve didn't run everything around them, and even his own body would be blown to bits. Steve gritted his teeth. This ring always saves the important details for last. Suddenly, the gatekeeper planted both hands on the ground. The strange posture left Steve stunned. Something was constantly being sucked into the Jinn soul as if it were recharging. This time, Motem was serious and sincere. If you want to live, run. From the Jinn soul, a series of massive light beams shot straight toward Steve. He barely managed to dodge that cannon blast. After firing, Jinn's soul is left steaming. Steve realizes this is his chance and lunges forward. His body is made of stone, but it seems the joints are his critical weak points, because that's where there's the least stone armor. A rock flies past. Steve's sword stops in midair and suddenly changes direction, slamming straight into Steve's chin. He collapses to the ground as the rock flies back to the gatekeeper. Steve wipes blood from the corner of his mouth, unsure where to strike to actually hurt him. Morton sees Steve. Since he won't run away, he has no choice but to suggest attacking the artifact at the center. His core has merged with the artifact, so if Steve absorbs all the magical energy in that core using his true authority, it will neutralize him. "Easy for you to say," Steve grits out. But every time they get close to the gatekeeper, they get blown away by flailing rocks. The gatekeeper recharges his magic and unleashes the same attack as before. Steve uses his mana bullets for a head-on confrontation and asks if Morton can shoot through him. Morton, helpless, replies, "Not strong enough. Get out of there." So Steve has no choice but to let go and roll to the side. This time, that beam of light will strike from multiple directions. While Steve is still stunned by the beams, the gatekeeper's fist appears right in front of him. Swearing, he jumps aside. Whether it's long range or short range, nothing works against him, so Steve has to take a risk to see if he can block this. Seeing Steve approach the center, the gatekeeper locks him down. Frustrated, he stabs his sword down. It's a bit of a waste, but Steve has to use his ultimate move. He uses an explosive cylinder, but it can't penetrate the tough stone shell. While Steve is standing there swearing, the gatekeeper's massive hand swats him back to the starting point. Steve holds his head in pain, feeling both helpless and furious, not understanding why his mana bullets can't take him down. Morton already told him, but Steve didn't listen. When exposed to that strange magic, Steve's own magical skills can't reach their full potential. Just as Steve recovers his senses, a barrage of exploding rocks flies toward him. He struggles to shield himself with his sword. The gatekeeper waves both arms, launching even more rocks as if trying to bury Steve alive. Seeing him collapse, Morton gets a bit worried. "Are you okay, Steve? It feels like I'm fighting a meteor shower with nothing but my bare hands." Just then, the gatekeeper's hand is on his left, but Steve doesn't care. He finishes his little monologue. "If I can't even handle this, how can I ever have the means to get my revenge?" Filled with motivation, Steve rockets forward, cheering himself on, convinced he can do it. Up until now, his attacks have been useless, but Glad's weapon is the only thing that can stop his attacks. If Steve can hit that crack, then his defense will definitely be broken. Steve detonates the sword, forcing the gatekeeper to pull back his fist. He looks at his precious hand, smoking, confused. Steve pulls out his last cylinder and bets everything on it. He can't seem to land a hit on that crack. Suddenly, the gatekeeper raises both arms, leaving Steve stunned. Then he starts spinning at high speed like a cyclone. Morton has to say his signature line again. "What are you standing there for? Get out of the way." For some reason, Steve wants to trigger his beast instinct, but he can't avoid the gatekeeper's high-speed attack. Steve ends up covered in wounds, flattened on the ground. Morton doesn't like seeing him get beaten up, but it seems Steve's body is reacting. Blue electrical sparks appear on his arm, a sign of mutation. Steve asks Morton how much time is left. Morton calculates 3 minutes, but given his current state, it might only be around 1 minute. A glint appears in Steve's eyes. That's enough for one last shot. In a situation where his body and weapon might shatter during his final move, a few minutes is enough to blow everything up. He streaks through the dust and leaps high toward the gatekeeper. Morton sees Steve acting recklessly and screams, "What are you doing? Are you trying to commit suicide?" Steve is incredibly annoyed and feels like punching Morton, but in reality he's using its mana bullets to launch himself higher than the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper is confused when he sees Steve soar over his head. Meanwhile, Steve is secretly rejoicing that his distraction plan worked. Stimulate the central region. No matter how fast he spins, the area along the axis will be exposed. Thinking this, Steve lunges down and plunges his sword deep into the gatekeeper's stone body and detonates it. The plan seems sound, but it only cracks a small part of him. A barrage of stone bombs flies back in retaliation. Morton thinks Steve is acting like an idiot, and impatiently urges Steve to hurry up and fight. Steve can't hear anything anymore. His head is filled with profanities as he thinks about the prospect of actually dying. He can't believe a guy who's only 21 and hasn't even had a relationship yet is really going to kick the bucket this soon. Suddenly, Steve feels something hard in his pocket. He pulls out a piece of gold stone and raises it high. Morton thinks Steve is about to end his own life, so it lashes out. But it didn't expect him to stab the gold stone straight into the gatekeeper's head. A massive explosion echoes, leaving Steve steaming like grilled meat. Even the fibers on his fingertips are exposed. But his eyes still have a spark, especially when he sees the gatekeeper's core exposed. Steve raises his hand to let Morton have a full meal. All that? A cursed energy surges like a cyclone swallowed by its bottomless hunger. After successfully taking down the gatekeeper, Steve escapes with his cracked sword. He feels his body suddenly grow light. Indeed, outside, Morton's recovery speed is incredibly fast, and his body stops mutating. Steve sits up to check his body. He counts his six-pack completely intact and sighs with relief. Next is checking his condition. Both the Beast Instinct and True Authority skills have leveled up. Originally, Beast Instinct was harder to level up than True Authority, so this is an unexpected result. The silence around him makes Steve feel empty. It turns out it's because Morton hasn't said a word this whole time. He calls out to it, and a series of notifications suddenly appear. Morton's mana limit has increased from 100 to 150. Mana Bullets has upgraded to Mana Explosion, and the Chaos skill has been unlocked. It seems Morton is really growing by absorbing those artifacts. But why is it upgrading everything at once? The skill unlocking process for Motem is still ongoing. Its stored magic power is over 8,000 and a whole slew of skills. Its locked skills are being revealed. Steve doesn't understand how to use those other skills. If only Motem would wake up and explain it to him, that would be perfect. It probably has to finish the upgrade process before it can talk. Steve wonders if other artifacts are as moody as Motem. If you collect magic-absorbing artifacts and get them charged, your body's power increases. So he decides to take a risk and try to enhance himself. But for now, Steve can only use one of the two unlocked skills, Cursed Devourer or Cursed Aura. Just hearing those two names sounds chilling, so Steve doesn't want to pick either one. But in the end, he has to choose to complete the item selection. Sometime later, finally, Steve drags himself over to Old Man Clyde's place to ask him to reforge his weapon. He lays out all the sword fragments he gathered and carefully places them on the table. The two of them stand in silence, looking at the completely shattered sword in an awkward atmosphere. Steve scratches his head and explains, "Don't get the wrong idea, thanks to this thing I'm still alive. Thank you, man." Suddenly, Clyde starts sniffling and crying, saying he will fix it and make the sword even stronger and more solid, which surprises Steve. If he's that dedicated, he's ready to provide the supplies. Steve tracks down all sorts of trap parts from the dungeon and some leftover demon materials. Plus, he hands over a bag of 3,000 crowns as a deposit for Clyde. as long as he improves it and adds the cylinders for him. After meeting Clyde, Steve heads to Danton's tavern. When Danton sees him, he's as happy as if a family member had returned. Long time no see. Steve glances sideways at Danton, sarcastically saying, "What's with that tone? Aren't you angry that I collapsed the dungeon where you make your living? Looks like you made a decent amount of those minerals, huh?" Danton nods, wanting to invite Steve into the black market, but he makes an excuse to head upstairs to rest first. Danton watches his back. Steve leaves, and Danton sighs, muttering, "Could it be for real? Did he fight in the dungeon all by himself?" After getting to his room, Steve lazily flops onto the bed, not wanting to move. He lifts the ring and whispers, calling for Motem. "Hey, you can come out now, you jerk." Motem speaks in a lazy voice. "Ugh, I feel so groggy." Contrary to its tired attitude, Motem's current form looks much more terrifying and imposing than before. Steve is scared out of his wits and sighs, "So I won't know what the skills are like until I activate them, huh?" Motem nods. When they first met, it had been reset once, so all its skills and abilities were sealed. Yesterday was the first time Motem absorbed an artifact. Air Bullet was a basic skill, simple with no evolution or side effects. But after yesterday, it became Air Explosion, proving it has become a skill perfectly suited only for Steve. Steve is confused about what the difference between Air Bullet and Air Explosion is, but Motem has no way to tell him. Whether it evolves or changes its name, it's all the same, Motem says. It tells Steve to practice hard because it's difficult to explain in words, but Motem keeps feeling like it has forgotten something. Steve isn't curious about what Motem can't remember. He just wants to know about the cursed aura skill he chose, but Motem says it will explain it to Steve the next time they raid a dungeon. It seems very eager to see the new skill, so it asks when they are heading out. But Steve doesn't let it have its way. First, he needs to pass out and recover. Night falls. But loud noises keep coming from outside Steve's room. Danton bangs on the door frantically, his voice panicked. "Steve, something big has happened. Wake up!" They rush down in a panic. Steve heads toward Clyde with his eyes wide open in shock. He is lying on the table, eyes closed tight, his face bruised and covered in wounds. Danton signals to his guy Ash to bring something over. A customer found Clyde passed out in an alley and brought him here. Danton opens a bottle containing a liquid as red as wine and pours it straight onto Clyde's face, making Steve panic. Hey, what are you giving him? Alcohol won't save a life at a time like this." But a second later, Clyde's face returns to a healthy, unblemished state, changing Steve's attitude. "Whoa, what's this? It works so well. How much does it cost?" Of course, it's not cheap at all, but Danton thinks if you don't use it now, when would you? After recovering, Clyde finally wakes up, his voice dazed like he's sleep-deprived. Where am I? Who are you, Steve and Danton?" Steve questions him about the bastards who assaulted old man Clyde. He racks his brain and finally remembers a clue related to Derek's gang. Upon hearing that name, everyone in the tavern frowns, sighs, and says in unison, "That guy again." Steve is confused, not knowing who that guy is. Danton pats his head and sighs. Just a moron. In Danton's words, Derek is a jerk who loves bothering others, but because he hasn't committed any major crimes, everyone hasn't prosecuted him. Previously, Danton lectured him in front of many people, making Derek extremely embarrassed. Perhaps that's why he's taking revenge on him by targeting Clyde. Not only did they assault Clyde, they also stole all the money Steve gave him. He mutters something about, "He's also a friend of that jerk. I'm going to report him and give him a beating, otherwise I won't be able to swallow this anger." Upon hearing the word report, Steve's face turns pale. Blood rushes to his head. Steve immediately grabs his coat to go find Derek and his group of troublemakers. On the way, Motem asks curiously, "Are you angry?" Seeing its mocking tone, Steve seriously warns Motem not to tease him anymore. He wants to use his fists to beat them up so he doesn't feel guilty. Motem thinks Steve wants to kill that scumbag. But he's actually more rational than he looks. If he just started throwing hands with everyone he didn't like, he'd be no better than a beast. But you can't just handle everything loosely either. Steve clicked his tongue. He used an upgraded version of his beast instinct to track Derek down. Meanwhile, the guy was frantically reporting about Danton and Steve to 2 guards, but they didn't seem to believe a word he said. Because in this village, if Danton was the second most decent person, then nobody was number 1. Besides, it was already late at night. Knocking on Danton's tavern door to investigate without any proof was just laughable, Derek. He gritted his teeth and went back to his goons. They thought he was being stubborn over the 400-crown bounty on Steve's head. They didn't get it. That amount was only enough for food and drink, so they wanted to leave, but Derek wasn't satisfied with the pocket change they'd just robbed, so he was determined to catch him. Steve took the opportunity to stand up for himself and get back at Danton's attackers. Just then, Steve appeared before them, flesh and blood. His eyes were burning, holding back the rage of wanting to rip that guy's mouth open. Once Derek realized it was Steve, he smirked and told his crew, "See, that's the guy I was talking about." Steve solemnly thanked the three idiots because it had been a long time since he'd had the chance to spar with a bunch of crippled commoners like them. One guy, furious, grabbed his shirt. Steve immediately snapped his wrist and threw him away before the guy could even react. Then he casually opened and closed his palm as if that was just a warm-up. Derek and the black-haired guy were enraged by the provocation. The black-haired guy pulled out his knife, but before he could use his weapon, Steve jumped up and kneed him right in the face. The black-haired guy flew backward, blood spraying from his nose like a fountain. Derek still didn't get it. His recklessness outweighed his brain, and he charged in with everything he had. "Our target is that 400 crowns." Steve delivered an uppercut from under his chin that left him brain-dead for a few seconds. He waited for him to fall to the right height, then served up a thunderous punch. "What's wrong? If you want to catch me, you've got to win first." Derek spat out blood, wondering to himself, why was Steve so terrifyingly strong? But Steve wasn't done playing yet. He wasn't about to let him just lie there. He took out one of the recovery potions he'd stolen from Danton and poured it over Derek. Motem realized Steve's intention and giggled. "Your personality is truly wonderful." The next morning, Danton was making breakfast and telling Steve the rumors people were saying Derek and his group had been wandering around beaten to a pulp this morning. "No idea what happened last night. What do you think?" Steve sat down and stretched. "Me, I was just doing some exercise." Just then, Clyde ran over to announce that he had finished upgrading the sword for Steve. The sword, after being fine-tuned, was much lighter and looked way better. Clyde weighted the tip of the blade and added a few trap wires to increase its destructive firepower even without the cylinder. Faced with such a thin, delicate-looking blade, two straight guys like Steve and Danton were very concerned about their masculinity. Clyde, after showing it off awkwardly, handed over a few cylinders. Because it was made from a special gas, he couldn't find enough alchemists or dwarves to help, so he'd only managed to make 4 of them. He heard, or she, that Steve wouldn't be back for a while, so Clyde wrote down the names of some materials in a letter of recommendation for Steve to give to an expert. Danton also said he would notify the other black market branches about Steve to help keep him connected. Steve strapped the lightweight sword to his hip, feeling very grateful to the two of them. Clyde smirked and said, "Wait, at least. You have to name it before you go." It was a one-of-a-kind weapon in this world. Naming things was indeed difficult for someone indecisive like Steve. Luckily, Motem had already thought of a name. The infiltrator at Brandon Castle in the Kingdom of Venezuela Zero along with Banstock had arrived. He had just set his person down on the sofa, exhausted, when someone knocked on the door. Zero frowned, annoyed. Who was it? It was the second Prince Anfet walking in arrogantly. Seeing Zero politely greet him, he tilted his chin. "Spare me the hollow words. So was it worth it?" Zero knew he'd come because of that trip and his face turned pale. "Not bad." Anfet smirked and recounted Zero's achievements. Abandoning the front line, illegally leading an army astray, and excavating a Class A tomb without the Emperor's permission, it was all illegal. If the Emperor found out, he would definitely arrest Zero. He would have to be held accountable. Anfet used this to threaten Zero into handing over the artifact. Zero could only hold his head in frustration. Seeing this, Anfet suddenly instructed him not to say anything when the Emperor called, because he would provide an alibi to help Zero. If Zero opened his mouth and said anything wrong, everything would get complicated. Then Anfet tossed him a filthy bag. "When Father calls for you, remember to bring this along." Sure enough, a few minutes later, Zero was summoned. As soon as he arrived, he knelt before the Emperor. The Emperor nodded and began to inquire about Zero's last 2 weeks. Because he hadn't seen him there, Anfet, standing to the side, spoke up first. "My royal father, when Zero heard news that an elf rebellion had broken out in the southwest, he quickly quelled it before it could be reported to us." This was an unavoidable situation. The woman standing on the other side was Echo Henrietta, a general of the First Prince's Western Front. She was suspicious. since the Western Army had no news of an armed elf army in the southwest. Yet Zero, the guardian of the northern border, had gone there to suppress a rebellion. Anfet frowned and summoned wrath, having him use the prophetic skill of the artifact in his hand. This orb could show the situation on the ground, and he had notified Zero about this matter. The rebels had planned to break into the Class A dungeon to steal an artifact there. If Zero hadn't done that, things wouldn't have ended so favorably. Zero's trust wavered slightly at the mention of the artifact, as it's a touchy subject for everyone. Anfet immediately got to the point, implying we should have followed standard procedure and wasted precious time. Looks like Echo just shut Anfet down. The king asked for details about what happened. Zero tried to follow the script Alfred had mapped out for him. Aside from Vice Commander Bastock Bradfield, the troop he led had been defeated. However, Zero claimed he managed to destroy the artifact, saying it was a parasite, so he destroyed it rather than letting it fall into enemy hands. Then Zero pulled out the bag Alfred had given him. Alfred had also deliberately added that Zero brought back the head of the enemy commander as proof of the campaign. Zero pulled out the severed head of the Goblin Emperor. Upon seeing it was a goblin, the Emperor said, "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Go and get some rest." Seeing everything go so smoothly, Anfet couldn't help but feel smug, thinking that Zero now owed him one. Meanwhile, by a crystal-clear stream, Motem's unimpressed voice rang out, "How can you eat something that looks like a frog's finger, Steve? Are you proud of yourself?" Looking at the perfectly grilled fish, then glancing at Steve with a judgmental gaze, Motem complained, as Steve sat there eating happily. "Anyway, I've noticed the further we head southwest, the fewer signs of civilization there are. Does that have anything to do with our destination?" Steve knew the population was sparse because there was a final goblin village in the forest. In the vast southwest, they weren't like humans, so they forbade outsiders from coming near. At least here, Steve could use his skills without fear of being discovered. It was also the perfect place to create some trial dungeons. Steve felt that wasn't always the case, as there were many rumors about how dangerous the Goblin Kingdom was. At the same time, a young man was sprinting for his life through the dense forest. Even though his legs were exhausted, he didn't want to get caught by them. An arrow suddenly shot from behind, hitting the man and causing him to tumble to the ground. A group of people jumped down in front of him. They looked just like ordinary humans, but their ears were long and pointed. The two in front were about to finish the guy off when a clear, commanding voice rang out, "Stop, we're keeping this one alive." Deep in the forest, the mountain range in the southwest of the Venice Kingdom is known as the Forest of Darkness. Steve looked around, wondering what kind of forest this really was. Whether it's a dungeon or the wilderness, you can't find your way, can you? He touched a tree by the path and thought, I have absolutely no basic knowledge of this place, and the artifact is inedible anyway. The dense, lush trees made Steve lose his sense of direction. He thought because of the trees he couldn't even see the sky, so he had no idea which way to go. The map was useless. Fittingly called the Forest of Darkness, a voice echoed. Complaining won't make things any better, will it? Steve seemed to realize something. Don't tell me this renowned adventurer is lost. He suddenly said, Oh, hey, what's that? He saw a man hanging from the rocks in the middle of a pond. Steve wondered, is that not a human? He brought the person down and gave him some water, saying, Look here, wake up. Seeing he still hadn't regained consciousness, Steve couldn't help but care. He sighed and said, Honestly, I can't just ignore this. Just then, Motem appeared and said, Steve, move away. Puzzled, he asked why. It continued. If you want to play with these water bros, I won't stop you. As soon as it finished speaking, monsters erupted from the pond. Steve saw them and thought, Steve, these bodies, they must belong to the people who tried to save this man. Seeing those bodies being eroded, he thought if he just sat there, he wouldn't stay safe for long. He raised his fist. Steve thought, if that's the case. A small flame appeared. Bomb, he chanted, channeling air. A bomb was created from his hand to defeat the monsters. In the blink of an eye, they exploded into water droplets. Steve hurriedly picked up Patterson and ran away from there. It seemed like they were born from water, so they quickly recovered and blocked his path. Must find a way to deal with them, Steve thought, placing his hand down into the water where they were standing. He said, Right, they're just water. If there's no wind to move them, I'll win. He started to counterattack. How about this? Steve used his skill to defeat them. Skill activated Bullet Barrage. Abnormal status effect, low state triggered. Chain reaction. Triggered. Attacking up to 5 targets. Lightning crackled from his hand into the water next to Steve, amplifying the electricity at high intensity. He had temporarily cut off the monsters. In his head, he heard a voice. Steve sighed in relief and said, "Since we've made it this far, they'll have a hard time catching up." The man beside him began to open his eyes. He groaned, where am I? Perhaps surprised to wake up in a strange place. Huh, he asked in surprise. What is this place? It's not the lake, is it? Did you save me? Thank you so much. Seeing the man's quick change in attitude, Steve said, You're pretty quick on your feet, aren't you? He turned to look at him and asked for the truth. Come on, calm down first, okay? Why were you tied up there? Patterson said anxiously. You really don't know, so you're asking, in this forest of darkness? Who else but them could see humans and yet be unable to kill them? Steve seemed to understand. He said, aha, and asked clearly, so it really is the elves, isn't it? If you knew it was that dangerous, why did you even come all this way? He told me we were heading to the capital to meet the delivery deadline for the product, and there was no other way. We had to pass through this forest of shadows. Since they suddenly ran into some elves, Steve remembered what happened earlier and asked, So those body parts in the pond, they were your friends, weren't they? Patterson, sounding fake sorrowful, said, I could only watch the whole scene. The elves tied me up and threw me into that damn pond. My friends came to save me. Sob. Steve, suspecting nothing, just said, Yeah, all right then. We're only a short distance away from getting out of this forest. I'll guide you, and then you can head back to the village on your own. Can you do that? Patterson, worried that his ruse might fail, took advantage of Steve's kindness and said, I'm already so grateful just for your good intentions. You activated your hearing and speech skills. Suddenly you closed your eyes to sense the path that animal instinct you've had since you returned was kicking in. But there's something strange about this forest. Unlike other forests, the deeper you go, the quieter the animal sounds become. It's not that there are no animals. After all, if the sounds get louder, that'll lead to the exit. He opened his eyes and said, Found it. Let's go. Steve took the lead. He called out, Hey, Patterson. And the man replied, yeah. Suddenly, arrows rained down toward Steve and Patterson. Steve raised his sword to defend himself while the other guy collapsed on the ground in fear. Steve yelled angrily, Show yourselves! They stood there in silence. Immediately, they dropped down from above. Elena stepped forward and demanded, Hand him over. Steve wasn't fazed and replied, And what if I say no? Steve looked stubborn, so her subordinates readied themselves. They waited silently for Elena's order. She drew her bow and said, I won't say it 3 times. Hand him over. Steve calmly said, I think you're misunderstanding something here. He gripped his sword tightly and said, I'm not trying to hold you back right now. If you want to attack, just do it. Stop with the nonsense. One of them said to Steve, If I weren't here, you probably would have handed him over already, huh? The two spoke to each other through their thoughts. Steve thought, How noisy. The elfman stepped out and said, What, you want to die or something? Elena, standing behind, still had her bow aimed ready to fire. Seeing the situation wasn't looking great, she lowered her bow and said, Regardless, de-escalation is better than force right now, isn't it? Steve was surprised and exclaimed, Huh! The 2 men beside her were shocked and turned around, saying in unison, Elena, but she said, We aren't mindless monsters. Taking the lives of others, being misunderstood this many times is already frustrating enough. She looked at them and warned, You 2 keep your mouths shut. They replied in unison, Yes, ma'am. Then Elena said, Human, do you know why we are demanding? That you hand him over? Steve, not suspecting the man he saved at all, replied, I don't know, but you can explain it now. Patterson, worried about being exposed, said, What you're trusting, what these elves are saying? Steve found him rather annoying. He sighed and said, Hey, quiet for a second. Elena looked at him and said, Before I explain, I want to hear it. What have you heard from that guy? Elena's laughter echoed through the desolate forest. Ha ha! All talk, aren't you? Patterson broke into a cold sweat. He said in fear, Ah! She asked, You've been lying, haven't you? Elena suggested, Follow me. Steve grabbed Patterson, who panicked and said, Eh? She continued, I'll show you some interesting things, human. Elena led them to a carriage that had tipped over with wooden crates spilled out. Steve looked around and, seeing the crates, realized something. His gaze wavered as he asked, What is this? Elena looked at the carriage and said, The carriage that guy mentioned. If you saw this scene, what would you think? Steve realized it and said, The direction is off, isn't it? He looked toward the way out of the forest and said, If you really wanted to go deep into the forest to avoid an attack, the tracks, it should lead from outside into the forest, right? But these tracks are leading from the inside out. Elena calmly said, "That's the first interesting thing." She looked at Patterson, who was sweating profusely, and said, "And also—" Elena jumped down to the pond from earlier. She said, "Down here." Steve worriedly said, "Hey, if you fall in there." Elena was searching for something. "This is our jurisdiction." She wasn't afraid at all, saying, "There's no problem whatsoever?" Elena threw up a hand that had been eroded to the point where the bone was visible. She continued, "This is the second interesting thing. Do you think this looks like a comrade of that guy?" Elena explained it to Steve. "Until now, everyone who has passed through this forest, none of them have left things like this behind. If you understand my point, then tell me what that means." Steve was furious at being deceived. He gritted his teeth and said, "Patterson, you lied to me." He grabbed him by the collar and said, "There's no point in making excuses anymore. This is exactly the mark of slave traders." With nothing left to lose, Patterson, though terrified, still tried to say, "So what now, you're a human too? Why aren't you on the side of humans? Why are you siding with those elves instead?" Steve swung his arm and landed a heavy punch, absolutely losing it. "Shut your trap!" he roared, glaring at the slave trader with eyes that looked like he wanted to tear him into 100 pieces. "You keep bragging about how noble you are," Steve spat. "But if you're so great, stop hiding. You're just a loudmouth who can't even stand by his own words." Patterson collapsed to the ground, clearly stunned by the sheer power of that punch. With a tooth knocked out, Patterson sputtered as Steve pressed on, "And don't you dare talk to me about the human race!" Elena watched him and asked, "So what are you going to do now? After seeing all this, what's going through your mind?" Steve stood lost in thought, seemingly at a loss for words, his fists clenched tight. Elena kept her eyes on him, waiting for his next move while Patterson crawled on his knees, laughing sinisterly. Sensing his chance, Patterson gathered all his strength and bolted. "Stop him!" Elena's subordinates shouted. An arrow flew, striking Patterson's shoulder. He let out a sharp cry of pain, but didn't stop. Elena drew her bow again, firing a shot into his leg, sending him sprawling. "Where do you think you're going?" Steve wondered, amazed at how she could hit a running target so effortlessly. The shot hit the exact point of maximum pain, piercing straight through the joint. Elena stepped up and pinned him down. Trembling in agony, Patterson raised his hands in surrender, begging, I'm sorry. Please spare my life. If you let me live, I swear I'll disappear." "I'll stay out of your sight and behave myself," he promised, showing no real remorse. Patterson looked up at Steve. "Hey, you said you were an adventurer, right? Please save me. We're both human, aren't we? I'll do whatever you want." Hearing the slave trader beg, Steve remained silent. As Patterson kept pleading, Elena raised her bow, aiming right at him. Terrified, he screamed, "Please have mercy!" Elena intentionally missed, firing wide and saying missed. Wiping off her arrow, Elena spoke up. "I figured you'd be the type to save a guy like that. Because we're the same species." Steve looked at her and replied, "Unfortunately, we were only on the same side until you tried to scam me. Besides, I'm not exactly good at holding back my temper." "So it would be fake if I stopped you." Elena pointed her bow at Steve. "In that case, surely you understand my position. I have to deal with anyone who intrudes on my territory." Steve answered calmly, "Of course I do, because I know exactly how badly the Venice people have treated the elves." Elena fired, but Steve had no intention of dying here. "But I have my own reasons, things I can't talk about." The arrow was deflected just behind Steve. Elena stumbled back on high alert. "What the—" He didn't even move. Elena's eyes narrowed with suspicion as she looked at him. "Is this guy a mage? But I don't sense any mana." Steve activated his defensive skills. Skills active. Recovery automatically began, restoring his stamina and wounds. Crosswind activated a flow of wind generated from his core, capable of changing the trajectory of projectiles and neutralizing them. As he used it, his magical output spiked. Elena realized it instantly. That ring. It must be a magical artifact, she thought, signaling her men. "He isn't reacting to magic. Could he be a mage? Don't stop. Keep attacking. Keep pushing him. Eventually his mana will run dry and he'll be forced to rely on that artifact." "Understood," they replied. The subordinates acted immediately. 2 of them aimed activating explosive burst level 5, focusing their fire on the target. With the homing feature engaged, Steve braced himself. He closed his eyes, releasing his power through the ring. Crosswind Elena's subordinates gasped in shock. The two arrows missed Steve entirely, embedding themselves in a tree behind him. "I already calculated for this," Steve said. "Is that really the only reason you needed to know my purpose?" Elena wouldn't back down. She fired rapid shots, shouting, "Because at the very least we have to show that we don't kill people without a reason." The magical ring whispered to Steve, "Don't waste your mana, Steve. Even if it increases, your cap is only around 125 to 150. He drew his sword. "I know," he muttered. With just one blade, Steve easily blocked the attacks. "They're only aiming for my head, huh?" Easy enough to defend, he thought, looking for a way to break the encirclement. Still, he thought to himself, I can't just play defense forever. If I take one hit, I could lose an arm or a leg, he mused. The ring scoffed. "What are you talking about? You'd be turned into mincemeat." Steve readied the ring again. No other choice, he thought. Bomb. The ring cursed, "You weakling." He struck the air bomb. The shockwave pierced the ground, shattering everything in its path. Elena's men barely managed to dodge. She turned to warn Elena, "Watch out!" In the blink of an eye, Steve appeared right in front of one of the subordinates. He delivered a brutal kick, sending the man flying into a tree. It's clearly impossible to use other magic while an artifact is active, Elena thought. She asked in confusion, "Could that ring be a relic?" Steve looked at the ring and answered, "Yeah, something like that." Elena seemed to realize something. "This guy," she muttered, "he's like someone who's been cursed." With that thought, she fired an arrow at Steve, but he dodged it in a flash. Elena gritted her teeth in a rage, snarling, "I am a goddess. I will not be tainted by the likes of you." Steve asked the system nervously, "What's she saying? It sounds like she's cursing us." The system replied, "Heh, your face is worth cursing too." Steve was stunned. At that very moment, Elena leaped away. "What?" Steve was still distracted when Elena closed in and fired an arrow. Steve asked the system, "Me?" He turned to look, but before he could react, he cried out, "Not you!" Just as he spoke, the arrow whistled through the air. Caught off guard, Steve was struck. Helplessly, he asked, "Why me?" From above, observing the two of them, Steve and Elena clashing in a tense battle. Steve had lost focus, and Elena had shot a spiraling arrow straight into his chest. The pain began to spread, surging through his body. His recovery skill activated, mending his stamina and injuries. Elena watched, assessing the situation. It seems he's healing. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from Steve's wound, and the arrow began to push itself out. Seeing this, Elena immediately drew her bow and fired a volley straight at Steve. But this time he was quick enough to parry. The arrow missed his chest but still pierced his arm. His mind finally snapped to reality. Right, I've been underestimating them way too much. Steve realized he had been far too careless, even knowing his opponent was an elf. Seeing her arrow deflected so easily, Elena thought, his abilities are no joke. Even with a perfect aim, I'm not sure I can hit him. Steve began his counterattack, an air bomb. Right then, the skull in his hand erupted in flames. Seeing him cast a spell, Elena became alert. Quick-witted, she drew her bow and fired an arrow. Elena had swiftly shot a piercing arrow, which shattered the air bomb. It was unbelievable. Steve was shocked, thinking, what was that arrow? A single arrow was enough to take down my air bomb. How is that even possible? Steve recalled the process of using his moves. For things like the air bomb, he first had to concentrate his mana to create a core, and only through that core could he unleash its full destructive power. If there was any physical impact on the core before that process was complete, the mana would disperse, causing the skill to self-destruct. However, that was all just theory. Think back to when that ring absorbed energy. If the core was just a speck of dust, you could hit the target in under 2 seconds just by watching the wind-up. Moten watched her curiously as she drew her bow, secretly judging that she didn't look like an ordinary elf. Meanwhile, Steve spoke while quickly drawing his sword. He pulled it out and started attacking. Elena, I think so too. He lunged toward her, swinging his blade in a powerful overhead strike, but Elena dodged it. Steve adjusted his grip on the sword, tightening it until the hilt let out a clicking sound. Immediately after, the spot where the sword struck exploded with terrifying force, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Elena thought to herself, that's no ordinary weapon. He still hadn't shown his full speed, so she zipped out of his reach and fired an arrow straight at him. But luckily, Steve dodged it just in time. Croc's Quinn, Elena thought, using the wind to alter the trajectory. If that's how it is, I'll use a precise shot to blow your head off. Elena started paying closer attention to the ring on his hand, calculating the distance to its center. That was the target she was aiming for with this technique. The bow was pulled taut. She only needed to release it, aiming right for his head. As she waited for Steve's punch to connect, Elena seized the opening to target the ring. Now is the time. But unfortunately, just as she prepared to strike, Steve nearly hit her. Luckily, Elena was fast enough to dodge. Steve smiled triumphantly, thinking, no matter how gifted an elf's abilities are, once you're airborne, you can't change your trajectory. Steve quickly grabbed Elena, thinking, what are you going to do now? Steve took a swing and delivered a heavy blow to Elena's head, shouting, my instincts were spot on, and knocking her unconscious. This could become a problem, too. Elena slowly regained consciousness and saw someone sitting nearby complaining, fighting humans is so tiring. It was the first time since she started learning swordsmanship from her master. She opened her eyes in surprise, looking at Steve. Who is this? He noticed, turned to look at her. Her hands and feet, along with her subordinates, were all tied up. She asked, Steve, why did you come to this forest? Are you planning to harm your own kind? Steve replied, I have no reason to meet elves in this forest. I shall let alone fight them. Even so, he gave her a dangerous look and said, you all better prepare yourselves to pay a heavy price. Steve looked at Elena, making her tremble and bite her lip. Take this as a warning for toying with my life. He dumped out her bag containing supplies and food. Suddenly, Steve grabbed just one small stone and said, if I take just this much, will you let it slide? I almost starved to death during that fight today, you know. She stared at him in surprise as he continued, I thought taking this little bit wouldn't be a problem. Why are you so shocked? As he spoke, he pulled out a map to check it. Oh, and by the way, I only came to this forest for the dungeon. Steve thought, good. With this, I won't have to worry about getting lost in the forest anymore. He started packing his gear into his backpack. I'll need to use the map often, so I'll return it next time we meet. At this point, Elena tried to stop him. Wait a minute, that... Steve had already started to walk away and said goodbye. All right, farewell. Elena screamed in vain, Wait, hey, you human, come back! But Steve was already far away, opening the map and wondering, oh, so this is it, huh? He followed the map and found a tree. Without the map, he had been wandering around here dozens of times. Unexpectedly, he found something under the roots, a dark, ominous cave right in front of him. Moten remarked, That's a pretty shocking thing for an adventurer to say. Steve started heading inside that dark tunnel. He said, usually around a dungeon plants can't grow because of the magic. Just then he discovered something. Oh, that's strange. Moten spoke up asking, what are you so surprised about? Steve replied, this is the first time I've seen a dungeon completely overgrown with plants like this. Steve touched the tree trunk and felt a padding system window pop up, warning insufficient verification clearance to use padding. Steve thought, as expected, I don't have enough experience. Exploring a dungeon like this anyway. He tried a different approach, holding his sword for defense with one hand while casting a spell with the other. Well then, how about this? Animal instinct. Steve closed his eyes. His ears sensing the sound waves, blue ripples covered the entire cave. He listened for the vibration of his sword pinpointing the location. Visualizing sound, huh? That's quite an item. Moten spoke up. You really can't starve as an adventurer, can you? When did you start mining dungeon ores? Steve replied, since I was 12, Steve used his sword to guide him, gradually pushing deeper inside. If I can do what I want and earn my keep at the same time, why wouldn't I do it? He chatted while walking with the ring, but going this deep. If something were to appear, there's nothing here at all. His footsteps echoed as he went deeper. Ahead, tree roots appeared. If there were a monster, I should be able to hear its heartbeat right. That's a weird item, Moten said. The problem with you, experienced as you are, is that you need to watch your mouth. Steve replied, ha ha, maybe so. Steve stops in his tracks. Before him stands a massive, gruesome monster made of tangled roots. Moten curiously mutters, who's that being that huge must be a real pain? Steve asks in surprise, what the heck is that thing? Moten looks at the colossal entity and replies, that's a Ruth Regus. Steve repeats, Ruth. Suddenly he realizes he's completely surrounded by the monster's roots. He looks around on high alert. Is it normal to be surrounded by roots like this? Moten warns him, I'd stay away from those if I were you. Steve counterattacks, but the roots start lunging at him from all four directions. Wait, these things can move. They don't have a heart, so they can't feel a thing. Still, you've got to watch out for monsters like this. I'm learning something new today. Steve strikes back at the encroaching roots. The sheer number of monsters attacking forces Steve to spin around and dodge. He remains unfazed, totally calm despite the swarm. He lunges forward, slicing through the roots one by one, thinking, doesn't seem like much to worry about. But while his guard is down, more roots ambush him from behind. They lunge straight at him, pinning him down. Motem watches and simply says, "Ah, can you really not say anything else?" Steve retorts. Suddenly, the roots start crawling, trying to invade his body. "Whoa, what the—" Motem chimes in. "That's exactly why I told you not to touch them." The roots begin burrowing into his skin. Steve panics. Is now really the time for "I told you so" moments? Wait, this thing is sucking my blood. Holy crap, it's actually draining me. More and more roots wrap around him, squeezing the life out of him like starving beasts. Steve thinks, this red root is actually pretty nasty. It even knows how to feed on human blood to survive, huh? Steve grits his teeth in pain as the grip tightens. Just when he feels he can't take it anymore, he activates his skill to break free Rodwin. A sudden gust of wind surges forth. The roots are blasted off his body. His arms are now covered in tiny holes from those bloodthirsty vines. "Whoa!" the ring on his finger exclaims. "You actually know how to use your skills at the right time. Any longer and I would have been turned into beef jerky." He says this while healing the wounds on his arms. "And who are you calling beef jerky? If I'd let my guard down, I would have been a goner for sure." He continues, "I'll have to be more careful from now on." With that, Steve creates a fireball in his hand. Sure enough, I've never seen a plant like that before. A system window pops up. Active skill flame creation. Keep the fire in orbit, accumulate energy and enhance power. He then unleashes a flaming punch. Even he is surprised by the result. It's incredibly effective. Just that one fire punch completely incinerated the root monster. It even clears a path for him. The ring says, beyond expectations. It absorbed all that magic. Steve says confidently, "Good, now I'm going to crush you." After destroying the monster, an explosion occurs deep inside the tree hollow, blasting Steve back out. Steve glances behind him, muttering, glider. A system window appears. Memento magic artifact. Motem power increased from 150 to 252. Active skills, including multi-reaction, have been cancelled. Steve reads through it, thrilled. Nice. It's been a while since I've seen something this good. Another system window. Artifact stats, magic power absorbed. Current 4,564. Next, Custavalter artifact. Magic power, 7,000. Synchro, artifact 2. Magic power, 45,000. Corpse artifact 2. Magic power, 45,000. He stares in shock. What is this? A magic deficiency. Steve looks at the ring with apprehension. If that's the case, I have no other choice. While Steve is deep in thought, researching his new abilities, Elena suddenly appears behind him. Hey! Steve reacts instantly, spinning around with his fist raised. What, you again? Steve quickly draws his sword and holds it to Elena's throat, threatening her. Elena says, I'm not here to fight. Steve lowers the sword, muttering, I thought you were coming for another round. Then what are you here for? The map, I told you I'd give it back when I'm done. Elena kneels and says, I'm not here for the map. I don't care what you're carrying, but please give me one thing back. Steve, confused, asks, give back what? Elena replies, the necklace. Steve pulls a string with a purple stone from his pocket. This thing? Elena beams. Yes, that's it. Just then, Elena's subordinates catch up. Lady Elena. They ask, are you all right? We told you not to go anywhere alone. They spot the ring on Steve's hand. That thing. Why is that in his hand, the core? I don't know why. Elena immediately punches her own subordinates in the stomach. They groan in pain and collapse, looking up at her in confusion. Why did Lady Elena hit them? Elena lets out a sigh. Steve looks at them baffled. Motem remarks, oh, so they finally showed up, huh? He wondered what was going on. Elena was back on her knees, begging, Steve, please, I'm begging you give that necklace back to me. You can keep whatever else you want, Steve retorted, questioning her. You know that was incredibly reckless, right? You never know what I might force you to do. What if I were a truly cruel person? Elena, filled with faith in him, said, if you can say things like that, there's no way you're a bad person. You even saved other people. If you knew he was the vilest scum, you would have killed him. She recalled the moment she was about to eliminate Patterson. You are nowhere near being a bad person. He held the necklace puzzled and asked, what is it? Do you really think so? What is this necklace? Is this object really that important to you? Elena remained silent. Steve looked at the necklace and said, if you don't want to say you don't have to. I'll return this important item. Then he proposed a deal, but on one condition. Elena replied, "Just tell me what must I do." Steve told her his goal, then added, "To destroy all the dungeons in this forest." Elena was surprised. "Huh, what?" She asked if he was using her help as a condition for her to assist him. "If we achieve that goal, I will give you back this necklace. How about it?" Elena looked at the necklace and quietly conceded, "I understand." At this moment, a wounded hand was clutching a small piece of paper. "I will be away for the next few days. If the elder asks, tell them I am out on a patrol far away." "Okay, P.S. You don't need to worry about me," Elena thought to herself, reminiscing about her childhood. "Since I was born, the Yang village has always been my home. When I was little, Grandma raised me and taught me many things, including one truth about people, that humans act out of greed. Because of that, they won't even hesitate to do evil." In reality, the people she had met entering the forest, she frowned, staying silent, then thought were all just like that. Elena followed behind Steve, holding a lantern and observing him silently. "However, you are the first one who doesn't do those kinds of things." Steve glanced back, sweating profusely and biting his lip. "This atmosphere, it's suffocating." A voice in his head chimed in, "You two were fighting tooth and nail, and now you're talking so intimately it's awkward, isn't it?" He retorted to that voice. "Shut up." Steve turned to Elena, sweating, and cautiously held out his hand. "Sorry for forcing you to follow me." Elena spoke up, leaving him confused. "You might be a bad person, but you could also be a good person. Don't you understand?" Elena suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh, what is your reason for attacking the dungeons?" "No matter how much someone wants artifacts, there's no reason for humans to come all the way to the dungeons in this forest." Steve scratched his head and looked ahead, saying, "There are plenty of dungeons outside this forest, too." She frowned, sighed, and covered half her face, saying, "But it's complicated to explain. I don't know if it's even okay to say it." Holding the lantern, Elena heard this and didn't add anything. She just replied softly, "I see." 4 days later in a cave, Steve was descending via a rope tied outside. He complained as he went, "This cave isn't too deep, but getting inside is quite a struggle." "What a formidable cliff." As he descended with the rope around his waist, there was suddenly a small splash of water nearby. Truly a dungeon has everything, doesn't it? He looked toward the source of the noise in surprise. He dodged the insect jumping to the side and stabbed his sword into the wall to steady himself. "This time it's bugs," he thought to himself as he drew his sword. "Insect monsters." Steve plunged his blade straight into the spot where the insect was. "If I can just sever its leg joint, I'll be fine." He pinned the insect to the ground and looked toward Elena with a blank expression, asking, "Hey, are you okay?" She frowned, staying alert. "Be careful." Facing Elena was a giant ant. She exclaimed, "It's a giant ant!" The giant ant shrieked and lunged toward her. Elena leapt into the air just as it charged. Then Elena drew her crescent-shaped blade. She vaulted high and slashed at the giant ant multiple times before landing on the ground. Before she could catch her breath, her eyes widened. Looking up in surprise, another one appeared before her, roaring aggressively, catching her off guard and keeping her on edge. In the back of his mind, Steve suddenly appeared. He kicked the insect, sending it flying. He said, "There's another one." The insect kicked backward, struggled to regain its balance, and shrieked in anger. Then 2 more monsters appeared behind it, their jaws wide open in a terrifying display. Steve raised his hand to conjure an orb and warned Elena, "Hey, you step back." Suddenly the monster stared right at him. Steve raised his hand and the voice in his head said, "Now burn them all." He reached out and massive flames erupted toward the monsters. He thought to himself, "Fire." The growing inferno engulfed the monsters, leaving them completely submerged in a sea of fire. This left Elena in awe. She thought to herself in utter disbelief, "What is this?" That left Elena in complete disbelief, wondering what on earth was going on. "This guy, he was just playing around when he fought me, wasn't he?" Steve sighed, rubbing his hands together. "This smell, it's actually pretty nice." The fire was still roaring inside the cave, wiping out the monsters. Elena looked at the scene before them and gasped, "Hey, how many skills did you actually have to use to get one artifact?" she asked. He replied, "Not sure. Honestly, maybe 10, around that." He asked aloud, "But are they really all burned to a crisp?" "Right," Elena replied. "This one used its own body to block the fire from spreading deeper into the cave." He finished, sounding impressed. "Not bad, I guess." Steve nudged the monster carcass with his foot and said, "A monster actually doing something like this." He explained, "It's a bit late for this, but the name of this dungeon is Smalling. As you can see, the monsters are insect ants specifically. Most of them have hard shells except for a few species." He reached his hand out toward the insects. "Let's see here." He focused his power and a light began to glow from his hand toward the insects. Elena looked on completely stunned, cutting him off mid-sentence. She stared right at Steve. "Hey, do all artifacts have skills like that?" Steve hesitated, not sure how to explain it. He looked at her and said, "I don't think so. It's not like that." "But why do you look so surprised? You're staring at me pretty hard." Elena nodded, brow furrowed. "Demonstrating magical power is different from just showing pure energy." Steve raised his hand, pulling something in to form a blue orb. She continued, "It even contains an essence like a soul, for example." He clenched his fist, staring at the skull ring emitting light, and explained, "This monster can absorb the power of artifacts. Even though it's just a corpse, it doesn't harm humans. Sometimes it even eats the artifacts entirely." Elena fell silent for a moment after hearing that, then asked, "You said it doesn't harm humans." Without another word, she turned and headed toward the cave. "Let's go." Steve stared at the ring, contemplative, until Motem spoke up. "Why do you share the same thoughts as her?" He scrambled to justify, No, that's not it." Then, Steve followed Elena, then suddenly asked, "Hey, Ring, now that I think about it, do you even trust me?" The ring replied nonchalantly, "Besides you, do I have any other choice?" He let out a helpless curse. "Damn it," Steve grumbled. "The deeper we go, the more of a pain this gets, huh?" Elena explained. "The dungeon is so convoluted that even the elves have a hard time attacking this place." He suddenly remembered something. "Wait a sec, let me try this." Steve drew his sword and slashed at the cliff wall nearby. He closed his eyes, chanting a spell, trying to sense his surroundings. He panicked, eyes snapping open in shock. "Whoa, what the—" Steve saw a massive swarm of giant insects emerging from the shadows. He gasped in fear. "What the hell are these?" Standing in the middle of the dungeon, Steve emitted pulses of sound to map the space. He thought, using sound to map the area. Man, this is the most complex dungeon I've ever seen. Even the sounds of those ants are overlapping in all the passageways. He frowned, thinking, I'm sensing too many things moving at once. Getting a handle on this dungeon is seriously difficult. Elena spoke up calmly, explaining, this dungeon was built with a structure so complex that no one has ever fully navigated it. So trying to conquer this place the normal way is nearly impossible. Steve bit his lip. So what are we supposed to do now? Suddenly, they both heard something and turned simultaneously. Elena whispered, hide. Steve asked, confused, what hide? Where are we supposed to hide in a place like this? Before he could finish, she leaped over, hooking an arm around his neck, leaving him startled and gasping for air. Elena pulled her cloak over both of them, her arm still tight around his neck, making him uncomfortable. She hissed, please, just be quiet. Suddenly, something dashed past the path where they were standing. 2 giant ants were carrying a pupa in their mouths. The 2 of them stood under the invisibility cloak. He asked, quietly confused, what was that? Can they not see us? Suddenly, a system window appeared. Skill-activated camouflage cloak, level 5. The cloak functions by assimilating with the surrounding terrain for stealth. After activation or movement, it lasts for a maximum of 5 minutes. Effect will gradually diminish, requires 30 minutes to recharge. Motem appeared and said, we could use this pupa to determine our path. It continued, watch where this pupa is heading. We'll be able to confirm the right direction based on where they take it. Steve glanced over at it, asking, this pupa? We can use it to find the way, Motem exclaimed. Great idea. So what kind of creature do these cocoons come from? Steve asked. They're from the caterpillars, Motem replied. Wait, did these caterpillars turn into the queen ant? If this is the queen ant's lair, she must be under heavy guard. There have to be others. It's not for nothing that they call them giant ants. Steve seemed to realize something and said, that makes sense. So if we follow the ants carrying the eggs, we'll reach the queen, right? Motem chimed in. If you've got it, then before the swarm gets here, let's move out. Still deep within the strange cave, after the ant moved away, the 2 sat down to discuss. Elena spoke up. That's a solid plan, but this dungeon didn't just appear overnight. There's really no reason why no one else has thought of this. If using this method worked, wouldn't the dungeon have fallen to the elves a long time ago? One of them scoffed, easier said than done. The path to the artifact is crawling with ants everywhere. How could a few dozen elves possibly take them down? Steve, sitting nearby, sighed with a mocking look, staring at them. Talking like you know everything without even seeing it, huh? Motem chimed in with a voice that was both sarcastic and comforting. How could a few dozen elves possibly take them down? We'll find a way through. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the cave. Steve raised his hands, manifesting fire orbs, thinking of the technique in his head. Another huge blast went off. Elena pulled her cloak up, forming a shield. Protecting them from the blast, she looked at the ring. Nice. We're almost there, right? Motem replied, still a ways to go, keep moving. Steve's expression turned serious. Sword in hand, he slashed straight at the giant ants. Elena, bow in hand, aimed directly at them, firing decisively and rapidly. The two fought the giant ants together. Flames incinerated the approaching monsters. His eyes were filled with determination to wipe them all out. Steve used fire to clear the ants on one side, while Elena wasn't idle either. She was busy firing arrows at another group of ants on the other side of the cave. Steve frowned, looking at the ring while she cleaned her weapon. So many ants, huh? He thought. With Elena's skill for stealth and my ability to detect movement, we should be able to find the path, Motem said to Steve in his mind. So are you unhappy about it? He didn't answer, closing his eyes to sense the animal presence. Steve opened his eyes, looking toward the cave where a thick aura of killing intent radiated. He thought, no, I can feel something nearby. This feeling, Steve announced, we're almost there. Just a little further. Elena held a ring, black energy swirling around it, making her frown in confusion. What is this? She touched the ring. This? Suddenly she cried out and dropped it. Elena explained, this is an elven handicraft. Perhaps this is what the victims, who became bait for the caterpillars left behind. They couldn't return to their families. Motem appeared and said, anyway, if it's an item no one is using, we should collect them. We might need them if we want to use the curse aura skill. Steve closed his eyes, recalling the ring absorbing the blue energy. He thought, if I want to use skills like curse aura, I need cursed objects like these. It doesn't feel right to just take these elven belongings, Steve said, pointing at the items lying among the cocoons. Elena added, well, if no one is using them, can we take them? Elena hesitated, not knowing what to say. Elena frowned, confused, and asked, are you out of your mind? These things are cursed. They could kill you, you know. Steve waved his hand, signaling it was fine. He smirked confidently. I have an artifact for protection, so there's nothing to worry about. She replied helplessly, I don't know what you're thinking. Elena continued looking at him, fiddling with the cursed pile. If you're not worried, then just do as you please. Motem happily replied, haha, we'll use them carefully. Let's pick them all up, Sid. Steve's face darkened. He clenched his hands and smirked with hidden intent. Good. Now let's keep moving. The two walked in, and the sight before them left them both shocked. Steve spoke first. Well, anyone can see that the dungeon artifact is right there in the middle of those damn ants, right? Inside the cave, a massive queen ant with a bloated abdomen stood with two guardian ants by her side. The queen looked toward them and let out a growl, grrr. Elena aimed her bow at the queen ant, declaring she wouldn't hesitate anymore, but suddenly the eggs nearby started twitching, leaving both of them uncertain until they began to hatch. The legs of the baby ants emerged and lashed out at them, forcing Steve to duck and Elena to jump back. They both frowned, staring at them in surprise. Steve muttered, what the? Then countless other eggs began to hatch, and a bewildered Steve pointed at them, asking, Are they actually moving? A noise from behind made them turn around, and Elena warned, Steve, the swarm behind us is closing in too. The ants scurried rapidly toward their position, and Steve gritted his teeth, veins popping on his face as he thought, ants in front, ants in back, surrounded on all sides like this. He raised his hand to conjure a massive burst of flame toward the queen, thinking, I just need to take out the queen, but the ants broke through their shells to intercept the fire and shield her. He gasped in surprise. What is this? They'd already formed a defensive line to protect the queen before he could even react. Steve couldn't hide his anxiety, but Motem chuckled gleefully in his head, saying, Heh, this is getting interesting. If that's how it is, there's still a way. Steve watched the ants forming a defensive perimeter around the queen and thought, right, I should try using this. Steve chanted to activate the curse aura skill, shouting aloud as he thrust his hand out, firing a blast at the cavern ceiling, causing rocks to collapse and blocking the giant ant's path with debris. Steve turned back toward the queen and said, good, time to use that to take these ants down. He then stared at those growling giant ants and calmly said, every last one of you wretched creatures here, Steve adjusted his ring with a smirk, saying, is going to be wiped out. A sword appeared alongside scattered bones exuding dark energy. These cursed items were things left behind in the dungeon. They were tainted by curses. and Steve knew these items were dangerous as they could drain a user's energy or cause sickness, so nobody but dungeon researchers had ever touched them. Steve clenched his fist with a chilling smile. Because Motem helped suppress their power, he could use them without any issues. Curse Aura was a feature that unleashed energy transfer capabilities. Both of them watched the giant ants cautiously while he secretly thought, but that same power is a double-edged sword. Steve suddenly turned to warn Elena, leaving her flustered. Elena, don't move ahead of me, just stay right there. He pulled off his wristband, clutched the cursed palm, and squeezed tight. An aura of dark energy erupted from him, powerfully pushing the ants back and beaming straight at the queen. The queen ant trembled, struggling to hold on while the other ants nearby weren't as lucky. They shuddered and collapsed to the ground while Steve dropped to his knees, drenched in sweat, struggling to catch his breath. He gasped, "That's incredibly powerful, but I wonder if I'm even using it the right way." Motem appeared and said, "That's right. That's exactly how you use it. Now tell her to finish it off." Steve called out to Elena, "Hey, Elena." She looked at him dazed, and he managed to say with a pale face, "Take out the queen. I can't hold this for much longer." Elena seemed to understand and replied, "I got it." Elena drew her bow, aiming at the queen, and spat, "Eat this, you damn ant, pay the price." She released the string, sending 2 arrows whistling toward the queen, piercing through her body and making her shriek in pain. The other ants reacted with furious screeches. They lunged at them with their legs, but Steve, seemingly regaining his strength, pulled Elena close, wrapping an arm around her neck and ordering, "Stay right here!" Then blue lightning crackled from his position, and he smirked, calling out the skill name, Curse Eating. Elena reached for her arrows, her voice full of judgment. "You. This is the first time I've ever met someone as reckless as you," Steve replied nonchalantly while focused on his task. With a heart hovering behind them and the corpses of giant ants scattered about, he admitted, "Yeah, I really don't have any excuse for that." Steve looked at the arm where he wore the skull ring. "The artifact's mana is rising, and so is curse eating." Suddenly a piece of paper appeared, and he grabbed it, looking happy. And that settles the second dungeon. Mission accomplished. The two walked through a dense forest. 3 days later, Steve asked, "Just one more dungeon left, right, Reggie?" Elena replied, "That's right. It's the oldest dungeon in this forest, and also the toughest one." Steve smirked, looking at Motem. "Don't worry about a thing. Compared to before, I've gotten much stronger." Motem glanced at him and warned, "Watch that mouth of yours." Elena turned her head and added, "In the end, the most dangerous thing might just be the elves." He asked, puzzled, "Elves?" She explained, "Isn't the area near Reggie the habitat of the elves? We haven't run into any other elves until now, so it's really hard to track their movements. From now on, you really need to listen to me." Elena reached out to stop him, and he asked, confused, "What is it?" She reached down to touch a footprint on the ground. "Analyzing the trail, seems like it's been a while. But do you even know what this is?" Steve asked, looking confused. "Isn't this just a deer track?" Elena said seriously. "It might look like one, but it's not. This is a signature mark of a shadow." Steve stared intently at the footprint and asked, "A shadow?" Elena explained, "They are one of the elite elf scout teams in the deep forest. They bring together the very best. Most possess extraordinary innate tracking skills that no one can match. The ones I know from that group are terrifying." Steve pondered this and said, "Huh, but I've never heard of the name Shadow. If they're that elite, why aren't they famous among humans?" Elena frowned worriedly and replied, "Anyone who discovers the existence of the shadows never survives to return." He was at a loss for words. Elena glanced at him and warned, "If you fight them head-on, you'll definitely lose instantly. But if they intend to snipe from afar, you'll die without even knowing where you were shot from. Now that you know, you have to act fast and decisively." They both moved on. Elena kept observing the situation. Seeing her deep in thought, Steve asked, "What's wrong this time?" She felt something and said, "It's so strange." Elena frowned, sensing something in the air, and said, "I don't hear a single animal sound." Steve replied nonchalantly, "I don't feel anything strange." "What's so weird about that? In the deep forest in the dark like this, that's just normal, isn't it?" He secretly activated the animal easing skill, using it to listen to the surrounding forest. "Why am I being so weird I can't feel any movement at all?" Elena remained highly vigilant, looking ahead. "It seems someone is taunting us around here. We have to pin down their position." She thought anxiously, "Why don't they come closer? Why keep their distance? Why is it like this?" Just then, Elena closed her eyes and activated her skill, Descriptive Hostile Level 4. It detects enemies helping to grasp enemy information like location and timing of attacks. She suddenly opened her eyes, having discovered something. A warning blared in her head. Could the enemy be? A red aura surrounded her. She thought, it's way too obvious. Elena turned toward him and shouted, "Watch out, danger!" Suddenly, something flew past his shoulder, creating a large hole. Steve looked at his shoulder where he had been shot in pain. He fell to the ground. She lunged toward him. An arrow pierced a nearby tree. In a bush nearby, two figures stood silently in the shadows, looking at the two of them. Steve's eyes widened in pain as he looked at the large hole in his shoulder. Elena was worried and panicked. She called out to him, but he lay motionless on the ground. Suddenly, an arrow flew toward her feet, catching her off guard. She raised her hands. Jester and Isaac appeared. Jester spoke up. "Hello, Elena. Long time no see, huh?" Elena said angrily. "What on earth are you guys doing?" Isaac frowned and said, "You should be the one asking that to us." Jester smirked indifferently and said, "We're just patrolling. How dare you bring a human into our territory?" Elena gritted her teeth and cursed to herself, daring to cause trouble with a human in my patrol zone. Isaac drew his bow, his voice cold. "That's enough." Suddenly, Isaac's eyes widened in surprise as he looked ahead. With a cold, stern face, he scolded, "What a bunch of shameless people. Elena, do you know what a terrible crime you are committing?" Elena put her hand out to shield Steve, who was still lying on the ground. No, you guys don't know, do you?" Elena's gaze was firm. "This person has to go to Reggie. I'm just accompanying him there." Jester rummaged through Steve's bag, took out a necklace, and frowned. "Even so, you protect the treasure, but then you protect the thief who stole the relic. Humans really are disgusting." Jester stood up and looked at Elena. "Elena, you were once a shadow, too." She turned her head toward Jester in a panic, bewildered, and said, "How long have you been there?" Isaac's face was ice cold. "You've heard of that relic before, haven't you?" The three of them headed toward the elf village. Jester had Steve on his shoulder, one arm carrying Steve, who was still unconscious, and one hand on his hip. He said jokingly, "Elena, it's been a long time since you came back. You should be happy." Elena snapped, "Shut up!" Jester looked at Steve, confused, and said, "But what is this guy? He's been losing blood the whole way, but still isn't dead." Elena turned her head to look at Jester and said seriously, "If you realized that person's value, you'd change your attitude right away." Jester angrily scolded, "What did you say? Try talking like that. In front of the elders, or better yet, in front of your grandmother, and see what happens." Isaac spoke up annoyedly. "You two hurry up and stop. The elder is here." At that moment, Elder Bellanora suddenly appeared. "You two did well." Jester and Isaac stood behind her. She spoke, "And I'm so happy to see you again. Rilix will protect you, Elena." She just remained silent and said nothing. Then the elder looked toward Steve and asked, "And who is this man that Jester brought back?" He replied, "He is one of the thieves. That guardian's relic, he even used it to extort us. We found him in a village nearby. Just in case. We want to interrogate him." Hearing that, Bellanora looked suspicious. "A relic? But wasn't he already dead?" Looking at that wound of his, Jester replied, "To be honest, we aren't entirely sure about that. The arm that had been bleeding was slowly healing. By all rights, he should have died from the blood loss, yet his heart was still beating." Hearing this, she turned away. "Stop the bleeding and bring him into the cave. We'll decide what to do with him later. And Elena, come with me." Jester obeyed. "Yes, Elder." Elena followed with a downcast expression. As she said that, she led her into a room. Bellanora walked slowly. "The dungeon, Reggie, is a place we might no longer be able to control. Controlling the village is already our limit." Elena replied, "What, it's grown to that extent?" She explained, "The energy from the dungeon is radiating too strongly into nearby areas. A few days ago, an elf was dragged into the dark dungeon. We are in a place where even the shadows cannot control it anymore. The dungeon has properties that allow it to expand its territory. The village can only contain it for so long." She recounted tensely. "And during these difficult times, not only did you let the relic be taken, but you also joined forces with a human." Elena was confused, not knowing how to explain it. "What kind of human? Even you shouldn't take this situation lightly. Lady Olivia will also agree with you." Scene shift. At this moment on Steve's side, Motem urged him desperately, Hey, wake up!" Steve heard it and clutched his head in pain. Suddenly a sound echoed all around, "Kill, punish that human." Steve was startled. "Where am I?" Motem replied, "So you've finally woken up, huh? It recounted the entire situation while he was unconscious. I was able to heal your body, but I couldn't wake you up. I'll summarize what's happened so far, so listen carefully. Motem recounted, you could have died from that arrow. Even I might not have been able to save you, and you've only just recovered and returned from the dead about 4 days ago. Steve was surprised. 4 days. Then it continued. And this is the interrogation and execution ground of the elves for humans. A powerful voice echoed, silence, human, you may speak after you arrive at the dark forest. You stole the relic that Elena was guarding, is that right? Hearing this, Steve could only think, what happened to Elena? Motem replied, look to your right. Steve glanced over and was relieved. Oh, at least she's being treated better than me. It replied, I'm not so sure about that. Then he turned back, remembering that necklace. A relic. Could it be that necklace? Thinking that Steve spoke up. That's right. After he answered, everyone around him began to clamor, which made Steve apprehensive. What is it not something important to Elena? Bellanora stood above passing judgment. After that, you used that pendant to force Elena to follow you through the forest, didn't you? Continued, forest, did you not? Steve affirmed, that's right. She interrogated him further. What was your purpose in going to the forest? Were you trying to enslave my people? He denied it. No, my purpose was, Steve continued, to destroy the dungeons in this forest. Hearing this, Jester and Isaac were both astonished, while Elena still kept her head bowed in worry, not answering. Bellanora asked, if that's the case, then answer me, how many troops and supplies did you bring? And tell me their current location and what is your plan for them? She continued. What skill did you use to force them? Steve broke into a sweat and replied, I don't have anything like that. Hearing this, everyone around was shocked. Is he joking? He cleared the entire dungeon all by himself? Why should we believe a human's words? All humans are liars. Then Bellanora gave an order. Jester appeared facing Steve. Yes. He smiled confidently. Hey, human, you should tell us the truth while you have the chance, saying that he glared at him threateningly. This wasn't something elves usually did, but Steve was startled and took a defensive stance. Jester said, if we use human methods to beat you, then you'll confess, right? Let's see if you can endure until the end. After Jester landed a straight punch into Steve's stomach, he clutched his stomach in pain. Elder! Bellanora observed the two from the podium and spoke. Now then. She turned back and looked at Elena. I will begin questioning the accomplice, Elena. First, why didn't you call for help from the tribe when the treasure was stolen? While Jester was unilaterally attacking Steve, she continued the questioning. I mean, why did you obediently submit to the humans' threats like that, huh? Elena thought to herself, as soon as the guardian of the treasure announced that the relic had been stolen, that the whole tribe would have been held responsible for it. Even so, she still replied respectfully, because I thought that his destroying the dungeon would help our elf tribe. Elena recalled his techniques while narrating, whether it's bragging or not, he has destroyed 2 dungeons in a row. Bellanora gritted her teeth, her voice dropping as she glared at Elena. We are here to conquer the dungeon too. You know perfectly well how important an army is. Ignoring the kick Jester was raining down on his face, the elder continued. If what you say is true, it means you've witnessed every single one of his actions. Like that. Do you even know how many troops and how much supplies he's prepared? Steve, taking hit after hit while staring at Jester and gathering his strength, firmly retorted, no troops, no supplies, just 2 people, that's it. Suddenly a voice rang out. Elena's grandmother asked, I don't know what happened to you, but why? Are you trying to show pity for that guy? She hurriedly explained, It's not like that, my lady. Everything I said is the truth. Elena suddenly stopped, her gaze sharpening in one direction. Isaac spoke up in surprise. My lady. The watching elves were shocked, too. What is that? More and more people were amazed by what they saw, whispering in awe. He hasn't gone down yet. Motem appeared enveloping Steve and said, So what are you trying to show me? A human's fighting style. A skill window appeared. Reaction ability level 1. Proficiency is proportional to combat concentration and the point of contact, Steve said excitedly. All right, now let's keep fighting like this, no breaks. If you're not careful, you might be the one going down instead of me. Jester smirked and replied, Let's see then. Elena calmly explained to the elder, My lady, like I said earlier, that is exactly how he handles the dungeon. She continued while the 2 of them prepared to rush at each other. He can absorb power through the dungeon's objects and souls. Motem chatted with him. Even if it's a skill, isn't it a perfect match for you? Full of power. If it's an air bomb, I can end this fight with much less magic. Steve pondered, then added, if I deliberately cause trouble here, it won't be beneficial for me or for you either. Bellanora interrogated Elena. Do you even know what you're saying? Elena choosing that kind of power, isn't that completely irrational? You are going against the fundamental laws of this world. A voice rang out. My lady, it is, Isaac said seriously, offering a suggestion. If that's the case, then order them to release a monster. The elders were all shocked. Then Elena's grandmother asked, a monster? Isaac calmly said, if Elena's words are true, I can verify them right now. Isn't that right, Elena? She slowly replied, that's correct. Suddenly a loud shout broke out. Down in the arena, Jester was waving both hands in surrender, saying to Steve, all right, calm down. I'm actually really happy right now. He asked, puzzled, what are you trying to do? As he untied Steve's hands, he said, want to try a new move? Steve didn't understand and asked, what? As soon as he was untied, he was stunned by what appeared before his eyes. A gate was slowly opening, accompanied by loud roars. A giant monster stood across from Steve, making him nervous and worried. Me. While the monster was roaring, he realized, thinking to himself, an armored bear. I didn't know this species of monster had already been tamed. Elena's grandmother asked anxiously, how on earth are we supposed to deal with this thing? Isaac replied, isn't that going a bit too far? Not at all. If it's truly as Elena says, then this is nothing. Elder Bellanora solemnly announced, that human, prove your worth. Steve hesitated and whispered, right, the end goal is to win anyway. Even so, fighting that monster empty-handed is a bit... He reached out his hand and said to Motem, but look at my hand. Didn't your elf people cut it off? It must be because of the curse that the bracelet is still here. Motem replied, it just hid itself because you didn't want to see it. Steve was surprised and exclaimed, it has features like that too. Motem confirmed, yes, now get ready. He summoned a fireball and said, let's see. Even if my opponent is a beast with this power, I will win. Check this out. He launched the attack immediately, sending the fireball flying toward the opposite side. Several of his fireballs flew straight and struck the armored bear's arm. Immediately after the technique finished, Steve thought to himself, damn it, look at that ugly face. Motem agreed. I'll give you that. He continued to prepare for another attack. Then take this. A powerful gust of air erupted from his hand. Air bomb! A high-intensity blast of air rushed toward the beast's head. Even the monster itself was caught off guard by Steve's technique. Even after taking your hit, the armored bear is still standing tall in the arena. The spectators in the stands can't believe their eyes. After that terrifying shockwave bomb, what is going on? The monster shakes its head, trying to clear it after your blow. Steve thinks in shock, no way, even that didn't take it down. The beast roars and raises its claws, lunging at you. It slams down right where Steve was standing, but luckily you flew up into the air, bracing for a new move. Steve thinks to himself, all right, time for a counterattack. The armored bear gets struck by bolts of lightning. Isaac can't believe it, saying, is that even possible? Oh man, the way he uses magic? Jester is just as horrified. It makes no sense. He doesn't have any equipment, yet he can use magic. How? Down in the arena, the monster is charred black after the hit. It grumbles in pain. The elders watching are all stunned by your power. Elena keeps her eyes fixed on the arena, watching the armored bear with hope. Staring at your own wounded body, Morton warns you, your body needs to recover. Your mana is fading. If you keep this up, it's going to be extremely dangerous. Steve calmly replies, I know, it looks like I'm just about out of mana. You continue sounding confident, but that should be enough. Let's do this. Steve dashes toward the armored bear. As it swipes with its claws, you quickly dodge its deadly blow. Suddenly, sharp gusts of wind appear right behind the monster. Faster than lightning, Steve jumps up from behind it, seizing the moment. You launch a move that shocks the beast, a fireball. Steve's powerful flames hit it directly. Even though it just took the hit, it keeps its mouth wide open as if trying to swallow you whole. Suddenly, Steve uses his bare hands to hold its mouth and tongue open. While pulling the tongue out, you say, so what's inside? Steve laughs menacingly. Is just as hard to conquer as the outside, huh? Your final move ends the match and destroys it. Jester and Isaac are terrified and in disbelief. No way, this is impossible. The elves around them can't believe it either. Bellanora stammers in fear. This is heresy. No, he's a monster. This goes against the laws of nature. Bellanora strictly insists, please control yourselves. She asks herself, what other choice do we even have? This is the last chance we have. There's no one else left. Elena's grandmother looks pale, ashamed, and covers her face, saying, I am sorry for not trusting you. Elena slowly asks, what's the next plan? Her grandmother says anxiously, what else is there? We have no other choice. The elder Bellanora asks seriously, Human, what is your name? You calmly answer, Steve Atelier. She continues, Atelier, to fulfill the assigned duty, you risked your life to prove your ability. But first, let me ask you one thing. Why did you steal Elena's holy artifact in the first place? Steve quickly explains, I didn't even know it was a holy artifact, and I had no intention of stealing it from her. The elder stares at you and announces, if you truly want to challenge the Bloodwood, we won't stop you. However, I will not. Provide you with any essential supplies. Morton narrates as Steve is left speechless. She really hates you. Elena insists, I will go with him. Her grandmother immediately blocks her, I don't allow it. She analyzes the situation. You can't understand. The Bloodwood is on a completely different level compared to the dungeons. Elena keeps trying, even if he's skilled, to send him there alone like that. Bellanora cuts her off. You only talk about the benefit of the people, but you still have to take responsibility for losing the holy artifact. She continues to announce to you, I really don't want to tell you this, but she cannot go with you. Morton exposes the truth. Simply put, they don't want to send high-ranking elves into dangerous dungeons. They're much smarter than the dwarves. Steve resists, understanding, anyway, I can't say I don't get it. He realizes it's useless to try and persuade them. You're still being stubborn, Elena. But suddenly Steve's voice rings out, just stay here. Elena asks, confused, what? You calmly remind her, did you forget? My artifact gets stronger every time I clear a dungeon. You point at her and, I confirm I'm much stronger than the first time you met me. Don't worry, I'm not as weak as you elves think. Besides, I don't want to die yet anyway. Bellanora orders, Jester return his weapons and gear. Do you need any support? You reply, a miracle potion would be even better. She agrees immediately. We'll leave that to us. At the forest where the Bloodwood resides, a loud voice is commanding, don't let it cross the border, Nazia. While drawing her bow and commanding, block it, the arrows pierce through and tear apart the monster's tentacles. An elf asks anxiously in a loud voice, how much longer until reinforcements arrive? Suddenly a warning voice shouts, Commander, watch out! He screams in shock and surprise as he gets grabbed by the tentacles. The rest of them scream in fear, Commander Nazia! The monster keeps appearing. Smaller tentacles try to squeeze Nazia's entire body. Suddenly a sound rings out, destroying all the tentacles surrounding her. Nazia fireball. An elf cheers happily. Reinforcements are here. The others are also overjoyed. Reinforcements, finally we can rest. They are suddenly surprised to see Steve following Jester as they arrive. Why is it a human? Nazia is shocked and wonders, what is going on? How did he get here? This area is very deep and dangerous, Isaac said in a stern, booming voice. This is your final warning. I will chop off the hands and feet of anyone who crosses me. How dare you lay a hand on this human? Nazi, sounding confused, asked the Jester why their reinforcements were working with a human and that kind of magic. The Jester sighed and replied, I don't know either, it's puzzling, but he continued, the Elder says he might be our only last hope. Steve turned, waved his hand in farewell, and said, I'm heading in. Inside Elena's warm, sun-drenched room, the elves couldn't understand why she was stopping her daughter, and she raised her voice, questioning her further. Madam, your mother, she said, chin in her hand, looking solemn. You think I'd just let you go to the blood dungeon? Absolutely not. Reminiscing, she explained, do you know what I have left after losing your brother and sister-in-law at the blood dungeon? It's you. My only granddaughter, she replied sadly, as Elena thought of the innocent elves fighting and dying, saying, if our front line falls, not only will all the elves face extinction, but the entire forest will become a dungeon. She let out a sharp breath, curious, if we want to utilize all of Steve's power, Atelier, shouldn't we be supporting him as best we can? The grandmother replied as if she understood, and you think you are the perfect choice. Holding her aching cheek, she tried to speak. Stop lying to yourself. Ken is dead, and the blood dungeon won't bring him back. Elena, heartbroken, wondered to herself, am I lying to myself? A voice stopped them both. It was Elder Bellanora stepping in. Now is not the time for bickering. We must always be prepared for the worst-case scenario, and this is no exception. She analyzed the situation grimly. No matter how strong that person is, We will still be in trouble if he fails. We need a perfect plan. Elena's grandmother hesitated. A contingency plan? Surely you don't mean... again? To Elena's surprise, the elder remained calm and said, "This time I will go." She bowed her head sadly, saying, "Even if I'm nothing compared to Ken, at least it will put the elves' minds at ease." Steve's footsteps crunched on the scattered bones as he made his way into the dungeon. "Damn," Motem exclaimed, "this dungeon is terrifying even from the entrance." Steve agreed as they walked deeper inside. "Yeah, I can even taste the blood in the air. Worse than our first dungeon, huh?" Steve asked curiously. "Hey, do you know anything about the plants in this dungeon?" It replied indifferently. "I don't even remember these things existing." Although it didn't recall, Motem still warned, they must be very special in this blood dungeon. "Don't touch anything. Let's keep moving." It warned repeatedly, "If you die from their poison, we'll be separated in this dungeon soon enough." Covering his nose as if he couldn't stand the smell of blood, he replied, "I know, but I don't want to explore such a horrific dungeon like this either." Motem, unsatisfied, kept warning him. "Is this where you intend to end it all? I thought you had some kind of plan when you decided to dive headfirst into this. And that pathfinding skill? Didn't it work in the first dungeon too?" Steve looked at the chaotic scene before him and answered confidently, "I can use them in wood-type dungeons. I've already cleared one. And we've arrived at the right spot. You think I came here without a plan? Do you know how much experience I have?" Steve drew his sword and continued explaining why the roots had spread all the way here. "It's because it's sitting on an underground river." He stabbed his sword hard into the tangled roots. "Do you know the long-term effects of an underground river, Motem?" The roots under Steve's feet were severed just as he predicted. Beneath them was a sinkhole. Steve landed in the sinkhole and said, "And look, what did I tell you?" The sight before him left him confused. Before Steve was an underground river with massive roots growing along both sides and strange sacks hanging down. He thought to himself, they look familiar. The water in the river. It had been warped into a different color and stank. Steve thought to himself, this smell. It can't be. Inside the sacks hanging from the massive roots were people. They had been completely drained, looking as if they had died of dehydration. Instinctively, Steve moved closer to inspect the strange sacks. He said, based on the foul stench rising in the room, "Everything inside these bags is..." Steve cast his skill, Passive Auto-Reflect Level 1. With a small probability, it could speed up reaction time when attacked. Steve used his sword to cut open those sacks. Then he angrily addressed the master of this cruel place. "You won't let me ruin your meal, will you? And I don't intend to let you make an easy meal out of me either." Suddenly, something reached out toward Steve. The people inside the bags were rescued, but it looked like they needed a moment to wake up. Steve approached one of them and called out, "Hey, wake up!" The person seemed to come to. Steve exclaimed, "Oh, hey there. Do you know where you are?" The person who just woke up was still panicked and shouted, "Blood! The Bloodwood dungeon! Why is a human here? We're all going to die." Steve didn't hold back. He slapped the guy across the cheek and snapped, "Shut your mouth and calm down. You're not dead yet, so what are you so afraid of? Don't tremble over a few twigs." After taking Steve's slap, the guy was still dazed. Steve calmly pulled out a scroll and continued, "Take this. It's a return scroll. Once everyone wakes up, use it to get everyone out. I have to go now." The guy quickly regained his senses, acting as if he were afraid Steve would vanish. He grabbed Steve's shirt and urgently said, "Wait, we have to save him." Steve looked at him confused. "What are you talking about? I checked all the bags." The guy quickly cut Steve off, insisting, "No, there's one more person." The guy continued breathlessly. "He's the reason we're still alive. I can't leave unless he comes with us." Steve asked, still bewildered. "Huh? Who?" The guy replied, "Kendra Noah." Cut to Renoir's location. He was weakly opening his eyes. Renoir was different from the others. He was being held in a separate place, his entire body pinned down by roots. Hearing a strange noise, Renoir thought to himself, "Haven't they had enough? They still want to take artifacts from me? They've crossed the line now. I can't give them any more, even if I wanted to." Just then, Steve, carrying the guy who had just woken up on his back, quickly found Renoir. The guy shouted joyfully, "Master Renoir!" Then he went slack when he saw the man covered in thick roots. "Good God!" Steve exclaimed upon seeing it. "Damn, that looks painful." Steve said to the guy on his back, "Get down for a second." Steve decisively dropped him to the ground and lunged toward Renoir. This might hurt a little. The guy was tossed to the ground and yelled in pain at Steve. You brute! Be careful with... Before he could finish, Steve had already successfully finished the rescue. Renoir, take him and get out of here. If you have time to talk, focus on saving him, Steve cautioned, and use magic to heal him. Not a potion. Using the potion will only make him worse. Seeing the guy standing there frozen, Steve urged, hurry up, the others are probably awake by now. The guy carried Renoir away and didn't forget to thank Steve. Thank you, and thanks for the return scroll, too. After Renoir was carried off, Steve asked, Motem Renoir. He's the one I was thinking of, isn't he? Motem replied, who else could it be? Thinking about the sight of that guy weakly carrying Renoir away. Motem wasn't at ease and continued, regardless, is it safe to send him out alone like that? I assume he has a return scroll too, Steve asserted. True, but he won't attack if he goes back with the others. Motem was skeptical. Are you sure? Steve answered confidently. I'm sure, I can feel it. The master of this dungeon is behind that wall, and it's dying to meet me. So annoying. Steve then used a shockwave skill shattering the wall. Steve stepped inside and said, Bloodwood. Maybe that's why they call it that. The bloodwood was indeed a tree. In the center of the trunk was an object shaped like a human. Not only did it reek of blood, but it was actually using blood for nutrients. Beyond imagination. Steve said, I didn't think any tree this terrifying could exist. The object let out a frightening growl. Steve asked Motem tensely, do you have any info on this species of tree? Motem replied, it's a subspecies of tree found in the world. It might be similar to the ones growing above the dungeon. Steve lunged toward the bloodwood, ready to attack. Motem continued. It's clinging so tightly to the artifact that I can't clearly see what it is. Right now it's just something disgusting. Steve agreed with Motem as he ran. Then let's call it that, the disgusting thing. Having said that, Steve used his shockwave skill. Suddenly it moved. Steve realized the mass of roots wasn't inanimate. They're sentient. The tangled roots could be used for defense. They were unbreakable. Steve landed and unleashed the next technique. Take this fireball. The bloodwood was hit instantly. Steve panicked. What? A blood hand. The roots formed a wall to protect the bloodwood from Steve's attack. He broke into a cold sweat. This thing is too strong. None of my attacks are getting through. Even using lightning doesn't work because it's a tree. Motem agreed. That makes sense. The bloodwood smirked in defiance. Motem continued, the master of this dungeon must be at the top of the forest's food chain for centuries. Taking this thing down won't be easy. Even Master Renoir was defeated by the bloodwood once, so this is definitely not something to take lightly, Motem continued. And let's see, this definitely isn't the first time this thing has captured such a powerful mage and drained their energy, although you don't seem to care. Steve used his sword to attack the blood hand continuously. It's this strong, so it's not surprising. Was that person a mage? The bloodwood began to counterattack, and Steve realized, man, maybe that's why these roots are so strong. Steve struggled to hold off the powerful counterattack from the bloodwood. He clicked his tongue. Damn it, even with the help of my passive skills, the bloodwood is too strong. Steve couldn't resist anymore. I'm still in danger with this thing. No sooner said than done, a silhouette of Steve appeared pierced by sharp thorns. Steve used his sword to repeatedly attack the bloodwood. Was that person a mage? Their clothes were torn to shreds, yet his fighting spirit never wavered. Steve thought, the only things I'm fighting in this dungeon are trees, so I can't absorb any proper energy. With that thought, he pulled a glass vial containing some kind of liquid from his back pouch. Steve popped the lid and drank it. I have to conserve energy to heal my wounds. The bloodwood seemed startled. Steve curled his lip and said, "Don't get cocky. You're nothing but a lump of energy." Steve realized the disgusting thing was smiling. He was stunned. It's smiling? No way, that bastard! Steve pieced the events together from the unnaturally large roots that ignored the basic instincts of a dungeon keeper to protect the dungeon. Its influence far surpassed that of a normal dungeon. To the strange giant sacks, there wasn't a single monster left in this place. Apart from the carnivorous plants, it could even adapt itself to catch prey, keeping and maintaining a long-term nutrient source. Could it be an ego? It sounded a bit ridiculous. The bloodwood was still smiling in a creepy way, and Steve felt, damn it. The longer he observed, the more terrifying it seemed. It succeeded in provoking Steve. He used his gale technique, and the vines binding his hands completely snapped. Angry, are you? How dare a lowly monster like you mock me? Steve broke free, determined, and said, "Come at me then. I will kill you as if it were the last thing I ever do." The bloodwood constantly swarmed Steve without pause. Steve unleashed a gale that automatically deflected the attacks. Steve hung his head, his expression unclear, standing amidst the giant roots. He said, "Look at that. I bet I can really piss these trees off. If I wrap these giant vine circuits around like this, I'll have enough room to counterattack." Steve scoffed. "Right, but if you intend to cut them into smaller, thinner branches, it's going to be very painful." The bloodwood ground its teeth with a harsh screech as if exuding rage. Steve continued his assault. "To be honest, there's something I wanted to try with Iron Might, but I couldn't. Because there were so many people watching me, maybe here I can finally do it." Steve activated his combined skill. Excavation had been activated. The technique was unleashed, but it was like an earthquake tearing apart all of the bloodwood's seemingly solid roots. It gritted its teeth in agony. Steve covered his eyes. "This is too hot." The bloodwood couldn't fight back. Modem urged, "While there's an opening, shoot as much as you can, don't stop." Steve immediately attacked. Motem urgently reminded him that won't completely neutralize it. Steve jumped up, deciding to strike. "I know a few seconds of paralysis is more than enough." Modem continued to disagree. "You're too conceited. Any ideas?" Steve grasped the bloodwood's weak point and continued, "Look closely." Its entire body was made of many large, strong tree circuits, but there must be one place it especially needed to protect. Steve confronted the bloodwood head-on and threw a punch. He smiled smugly, still having fun. It opened its mouth and clamped down on Steve's fist. He criticized it. Why would something without a proper face have this? He was furious. "Time to end this, you damn tree." Steve used the prime energy technique. Motem spoke up again as he saw Steve still being bitten. "Prime energy alone isn't enough." "Can you do more?" Steve replied, "Of course." He was in pain, but at that moment Zero's face appeared as if urging Steve on. "I won't allow anyone to mock me." Steve, determined, poured all his strength in and shouted, "Even if I have to die one more time, Cannibal Fist." Steve used the Cannibal Fist technique to absorb all the energy within a cursed object and boost a skill, strengthening the active skill. Fireball. Hellfire unleashed extremely hot firepower, burning the target to a crisp. The Hellfire was unleashed, and this time it was the most powerful one yet. Elsewhere outside the dungeon, Bellanora asked, "What is the current situation inside the dungeon? Is that guy dead or alive?" Captain Nausea respectfully replied, "We cannot be certain of the truth at this moment. He went in there quite a while ago." "But we still haven't seen any movement." Bellanora was disappointed. "Just as I thought." She continued to walk past. The bloodwood was at its limit. "Now it's my turn to suppress it." Nausea blocked her immediately. "You cannot do that." "Bellanora," Nausea pleaded, "you shouldn't act so recklessly." Just then a group of people emerged from the dungeon, led by someone carrying someone on his back. "Noah Special Ops Unit, draw your bows." The group of strangers attacked. Captain Nausea ordered, "Don't fire, lower your bows." Jester was terrified, unable to believe his eyes, and said, "Captain Nausea, those people, they're the missing elves." Bellanora and Elena were stunned and shocked. Elena also looked very worried. "Take them to a safe place." Captain Nausea trembled. "He's still alive, my lord." Noah saw Renoir lying motionless on the ground. Elena ran toward Lord Renoir, screaming, "Father!" "Captain." Nausea couldn't be sure. "The elder, perhaps that guy." Nausea continued, "He actually succeeded." Lord Renoir looked at them both weakly. Lady Elena, Bellanora, and Elena couldn't hold back their tears, emotionally telling everyone that they were going to be okay. "I can finally rest easy now." Just then, the man who carried Lord Renoir out of the dungeon rushed over, panicked, and reported, "Captain Nausea, I know this is overstepping, but please send a special ops team into the dungeon." Captain Nausea asked uncertainly, "What?" The man continued, spilling it all out. "That stranger is in there all alone, and he saved us. He even saved Lord Renoir." He knelt down urgently. "I beg you, Captain, save our benefactor. We even got the return scroll from him, but no matter how strong he is, a regular human like him can't possibly survive out there. I'm begging you, please save him." At that moment, a massive noise erupted from the dungeon entrance, and everyone's attention snapped toward it. One of them screamed, "What?" Lady Bellanora panicked. "Nausea, he's a human, we have to save him." Without wasting a second to think, Captain Nausea commanded, "Jester Aida, we're going in immediately." At the same time, Steve, currently being healed in the safe zone of the dungeon, stepped out calmly and asked, "Motem, is my left hand healed yet?" Steve was nonchalant. "Why is it taking so long?" Motem was exasperated with him. "What on earth did you do to your hand to make it take this long to heal?" Captain Nausea was the first to notice the movement. "A human. He's back." Steve, clueless about what was going on, let out an innocent, "Huh!" The people he saved saw he had returned safely and jumped for joy. "He's our benefactor. The blood seal has been broken. A human saved us. The blood seal has been destroyed." Everyone was safe and they cheered in delight. "We're free." At this moment, Banstock said to Zero, the third prince of King Benezia, "It's been a long time. You shouldn't be near the northern border. You need to leave as soon as the soldiers arrive." But Zero brushed off Banstock's warning. "Wait a minute, Banstock. I need you to stay here and handle something for me." Banstock looked surprised and a bit confused, giving a short, respectful, "Yes, sir." Zero handed Banstock a letter that looked very serious. "Take a look at this." After the letter was in Banstock's hands, as he curiously opened it to read, Zero told him, "A new dungeon. A spy sent to the Gendian kingdom. Happened to find it and sent this letter to me." Hearing the whole thing, Banstock still didn't seem to grasp the full picture of Zero's intentions, hesitantly asking, "Then, what is it you want me to do?" Zero seemed to have been waiting for that, answering with a serious expression. "Pick a few members from your special ops team and go retrieve this holy artifact immediately. Technically, this dungeon is on Gendian territory, so there's a good chance of causing international tension, so be extremely careful and do not get caught." Banstock finally understood what Zero was trying to convey and replied, "I understand." With the aura of a prince, he mounted his horse and told Banstock, "I will head to the northern border first. Meet me there when you're done. There." Banstock bowed his head to receive the prince's orders. "Yes, my lord." Scene change. Steve and Elena were walking together through the forest. Neither of them said a word. The atmosphere felt a bit stifling. To break the uncomfortable silence, he spoke up first. "Hey, you know I'm not trying to discriminate or anything, but isn't it dangerous to enter a human village looking like that? Your ears and that mark on your face?" Elena looked a little startled, but quickly replied, "Don't worry, as long as I have this mark. To others, I just look like a normal person, even if it's meaningless to those who already know my identity." Steve heard this, and a flurry of questions popped into his head. Are these some kind of elven secret arts? Anyway, I shouldn't be too surprised. They can even predict the paths and the movements of a dungeon. Those thoughts suddenly flashed through his mind, making Steve recall the words that Renoir had explained about the secrets of the elves. Some elves are very sensitive to energy sources, just like our Renoir family who can see the flow of energy. He continued, "Sometimes energy concentrates at a certain point, energy so thick that we can't even look straight at it." Renoir added, "That is when a dungeon is born." He asked, confused, "So you mean a dungeon just formed?" Renoir replied, "Correct." Motem, being a busybody, chimed into the conversation. "At least no one else will get in our way there." He replied, "It won't be for long. We have to destroy it quickly before anyone else finds out about this." At this moment, he was brought back to reality by Elena. "Steve, when we go, I'm coming with you." Hearing Elena's question, Steve replied, looking confused and a bit surprised, "Huh." Then a thought crossed his mind. She's so old-fashioned. Who goes around paying off debts for their village like that? Steve put on an arrogant face, feeling a bit annoyed. Motem, seemingly wanting to help him stop worrying, said, "I mean, an elf's abilities are actually quite useful, aren't they?" Steve considered Elena's combat skills. Perhaps it was because she was used to long-range combat, but she was quite impressive. She had the agility of an elf, had excellent archery skills, and she could even predict dungeons. Elena cut through his thoughts with a question, acting rather cautious. "Is there something in this direction?" Steve replied, "There's a small village ahead. We'll go there and rest before traveling for another week." As soon as he finished speaking, the village appeared before their eyes. "It looks so grand, doesn't look like a small village at all," you said to Elena. "I think I see it now. Stay right behind me even if you do look like a human. People would still notice her actions." Motem cut into the conversation again, asking a question that left Steve completely stunned. "You're not being too overconfident, are you? Did you forget about your reward?" He replied, "Huh. You really think that picture is of me? I'm not wearing that outfit anymore." His answer left Motem in doubt. "Looks like I still don't fully understand humans." Upon reaching the village gate, they were stopped by guards who demanded, "What's your name?" Steve replied, "Brian Gosling." Hearing that, Elena couldn't hide her confusion. The guard quickly asked about Elena. "And who is this woman with you? What's her name?" Elena hesitated for a second. Elena. Elena Gray. The guard looked a bit puzzled, but quickly responded, "Huh, don't lose your pass." He handed the pass to Steve and didn't forget to say, "Have a good day." After passing through the gate, they entered the village. You seemed very pleased with her answer earlier and didn't forget to compliment Elena. Not bad. Contrary to your smug expression, Elena seemed a bit worried and asked you, "Steve, I have a question." Steve replied, "Huh, what is it?" Just waiting for that, Elena asked why you lied about your name. Your question caught him completely off guard. Motem, ever the sharp one, chimed in, "You're only realizing it now, you idiot. You never told her you were a wanted man." Hearing Motem, his attitude did a 180-degree turn. "Damn it, I forgot," Steve said. "Well, let's head inside. I'll tell you everything." Inside a tavern, after hearing the whole story from Steve, Elena was furious and shouted, "You liar!" Steve immediately said, "No, that's not what I meant." Then the two fell into a silence. Neither said a word to the other. Unlike the bustling atmosphere inside the tavern, Steve sighed. "Your voice is a bit louder than it was back in the forest." Elena apologized slightly. You continued, "You should get used to this." "Maybe so," saying that you pushed a beer glass toward Elena. "I'll have to be like this for a while, so give it a try." Elena didn't pay attention to your words, focusing more on the glass of beer. Curiosity pushed her, "Just try drinking it." So Elena picked up the beer and gulped it down heartily, but she quickly paid the price for her action. She immediately spat out the mouthful of beer. "The aftertaste is so bitter my throat feels like it's burning, like I just drank dirty water." Seeing her reaction, Steve thought, "Does she not like it?" Motem offered advice again. "I knew it. I truly don't understand how humans can drink this stuff." Steve sighed. "All right, let's get to the main point." After a while, having calmed down to tell the story, he concluded with, "That's the reason why I came here." Elena seemed to understand everything clearly and timidly asked him, "So you're even getting rewarded because of him?" You replied to Elena, I think so. That's for personal reasons, so you can head back to the forest if you don't want to help." Elena didn't argue with what he said, thinking, "Your thirst for revenge is justified." After saying that, she remembered the first time they met when Steve said, "I truly regret letting you see that. I'm not the type of person you think I am. I had to become a madman or a hypocrite to stop you." Elena guessed. That was what he meant during their first meeting. Then she spoke up. "And you even saved all my people from the brink of extinction in the name of Renoa. I will repay that debt until it's enough." The others agreed with him. Hearing that, Steve let out a long sigh. He couldn't refuse people who were so determined. Without finishing her thoughts, Elena continued, "But taking revenge on the king isn't a small matter regardless of whether you can do it or not. Furthermore, what's with that ring?" You suddenly told Elena, "Wait quiet." It turned out you were eavesdropping on the people at the next table. You heard that soldiers were flooding every road in the kingdom. The person sitting with him continued, It's because there are a lot of robbers here. They only steal cargo, but it could easily be a person. Everyone says they let their guard down, and when they wake up, they find everything gone. What they tried so hard. You should be careful, too." After listening, Elena told you that it would be a big problem. Soldiers would be patrolling every road, and we can't foresee what is lurking in the forest. What will you do, Steve? Hearing that, you couldn't immediately think of what to do next, feeling like a tangled mess. You replied indifferently, There's an announcement outside for the citizens if anyone needs to buy supplies. Gather here," a soldier announced. "As everyone knows, one of the important trade routes has recently encountered a serious incident," and continued. "Soldiers have been sent to handle the issue, but it will take some time to resolve it completely. Therefore, merchants who have hired help should stick with those who don't. Form groups with those who have the same schedule and destination." After hearing the announcement, you felt like you had caught an opportunity, a triumphant look on your face. Thinking to yourself that this would be your chance, let's see who is suitable. As soon as you thought that you went to work immediately, you quickly went to chat with a man. "Excuse me, may I ask where you are heading?" The young man replied, "We intend to travel along the road to the center of the Genia kingdom. Are you going there too?" Steve excitedly replied, "Yes, would you mind if I joined you?" He seemed a bit hesitant, saying to Steve, "To be honest, I've already teamed up with someone else." Ask him he is Fakwa Fish, a famous merchant. Seeing that merchant, Steve sighed wearily, thinking, man, a miserable man. After pouring his heart out, Fakwa angrily said, what I thought I told you already. I only accept your team, no more, no less. The man scratched his head, smiling shyly. Everyone was watching, and, sir, you know, Mr. Fakwa asked you, are you an adventurer? Steve replied, yes, at least. After a moment of contemplation, Fakwa agreed and turned to walk ahead. I assume you can protect yourself. Don't be late. He gave a thumbs up to signal everything was fine and said, let's go ride in my carriage. Steve thought to himself, it was easier than I thought. They departed early. The sun lit up the lush green forest. Everything is smooth, let's go. Just hop on the carriage with me, Steve thought to himself. It was easier than they had expected. They set off early as sunlight illuminated the lush green forest. On the way, the man started a conversation. He said he was an adventurer and didn't know what you specifically did, since he didn't mind him hitching a ride. Steve replied sincerely. We explored dungeons. We live by trading rare items found in dungeons. Hearing that, he smiled. Ah, I understand. No wonder I wanted to help. I also wanted to become an adventurer. Then the man scratched his head and told his story, but I took an arrow to the knee by a goblin when I was young. So Steve replied, goblins are very scary when they travel in groups. Elena kept a vigilant eye around. Before that, Steve had instructed Elena, between the two of us, you are the one who can detect danger the fastest. I suspect that something happened on the first day, but can you notice if there is anything unusual? She nodded in agreement. Certainly. Leave it to me. By nightfall, next to the campfire, the scent of grilled meat wafted all around. Steve and Elena sat by the fire while the others in the group were scattered around resting. Some were warming themselves, some were organizing weapons. Elena spoke up. It seems there's nothing unusual yet. Steve replied, true, I hope everything goes as smoothly as this. Just as he finished speaking, someone in the group collapsed, startling the two of them. Steve was panicked. What did you smell something? And his body started to sway. What is going on? Elena frowned, thinking, the sedative powder, it has already spread. At this rate, we'll die. She immediately jumped high to avoid the area affected by the sedative powder. From the tree, she saw a group of people approaching. She thought to herself, are they assassins? One of the strangers cursed, damn it! Why do they have so many mercenaries? Bernard looked at the sparkling badge on Fakwa's person and said, look, everything that guy owns will surely fetch a fortune. He turned and asked, boss, should we take it all? The leader replied no. Looking at Fakwa, who was fast asleep, the person said, I'm only targeting that pig. Then he reached out and took a roasted meat leg from the fire. The person instructed, don't touch the others. The underlings replied, yes, sir. It turned out the leader of this group was Gareth. He took a delicious bite of the meat and gave orders to his underlings. And as always, take all the medicine you can get your hands on. We can't leave anyone alive, the henchman shouted clearly. Just as they turned to strike, Bernard hesitated, asking, my lord, I think there's a problem. Gareth noticed, looking slightly surprised. What is it? Why is he still moving? Steve trembled, struggling to stay upright and keep from passing out. Gareth ordered, take him down. Gareth's henchman lunged forward immediately. Furious and trembling with rage, Steve gritted his teeth in indignation, raising his hand to block the first blow from the attacker. Dodging as if by instinct, Steve growled, using magic to steal, and you have the nerve to hurt people too. With that, he slammed a fist into the guy's face, sending the first attacker flying. Bernard swung his fist and lunged from behind his eyes, cold and sharp. All right, let's see. Steve spun around, punched Bernard square in the face, and roared, how dare you fight me? The punch made Bernard spit blood and knock out cold instantly. Having downed the first two, Steve panted heavily. Is that it? As he watched the first two men drop. The ones behind stood frozen in shock and fear. One stuttered, what, the spell is still in effect? It was Steve's passive skill level 1 magic reflection. All harmful spell effects on the user are reduced by 20%. Exhausted and gasping for breath, Steve whispered to Motem, that wasn't too bad. Ooh, this is one of the new skills I gained from the Bloodwood. This is what I got after leveling up, Steve thought. Motem replied, it doesn't exactly have a physical form, but our bond has grown stronger, which also means you are becoming a superhuman. Steve glared at it. I don't like the sound of that one bit. That's my line, it snapped. Seeing they couldn't win, the henchmen called out to their leader, My lord, you handle him. Gareth was taken aback. Someone who can actually resist this stuff. I didn't even think he could. What's going on? Sail. The shorter sorcerer was trembling while casting spells, replying, My skills aren't working. He's the one with the problem. The failed plan left Gareth frustrated. He asked, Hey, who are you? Why aren't you affected by the spell? Are you a mercenary? We're leaving as soon as we grab the valuables. Don't make things more complicated. Steve repeated his words back to him. Don't make things more complicated. Then he shot back, If it were you, would you just let this slide? Gareth chuckled dryly. Fair point. He sighed. Then it's time we put an end to this. His body suddenly vanished from the spot, as if melting into thin air. Steve was caught off guard, unaware the enemy had closed in until Gareth suddenly reappeared out of nowhere. He landed a kick that sent Steve skidding several feet across the dirt. Steve gritted his teeth in pain and scrambled to his feet, thinking, This guy! He kept flickering in and out of the thin mist. The opponent didn't give him much time. His body began to fade again. Steve spoke up, unaware of the approaching danger. What are you planning? Before he could finish, a heavy kick struck him straight in the face. He collapsed and passed out. Seeing his target unconscious, Gareth let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, he's tough. He resisted Sail's magic and still had enough energy to fight back. He's no weakling. Sail, already exhausted, urged, Hurry up, stop complaining. Gareth laughed. I didn't realize he was this strong. There's one more thing I want to do. Sail was surprised. You want more? Gareth ordered his men. Look at him. Take him with us. The henchmen were stunned. What? Sail tried to protest. But my lord, my base will... Gareth cut him off. Come on, hurry up, before Sail could pass out. High up in the trees, Elena witnessed it all. She whispered in concern. He really did disappear for a moment. She watched Gareth chatting away below. Elena wondered if he was really just a common thief and why he kept talking about an atelier. Seeing Steve being hoisted onto a henchman's shoulder, she made a silent decision. I'll have to follow them then. Deep in the dark, cold forest at night, Motem grumbled, Didn't you pass out from lack of oxygen? You have me now. You're always dropping your guard against normal people, Steve argued helplessly. Well, what was I supposed to do against someone who just vanishes? I was a sitting duck. I couldn't do much when someone suddenly decides to cast some spell. Motem sighed and complained, I don't think you know what fighting is like. Steve grew annoyed. Why don't you actually show up and fight instead of just sitting there talking? A glass of hot water was placed on the table. Someone asked, What are you muttering about? Steve snapped, Hey, don't lower your guard just because we're in a tent. The other replied, Oh, come on, aren't you being a bit too paranoid? A hand reached out. Sorry, but that's not what I wanted to hear. Let me introduce myself. He offered his hand in good faith. My name is Gareth. Join my crew. Gareth introduced himself seriously. Let me introduce myself. I'm Gareth. I'm a patriot and I truly love this kingdom. I'm a wicked leader who serves the people. Steve thought irritably, A patriot of a ridiculous country like Vencia, he replied coldly, and I'm Brian. And Gareth kept his inviting posture and laughed heartily. It seems the more I talk, the less interested you become. Let me be straight with you. He sincerely invited him to join his team. His henchmen shouted, My lord, Steve refused. Do you think I'm stupid? Why would I join a band of villains to become the king of thieves or something? Gareth frowned, unamused, and corrected him. Watch your mouth. We are a group that operates publicly outside the law. We don't rob all merchants, only the corrupt ones, and we give it back to the people. Steve didn't budge. Robbery is still robbery. Bernard stepped forward and asked, Do we really need to recruit him if he doesn't want to join? Bernard approached and asked, Is it really necessary to recruit him even if he doesn't want to come? Of course, Lord Gareth replied. My intuition never misses. He gave an example. Bernard, you were just a beggar we picked up on the road, and look at you now, you've become an incredible operative. Bernard the masked henchman felt a bit uneasy about his leader's choice of words. My lord, what do you mean by beggar? Gareth looked over at Sail, the short-hooded mage. And our shy Sail, you taught yourself magic, and now you've become a brilliant sorcerer. He slammed his hand on the table and asked, And who made all of that possible? His henchman replied, You did, my lord. Gareth laughed joyfully. Exactly, I am the one who finds the gems. Before he could finish, an arrow whizzed past his ear. Feeling a sharp sting as blood began to trickle down, he panicked. Inside the camp, his men started shouting as 2 more arrows flew in, extinguishing the torches. One henchman screamed, "My lord, it's an ambush!" From the darkness, a voice spoke up. "Security is pretty lax, isn't it? You people think you can just rob places like this?" Gareth's group panicked, shouting over each other. "Who's there?" The same person from the shadows replied, "I don't know," as arrows fired from every direction. Steve smiled to himself. Just then, Elena sensed something was wrong. Gareth jumped up anxiously, ordering his men to check their wounds, but then he heard a chair topple over. Steve had used the chaos to slip away. Gareth spun around. You had backup." High up in the trees, Elena signaled, "This way, Gosling." Seeing her jump down from the branches, Steve asked, "There were so many soldiers there. Did you take care of them?" Elena replied, "I handled it." She added, "They'll be out of commission for a while." Steve looked at the bodies and muttered, "Poor bastards." The 2 of them ran for a bit, just as they thought they had finally shaken their pursuers. Unexpectedly, Gareth had been tailing them closely the whole time. He barked, "Hey!" panting heavily from exhaustion. "You guys are fast." Steve sighed. "Seriously, you should have been able to leave us in the dust by now." Elena was also puzzled. "We took the fastest route possible. How did he catch up?" Gasping for air, Gareth said, "If I can't convince you, then I can't just let you leave like this." "You know what's going to happen, don't you?" Steve grew annoyed at the stubborn leader. "Stop being so pig-headed, enough is enough." No sooner had he finished speaking than Gareth lunged forward. He dashed straight toward Steve and Elena, startling them both and forcing them into an immediate fight. Steve threw a punch, and Elena swung her staff down, but their opponent turned translucent and dodged both attacks. Steve was stunned, thinking he phased through it. Elena thought surprised. "Again," Motem shouted. "Watch out for your stomach." Gareth suddenly appeared right in front of Steve and delivered a powerful kick to his gut. Steve instinctively activated his defensive skill. Auto-reflect activated. The block succeeded, sending Gareth flying backward. He looked stunned, thinking he actually blocked it. He frowned, eyeing them suspiciously. "Can you see something?" Motem spotted the jewel embedded in Gareth's shoulder and instructed, "Look at his shoulder. That's a holy artifact. It allows him to shift between physical and spiritual planes. That's why he looks so blurry." Steve remembered Gareth vanishing into thin air and whispered, "The hell is a physical and spiritual plane?" Motem replied seriously, "It's hard for the naked eye to keep track of him. So follow my lead." Just as Gareth prepared to vanish and attack again, Sale and the rest of the henchmen appeared. "Found you, my lord." While Steve was warily looking around, Motem's voice rang out, "Now!" A punch appeared right where Steve had been standing, but he had already stepped back just in time. Thanks to activating his wind report skill, Motem continued. "His flank is open." Steve immediately counterattacked, landing a nasty uppercut into Gareth's right side. Wincing in pain, Gareth gritted his teeth. Steve shouted, "Elena, now!" She immediately unleashed 3 throwing stars. Gareth was forced to use his phasing ability to dodge them. Watching from the sidelines, Sale was stunned. How can he see through the Lord's attacks? In truth, Gareth was currently struggling to keep up his surprise attacks. But his next kick was blocked by Steve. Sale whispered in disbelief, "Is there really a normal person who can see that?" Sale even saw Steve reach out to counter, throwing an uppercut aimed straight at Gareth's chin. It was only by a hair's breadth that Gareth managed to dodge at the last second. Seeing this, Sale, worrying for his leader, and seeing how the opponent was improving with every exchange, raised his hand to cast a spell. He thought, "I don't know if the Lord can. I have to help him." Suddenly, a stone thrown from afar struck the small mage right in the face. The nearby henchman shrieked, "Sale!" Elena juggled another stone in her hand, threatening, "I won't let you interfere between them." Sale had already collapsed. Seeing this, the henchman charged at Elena, deciding, "We'll attack her, grab her." She didn't flinch, immediately activating her Gale skill. It generated a massive gust of wind to throw the enemies off balance. A powerful wind erupted from Elena's body, slamming into the charging mob. The wind was so strong that Gareth's men could only struggle to stay on their feet. Gritting their teeth, they gasped, She can use magic too!" Gareth's younger sister struggled to stay on her feet, gritting her teeth. "She can use magic too!" Watching his own men struggling against a gust of wind, Gareth was slightly distracted, silently mulling over the group. Right then, Fakwa appeared and bellowed that they were the ones who had attacked the supply route. Steve thinking happily, good more reinforcements, as Fakwa ordered the mercenaries to attack. Attack them, that's for the ambush earlier. The mercenaries were boiling with rage. You dare ambush us, huh? Get ready. Steve's face turned grim as he remembered the merchant Fakwa's order. As they all stared at the mercenaries who used to be on his side, they charged at him. He raised both hands to stop them. Wait, I'm on your side! Seeing the opponents didn't even flinch, but instead became more frantic. Steve cursed under his breath. Damn it, how can these idiots be so hateful? He looked at the furious merchant standing behind them and thought, it's getting dark. And it seems like that jerk Fakwa is misunderstanding something. But if I run away like this, I'll be a wanted man for being an accomplice. Steve reached for his sword. If it has to come to this, I have no choice. He drew his blade, thinking, this is just self-defense. Nearby, a pained groan echoed. Someone was struggling to open their eyes and look around. It was Sale. He finally woke up and rubbed the wound on his face. He gasped and asked, what's going on? Gareth asked with concern. Hey, are you all right? Sale looked at the chaotic scene ahead, where the mercenaries were clashing with their men. He reported to his leader, I don't know why, but our location was revealed by the people we robbed this morning. They brought reinforcements. He pointed at a warrior twice the size of an average man. He's wearing heavy armor and taking down our men, especially that one over there. Most weapons can't do a thing to him. The only thing we haven't tried is magic. Gareth asked anxiously, do you think you can handle him? Sale raised his hand preparing to cast a spell. He replied, I'll try. He began using his skill activating Tier 3 deceleration, reducing the target's movement speed by 30%. The failure rate depends on the target. Countless golden hands appeared pulling the giant warrior backward, but the opponent was only restrained for a second. Then something shattered those magical hands. Seeing that, Sale gasped in surprise. He has a shield that blocks magic. Gareth felt uneasy. They really came to take us down. I can't believe they have such expensive gear. Having said that, he pulled out a dagger. At least he's the only one wearing protective armor. Damn it, let me deal with him myself. Gareth vanished and ordered with a stern face, Sale, stay here and support the others. The petite mage was startled. What, wait, my lord? The armored giant warrior was surprised to feel something climb onto his shoulder. Gareth used his legs to lock the man's neck quickly, stabbing his dagger. The blade struck the thick metal helmet on the warrior's face. Seeing it caused no damage. Gareth gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it, one guard is enough! Before he could strike again, the giant warrior put both hands over his head. He punched Gareth straight in the face and bicep, then threw him to the ground violently. As the giant raised his fist to strike Gareth again, he suddenly heard someone shout, Duck! Steve appeared just in time and blasted magical flames at the giant warrior. Gareth was inwardly shocked, eyes widening. What, this magic? Being scorched by the magical flames, the giant roared, It's too hot! Nearby. Motem laughed smugly. Artificial armor that stops magic can fool me. What nonsense? Steve looked over. You seem to be having a lot of fun. The magical fire subsided. The giant warrior knelt, using his massive blade as a crutch to keep from falling over. He gained momentum, swung the blade, and stood up. Steve remarked, A great sword, but a normal person can't use that without leaving blind spots. The warrior swung the blade down at the ground. Steve easily sidestepped to dodge the blow. Memories of past battles surfaced, and he sighed. Do you think this is my first time fighting a giant like you? You're just another giant. I'm used to it. He swept the warrior's legs, causing him to lose his balance. One strike is enough to bring all of you down. Then he signaled to Elena, Go down. Elena jumped down from the tree. Her slender arms clamped onto the warrior's neck. She gritted her teeth, channeled her strength, and Elena threw the giant warrior to the ground. The giant warrior's head was cracked and bleeding. Someone yelled. Gareth stood up, supporting himself, and asked, Why are you fighting so hard all of a sudden? Steve grumbled with annoyance. They mistakenly thought I was with your gang, so I couldn't run away. Then he turned, reached out his hand, and explained further. And I'm not exactly fond of the Venetian family either. It's a win-win. I get to help you out and take them down at the same time. He unleashed his attack. Green lightning bolts sparked from Steve's hands. The electric surge suddenly shot out, shocking the mercenaries into paralysis. Fakwa stared blankly at his men. Having lost the ability to fight, Gareth was stunned, while Sale dropped his jaw in shock, watching the mercenaries drop their weapons and collapse to the ground, paralyzed. Gareth shouted orders to his men. "What are you standing there for? Tie them up." The dark forest was now lit up a little. Even though he was tied to a tree, Fakwa's shouting still echoed through the mountains. "You bunch of idiots, you adventurers, you were colluding with those bandits all along. That's exactly why I didn't want to work with you uneducated fools." Steve slammed his fist into the tree behind him, making the man flinch and shut his mouth. Steve stepped forward. "Let me make this clear to you. Why on earth are you blaming me for getting you dragged into this mess?" Gareth asked, his face hardening. "Besides, how did you even find us? I wiped away every single trail." Fakwa sneered and turned his head away. He didn't say a single word. Gareth gritted his teeth in frustration. "This guy!" Sale seemed to realize something. He looked up at his leader, sounding nervous. "My lord, perhaps," Gareth asked, "are you wondering how to—" As if he knew what Sale was going to say, Gareth reached into his cloak and felt around. He looked skeptical. "No way." Gareth pulled out a badge. He remembered taking it from Fakwa. It was emitting a faint magical glow. Seeing it, he cursed, "Damn it, someone actually used a tracking badge. Those are incredibly expensive and single-use only. Rare stuff." Sale cast a sleeping spell on Fakwa and added, "That's exactly why we told you to let us handle it. All these rare merchant items, this is what happens when you keep looting everything you see." Gareth defended himself. How was I supposed to know he was that unhinged? He cleared his throat. Anyway, Gareth tossed a water bottle to Steve and praised him. "Nice work, both of you." This caught Steve slightly off guard as he chugged the water. Gareth took the opportunity to probe, "Didn't you say you were sick of them too? Do you know some of the old stories about the Venezuela family?" After finishing the water, Steve let out a breath. "You're not entirely wrong, but what are you planning, a coup?" Gareth watched his men tie up Fakwa's mercenaries and confided, "I suppose so. The Venezuela family fell apart a long time ago. By exploiting the fear of neighboring kingdoms, they built up a massive debt through squeezing the people and their own allies." He sounded fired up with a sense of justice. "I can't just stand by and watch my country end up like this." Looking over at Fakwa, who was snoring loudly with drool running down his chin, Gareth explained, "He's one of the main lobbyists for the Venezuela family. He funds the army sent to the northern border. In return, he gets tax exemptions in Venezuela. I told you I didn't rob anyone." Steve fell deep into thought upon hearing this. "It seems we have the same goal, but your methods will take a lot of time." Gareth looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Steve replied. "Just a personal opinion, don't worry about it." He turned away and asked, "So can I leave now, or are you planning to stop me?" Gareth asked, "Are you going to report us to someone?" Steve didn't seem happy about being suspected. "Do I look like the type of person to do that? I have more important things to worry about." Gareth laughed loudly. "In that case, I won't stop you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." He then turned back to inform his men. "Everyone, I don't think there's anything left for us here. We're heading somewhere else, so get ready. We move out in 1 hour." Sale sighed. "Man, I thought we'd get to stay here a little longer." A sigh was heard from somewhere nearby. Gareth added, "And no complaining?" He turned back with a friendly smile and reached out his hand to Steve. "Next time, Brian." Looking at the hand in front of him, Steve smiled. Even though he hated being called Brian, he thought to himself that he really didn't want to work with this guy. Still, he eventually decided to shake Gareth's hand and said, "If fate wills it, we shall meet again." At that moment, a whining sound echoed through the forest. "We've been walking for quite a while now." "Are we there yet?" "Almost there." Elena quickly stopped, looked ahead, and announced, "This is the place." Steve stopped behind her and exclaimed, "Oh, you can actually locate dungeons." He stepped forward and stared straight at the dungeon, evaluating it. "This seems to be a new type. That's why it looks so clean and pristine. Let's head in." Taking the lead, the two entered. He reached out to feel the path ahead. Suddenly, Elena seemed to notice something. She shouted, "Monster!" Steve looked at the creature that had just run off in one direction. "It's a goblin." He turned to her and asked, "The perfect monster for a new dungeon? Have you ever fought a goblin before?" "Have you ever fought a goblin before?" She answered carefully. "A few times. Sometimes they travel in packs in the woods." Hearing this, he immediately turned calmly, reminding her, "I don't know much about the ones you find in the woods, but you'd better be careful with the ones you meet here. I've seen goblins in the forest, but you need to be careful with the ones you find in here." Suddenly, Steve put his leather-gloved hand in front of Elena, making her jump. He sat down in front of a trap with his sword, observing it. "It looks makeshift," he said. But this is a deadly trap. Hearing this, she voiced her inner doubt. Was that made by goblins? He brought his blade closer to the tripwire and answered, yes, you can see that goblins are especially skilled at things like this. He gently cut the wire and offered proof. If you don't fall into their traps. Immediately after, a group of goblins rushed out with weapons, proving exactly what he said. They get very angry. The furious goblins opened their mouths wide and lunged straight at him. Steve smiled nonchalantly, held his hand forward, summoned a small orb, and shouted, "Fireball!" Following his command, flames engulfed the goblins. He raised his skull ring, absorbing their essence, and carefully warned her. Always remember, dungeon goblins are dangerous. She witnessed the whole scene. Elena, standing nearby, remained silent. The scene shifted. A pendulum swung gently back and forth. The pendulum stopped, seemingly held by an unseen force. Its owner cried out, "Over there!" The user of the pendulum was Millie from the Bandstock Task Force. She stared intensely at the device, repeating her instructions. According to Lord Bandstock, since this is a newly formed dungeon, there will be fewer monsters, and the dungeon boss will be weaker. It's the perfect time to claim the artifact. Following her were two other members of the Bandstock team, Emery and Raymond, who were discussing the situation. I know it's a good time, but doesn't anyone on our team know how to navigate? Do you think it's that easy to find someone like that? And we don't need another scout for this mission anyway. Hearing him say that, Emery nodded in agreement. Just then, Millie held up a hand to cut them off. Wait, something's off. She leaned down and touched a severed rope to examine it. This trap has been destroyed. Perhaps another intelligent monster took it out. She picked up both ends of the rope, exclaiming in shock, "This person couldn't have done this unless they used their own body." It shouldn't be this precise. Hearing this, Raymond quickly chimed in. Actually, I've been feeling that something was wrong too. Even though it's a new dungeon, we haven't run into a single monster yet. Not even a slime. Emery, standing behind, looked surprised at what lay before them. I think there's something in there. Before them lay a scene of devastation. Did a goblin horde pass through here? No, all these corpses have been incinerated. Millie grew serious, furrowing her brow in suspicion. She stated, in a dungeon this new, there's no way there could be fire element monsters. That means someone else is here. At the same time, Elena and Steve were pushing past the goblins, heading forward. Hurry! We can't let them get the relic first! I don't know who else is inside. But they can't be far. A rough hand touched the tightly closed door. Someone asked the person beside them, Is it in here? As the door opened, Elena peered inside, judging the scene in amazement. Looks like this is the dungeon boss. Steve frowned, lost in thought. Its name is Augie, the monster Augie. Seeing the two of them enter, the terrifying creature spoke. If you can't destroy all 9 eyes at once, this won't be easy. Looking at the giant before him, Steve broke into a sweat, worried. Just as he was thinking, the monster swung its fist toward him. Steve nimbly jumped onto the creature's arm to dodge. He placed his hand on the monster's arm and shouted, "Lightning!" Instantly, a surge of lightning struck the monster, causing it to scream in agony. The creature's roar echoed all the way to where Millie and Raymond were. Raymond frowned, sensing the gravity of the situation. Hearing Millie's urgent, "Hurry!" Emery's expression also turned serious. Hearing what she said next, they've encountered the dungeon boss. The moment she finished speaking, they arrived. There are people over there. Millie paused, breathing heavily, tensely watching the scene before her. She wondered, is it them? Even though she didn't know who they were, simultaneously, Elena was drawing her bow. Watching their combat movements, Millie felt a surge of panic. With skill like this, they could have wiped out the goblins, but we must protect the relic. She lowered her eyes coldly, ordering, Raymond, prepare to snipe. He was stunned by her order. Really? But he lowered his equipment, readying himself, and asked, Target! Millie pointed at Steve. Focus on that man, and we can deal with the monster ourselves. Then, aiming her bow, the system immediately activated. Piercing shot, level 4, activated, piercing power increased along with skill. Skill support level 3, activated, projectile accuracy increased. The shot will be less affected by external forces like gravity, etc., combined with... Just as he was about to fire, he hesitated, thinking, I don't know who you are. But in the end, he decisively aimed straight at Steve and fired. Goodbye! As if feeling the danger approaching, Steve instantly leaned backward, nimbly dodging the arrow. Seeing this, Raymond couldn't believe his eyes, shocked, muttering, He blocked it. How is that possible? Because of his actions, he was met with a terrifying glare from Steve as a massive flame shot toward them. Emery immediately jumped to tackle him, shouting, "Raymond!" After the impact, the two collapsed on the ground. Raymond asked anxiously, "Are you okay, Emery?" Meanwhile, after unleashing the flames, Steve spoke with a murderous tone, questioning them. "Who are you?" He stepped in front of them, threatening them fearfully. "Don't waste my time with nonsense." "But why don't I recognize you as human?" "Really?" As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious voice rang out. It was an arrow brimming with murderous intent. Looking at the terrifying figure before him, Raymond felt a surge of confusion. Had he just fired a fireball? At the thought of this, he suddenly recalled the wreckage from moments ago and wondered, did that mean the goblins burned to a crisp out there? Were all taken out by him? He stared at the person in front of him, trembling, thinking to himself that this guy was extremely dangerous. Seeing the man stay silent, Steve grew annoyed, raised his hand, and asked impatiently, "You're not going to answer." Bolts of lightning struck Emery directly, causing him to bleed. Someone shouted his name in a panic. "Emery! In this dire situation!" He used his shield to protect Raymond. Motem's voice echoed again. "That shield is imbued with magic." Steve, not quite understanding, turned his head and asked, "What do you mean?" "What does it do?" Motem immediately replied. "It can absorb energy and release it back out." Steve asked again, trying to grasp it. "So that means my attacks are useless." It quickly negated that, refuting, "No. Your energy exceeds the absorption capacity of this shield. So everything should work? How dare he try to stand against me with that cheap, lousy magic? It isn't even a holy relic." At that moment, Emery was struggling to hold on, gritting his teeth and silently realizing that this guy was definitely not a normal person. Suddenly, the monster Agui, with thousands of arrows embedded in its body, let out a roar. A piercing sound cut through the air. Taking advantage of the opening, two figures jumped back to dodge, followed by the question, "What are you doing?" Elena leaped back toward Steve and questioned him. "Who are those people?" Annoyed Steve didn't stop his assault and replied, "I don't know who they are, but they definitely aren't on our side. They're getting in my way." Hearing that, she immediately decided, "Then we need to deal with them first. Let me help." Hearing her offer, he immediately raised his leg, ready to agree. "Fine, I'll go down there." With that, he delivered a powerful kick against Emery's shield. He shouted, "Fire now!" Following Steve's order, Elena drew her bow, aiming as one arrow split into many, raining down. Just then, Millie appeared, slashing those arrows apart. She shouted to remind them, "Stay calm, we'll take them down one by one." Seeing this action, Elena's eyes widened in surprise. Steve looked calmly at her weapon, assessing the sword. After cutting through all the arrows, Millie quickly whipped her sword forward. Her blade wrapped tightly around him, leaving him stunned. "What the?" Without hesitation, she screamed, "Emery!" Following her command, he immediately slammed his shield into Sid. Seizing this opportunity, Raymond fired an arrow forward. All right, he's at a disadvantage, can't miss this chance. Just then, Steve gritted his teeth, veins popping on his neck, silently shouting, "Wind!" He used his strength to break free from the restraint and blurted out his final command, "Storm." Just as Jameson was left wondering, thousands of arrows appeared above his head. "What is this? Is this magic too?" Fortunately, he was agile enough to dodge the rain of arrows. He bit his lip and turned his head, complaining in frustration. "At this rate, I'm going to lose my consecutive strikes, keep getting blocked by that woman." The direction he was looking at was Steve and Elena. Now Steve spoke up, questioning them. "Who are you? Why are you targeting me?" Seeing the Special Forces team remain silent, Motem answered for them. Would they ever spill the beans to their enemy? Saying that, it appeared beside him and asked, "It seems they've been trained. What do you think?" He broke into a cold sweat and replied expressionlessly, "How would I know? I can't think of anyone who would want to target me." Suddenly, he thought of Zero and frowned, forming a hypothesis. "Unless I made sure to stay under the radar, to stay. What kind of magic could follow someone to a place like this? Are they looking for a holy relic or hunting for loot from the Demon Gate?" While he was busy thinking, Millie dictated the plan to the other two. "Change of plans, Raymond. Emery, you two handle that guy. I'll take care of this girl." Raymond and Emery answered in unison. "Understood." Suddenly, the sound of Augie roaring echoed behind them. Elena turned to look at it and said, "Its strength is recovering." Steve added, "It's furious." Then a shout rang out, "Let's go!" At that moment, Millie used her strength to extend her arm and fiercely whip her sword. Elena reacted quickly, raising her bow to block the attack. With every strike she unleashed, Elena had to step back until she was underneath the monster Agi. It immediately opened its mouth, started gathering energy, and then released a sphere of power. That power descended toward her position. Steve, who was clashing swords with Emery, shouted in worry, "Elena, if you want to focus on them," Emery batted his sword away and yelled, challenging him. "Then you'll have to step over our corpses first." Watching the person blocking his path, Steve frowned and clicked his tongue quickly, leaping backward to dodge the slash. He raised the ring, gathering his power, and snapped in annoyance, "Why can't you just mind your own business and deal with your own problems?" He unleashed a blast of energy toward Emery's shield and shouted, "Explode!" Emery struggled to hold his ground behind the shield, signaling to the other, "Hurry, Raymond!" Just then, Raymond, positioned behind, drew his bow with all his might. An arrow shot out, whistling past Steve's face, leaving a scratch. The windstorm effect was still active. He watched their coordination with growing irritation. Has he already gotten used to this fighting style? These people are more troublesome than I thought. His gaze turned chilling as he made up his mind. Looks like I have to take them down first, before I can help Elena. On the other side, Elena, covered in wounds, panted heavily as she looked at the person before her. Millie also looked ragged and exhausted, breathing hard, but then something the massive creature did caught everyone's attention. Elena noticed the Agui monster gathering power again to attack. She quickly unleashed her technique, Gust, and the two massive forces collided. A shockwave erupted. Millie braced herself, watching that power with wide-eyed astonishment, marveling, wind infused with fire. Her combat rhythm could actually be used for long-range attacks. After the shockwave dissipated, while she was assessing the situation, Elena appeared right behind her. With a powerful kick to her side, Elena said, "Don't think just because I have a bow I don't have melee experience." Millie blocked the kick and slowly retaliated. Her iron-clad boots turned slightly with every word she spoke. "I won't be defeated either." She clenched her fist, ready to counter and intimidate her in close-quarters combat. Elena took a direct punch to the face, and Millie did the same. They both landed hits, and both were sent flying backward. As they were thrown apart, Millie's whip sword snapped out, impaling the wall. Using it as an anchor, she launched herself straight at Elena, twisting her body to deliver a kick. But luckily, she managed to block it. Right then, she immediately tightened her grip on her bow and countered, striking Millie hard. Millie gritted her teeth, letting out a stifled groan of pain. Suddenly, she spun around, using her whip sword to wrap tightly around the Agui monster's mouth. Seeing this, Elena frowned, biting her lip. Millie landed lightly on the head of the Agui monster when suddenly a flash of blue light caught her attention. She stared at Steve's lightning in shock. Lightning, that skill too, but the energy density is even higher than before. She shouted to warn Emery, "He's planning something. We have to stop." Millie's words cut off into a frustrated curse when she realized he had already been taken down. "Damn it!" Without hesitation, she used the sword to steer the Agui toward him. She thought to herself, "We have to do something to stop him." Seeing the creature charging at him, Steve looked surprised. The controlled monster gathered energy in its maw, once more ready to strike. Steve gritted his teeth in anger, shouting internally, "Why do you keep getting in my way?" With that thought, he unleashed an airstrike combined with a tempest, creating a massive blast of power surrounding him. Millie frantically raised her hands to withstand the crushing force. Even the injured Emery struggled, gritting his teeth as he tried to endure it. Taking advantage of the moment, Steve shouted a signal. "Elena, attack!" Following his order, an arrow flew straight toward Raymond's head. The bloody arrow slammed into the ground right behind him. Amidst a scream and a muttered curse, he clutched his head wound and yelled at his teammate, "Damn it, Emery, Millie, save Millie!" Following his order, he quickly replied, turning to the person enveloped in flames, "Get up!" Seeing the person lying there unresponsive, he fell silent for a moment. Steve turned to look and realized the energy around her was being sucked away by the shield. Ignoring her, he raised his sword and turned back to the monster, struggling to free itself. "Thanks for waiting. Now for my precious skill." His figure vanished as he leaped. Steve jammed his sword into the Agui's open maw and commanded, "Explode!" A small explosion shattered the Agui's head into pieces. He reached out his hand, channeling his power and shouting, "Absorb!" The monster seemed to turn into ethereal wisps of air. They were sucked into the ring on his finger. Once finished, he landed lightly and checked in with the person behind him. "Elena." Steve looked at the remaining members of the special squad and suggested, "Can you protect the relics in the other rooms and wait for me? I'll take care of the rest of them here," hearing him say that she looked worried and doubtful. Is it really necessary to go that far? They'll be buried in this dungeon once we take the relics. His follow-up question left her quiet. You know how I survived, right? Steve recalled the moment he fell into the abyss and said, I only survived because Zero let his guard down. I don't want to repeat his mistakes and leave myself exposed. With that, he walked toward them, raising his sword with determination. Don't hate me. You were the ones who started this. Just then, even though Emmerich squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the end, his hands were still gripping those two strange items tightly. They were making a bizarre sound. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke erupted and engulfed them. Steve looked at it annoyed and muttered to himself, a smoke screen, what a perfect opportunity. Raymond immediately shouted, Emmerich, run! Don't let them take them! The moment he finished speaking, the boy sprang up and bolted. Watching the direction he fled, Steve hurriedly yelled at the top of his lungs, Elena, keep watch! That holy relic is exactly what they're after. At the same time, Raymond behind him drew his bow and aimed, telling himself, it's now or never. He took direct aim at the distracted boy. He decided, my body isn't in the best condition, but at this range, die. Suddenly an arrow flew from behind and struck him right in the head. Raymond was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, wondering, even through the smoke. He looked toward Elena. The one who fired the shot scolded, that's your last word, you scum. Seeing him coughing up blood, Steve hurriedly shouted, Elena, let's go! In his heart, the boy was calculating, would they really sacrifice their own teammate just for the goal? As soon as he finished speaking, Elena dashed forward, quickly pursuing Emmerich. Her eyes filled with determination, she told herself, I absolutely will not let them get it. The system's sound echoed instantly. Skill activated stride. Extend your stride while running to achieve higher speed. Thanks to that skill, she quickly surged ahead, whizzing past him. Witnessing such speed, he was shocked, startled, and bit his lip. Suddenly, Elena turned back and hurled two blades toward Emmerich. Just as the boy raised his hands to block, Steve lowered his posture, lunged forward, and shouted, Grab the holy relic. He looked at the glowing ring hovering in front and urged, We'll escape right after. Hearing his words, Emmerich opened his eyes slightly and snarled, You scoundrel, I won't let you! He reached out forcefully toward Steve with every ounce of his will to stop him. Not so easy to get past. Steve was fuming because he was being blocked, feeling like he was about to boil over. He turned his head back and snapped, Still at it, huh? Isn't it time for you to just give up? He quickly turned, unleashed his magic, and fired a barrage of fireballs. Emmerich didn't have time to react and took the hit head-on. A massive fire erupted, engulfing his entire body. Taking advantage of this, Steve hurried to make his escape. The fire burned fiercely as if it were about to consume Emmerich entirely. He screamed in agony. Ah! He cursed under his breath. Damn it! Finally, Steve reached Elena's location. She turned and reached out, offering to pull him up. Emmerich's consciousness was fading. He thought, I'm sorry, Lord Bastock. Everyone, I'm sorry. He was burned to a crisp by the flames. His face was shredded, and he was about to be swallowed by the fire. He drifted off, thinking, I wasn't able to complete it. Emmerich's vision dimmed. He was exhausted with no strength left to fight back, letting the rocks and debris fall and bury him. A long while later it was dark. Inside the deep forest it was desolate and silent. Just as the two of them escaped, the place collapsed. Steve was teleported out, and Elena was panting completely out of breath. She was exhausted and drenched in sweat. He looked around and asked, Who were those people? Why would they risk their lives like that? Elena, standing beside him, frowned and reminded him, Steve, calm down. Do you remember what the one with the bow and arrow said? She recalled that moment. Even with his face covered in blood, he had struggled to shout, Emmerich, run! Don't let them have it. Elena pondered for a moment, then continued, Based on that, they must be hunting for the holy relic. Hearing this, Steve quickly pulled out the holy relic and looked down at it. So this is what they were aiming for. He stared at it intently, studying it without blinking with a look of thorough scrutiny. Then he asked, What does it look like to you? That strange, murky, gloomy-looking thing complained, Are you really asking me that? Do you even have a brain? How great could an item just formed in a dungeon be? Hurry up and let me eat it. Hearing this, Steve pouted. He looked at the ring, weighing his thoughts for a long time. Immediately after, Steve quickly put it on his wrist. Motem shifted from surprise to indignation. What are you doing? Steve bowed his head, slightly reminiscing. He recalled the things he had found before, and said softly, It's not just that. All the holy relics that we've found, until now I've never been able to try using them because you absorb them. The bracelet suddenly emitted bursts of intense light along with constantly oscillating energy. Steve felt this and was completely shocked. He didn't understand what was happening. Steve stared at it in awe with a look of delight. Oh, all the information about it is appearing in my head. Its name is Barak. Motem, seeing him use it, became furious and snapped, "You shameless jerk! How dare you use a holy relic when you already have me?" It looked at the holy relic on his wrist and continued, "Once the relic merges with an object, I won't be able to absorb it. You know that, right?" Steve acted as if he didn't care, turned to mock Motem and said, "I'm just being cautious. It's pretty dangerous to rely only on you. You get that right." "It's logical." Motem angrily retorted, "That is still an insult," as a system window appeared before him with a notification. "The Barak Holy Relic has been merged to create an artifact." Elena stood behind him with her arms crossed, curiously asking, "You're not absorbing this one?" Steve leaned down to pick up a few stones from the ground and replied, "Yeah, I want to try using it." Saying that, Steve gripped a stone in his hand and whispered, "Enchant." Immediately, as if infused with energy, the stone began to glow brilliantly, leaving them staring in shock with their mouths wide open. Steve, Elena asked with wide eyes, "Was that enchantment?" Steve examined the stone, which was now gathering small sparks of electricity in his palm, and answered, "Yeah, seems like absorbing it would be a bit of a waste." "What do you think of this skill?" Elena lowered her head slightly and began to analyze the power of combining this strength with other weapons. "It temporarily fills the object with magical energy, and I've heard you can turn a common dagger into something equivalent to magical weapons. From what I know, its complexity is unmatched. How are you able to do that so easily?" Steve smirked with satisfaction. He raised his wrist adorned with the bracelet and said, "See, I told you. The stronger I get, the easier it is to absorb holy relics." He glanced at the Motem-shaped ring on his finger and continued, "The same goes for you, doesn't it?" Steve reassured Motem so he wouldn't cause a scene. "And that doesn't change the fact that you're the best holy relic I have, so calm down." Motem frowned and said nothing. He just let out a humph and left it at that. In another place, the sky was a deep blue, and a cool stream bubbled softly under the warm sunlight, creating a poetic scene. A man sat leaning against a tree, enjoying the view. Seeing people approach, he asked, "Oh, it's you two. Hello, is it really you?" Steve replied with a cheerful smile, "Yes, we're counting on you." Seeing this, Elena was extremely curious. "Who is that? Do you know him?" Steve searched for the right words and replied, "A guide. Something like that." He unfolded a map to check the direction. "If we continue north, we'll reach a mountain called Rockra and one of the continent's largest mining cities. Tentikma. Right next to that mountain is where we're headed." Elena watched intently, still a bit confused, and asked, "The city you mentioned is in the other direction." Steve was turning the map left and right, looking for something. "Wait, I have something I need to find first." Found it. Steve excitedly called Elena over to look at the ground. "It's very difficult to reach Tentikma because security there is very tight, so you need to arrive from a different direction." Beneath them was a small, cute box. Inside were 2 stones neatly arranged and a lot of gold coins. Elena picked up a stone and couldn't help but wonder, "Why did you put it in here?" Steve replied vaguely, "It's for getting through." Elena insistently asked, "What is it?" The guide pulled the rope on his cart and laughed. "You two are lucky, and so am I. Fewer and fewer people come here these days, so it'll be harder to get through this way." The man lifted the tarp to reveal the space inside and urged them, "Get in!" Both of them stood frozen after seeing it. Steve said, "It's too small." Before he could finish, the man dismissed him. "Don't even think about that." Elena had a different perspective. She nodded in acknowledgement. In situations like these, humans certainly have an interesting culture. The man added, "This is already considered a relatively spacious area." Steve's mind went blank and dizzy, his cheeks flushing red as he watched Elena step into the cart. He told himself, "I need to get some new gear for sure." The wheels began to turn. After the cart had been moving for a while, a scanning sound came from outside, followed by a questioning voice. "Stop! What kind of carriage is this?" The man replied, "Here is the list of items I'm carrying." The inspector read the list and said, "D-grade mining explosives, mining equipment, handheld lanterns. You may pass." After finishing some paperwork, the driver quickly thanked him. A long time later, the man called out, making them both jump. "Hey, we're here! You two get out! You?" Steve and Elena, who were huddled under a blanket inside, removed the cloth upon hearing him. Steve, red-faced and uncomfortable, said, "Looks like it worked. Let's get out of here." Arriving, the two poked their heads out to look at the busy, bustling scene below. The guide introduced, "There, that's Kentikma. Since you two came by the secret route, it's best to stop by the tavern first." Everywhere there were bright yellow lights and loud chatter. At one table someone said, "So you're the Steve from the rumors, that's what I heard from Danton." A bald old man with a long scar over his eye raised a glass to his lips. He held a cigarette in his mouth and introduced himself. "My name is Bantaza. Usually I'd be out to welcome you. But you arrived at the worst time." Steve looked confused. "The worst time?" Elena was gnashing her teeth, looking at her glass uncomfortably. Bantaza began to explain in more detail. He described the scene of chaos and bloodshed, saying, "More and more monsters have been rampaging around the mines in the last few days. All the soldiers around here have gathered to conquer this area." Bantara held up a wanted poster showing Steve's goofy-looking face, laughing and teasing. "If you actually had a brain, you wouldn't have gone around showing your face and stirring up trouble." Then a funny photo of Steve glaring at him. Gritting his teeth, Steve muttered, "Don't worry, I don't plan on staying here long." He picked up his drink, took a few sips, and asked, "When will all these black market blacksmiths and alchemists get to this area?" Bantara chuckled. "Getting impatient, are ya? I don't think you truly understand the situation, you little punk." Other customers were whispering and chatting loudly. The old man stood by the counter, arms crossed, and said, "All the blacksmiths around here are swamped with hundreds of equipment requests for the special forces. Nobody's going to bother fulfilling your request now that the military has stepped in." Steve startled, looking panicked. "Wait, then what on earth did I come here for? What do people around here sell?" The old man replied, "Explosives, premium fuel, and mining equipment." Bantara sighed lazily, leaning his chin on his hand. "Look, kid, sure blacksmiths would rather craft custom gear than the cheap mass-produced junk the military wants, but in times like these, you gotta do what you gotta do. I just do what I'm told." Steve grew more anxious by the second. He stood up abruptly, leaning forward so suddenly it made the old man jump. His voice sounded urgent. "I get it, but I can pay you way more than enough. Can you introduce me to anyone?" Bantara spoke reluctantly. "I mean, you're a stubborn brat." He glanced at the items Steve had set aside and added, "Anyway, I'll ask around, but don't get your hopes up. There's bound to be someone who wants to take advantage of this situation to demand an absurd price." Days passed in a flash. Steve, completely drained, slumped over the table, wailing and sobbing. "I've got the money, but nobody wants to take it. What's going to happen to my journey? My revenge?" Suddenly a voice asked, "Any news?" Elena smiled as she walked toward him. She boasted, "Hey, this outfit seems to fit pretty well. Human clothes are so cumbersome, but thank you nonetheless." Suddenly a loud shout rang out. "Hey, Atelier, I've got some news for you." He hurried to lift his head. "Oh, finally!" Two strangers completely covered in cloaks approached, making Steve stare in amazement. Bantara introduced them, even though they're buried in work. "Two people still volunteered to help you. You should buy them a drink later. A blacksmith and an alchemist." Steve's eyes widened in surprise. He asked, sounding a bit incredulous, "A blacksmith and an alchemist?" Seeing Steve's shock, one of them reached up, took off their hood, and asked, "Something wrong? You've never seen a dwarf before, have you? You humans always confuse blacksmiths with dwarves." He introduced himself seriously, and the sturdy girl behind him smiled. "Nice to meet you, I'm Casper." "An alchemist? This young lady is the blacksmith Lurdy." Steve stood up to shake hands, still looking a bit dazed. "I'm Steve. Steve." Elena, standing nearby, smiled softly. Casper shook his hand and said, "All right, Steve. I'm sure you already know we're in a really bad spot right now. A lot of craftsmen are working day and night just to keep up with the massive influx of orders. With so many soldiers around, the black market can't really function either." Steve stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Bantara, giving a thumbs up in appreciation. Casper continued, "However, someone still has to do this work to keep the economy moving right." Casper asked him seriously, "First tell us what you need, then we can see if we can help you." Steve reached out and pulled out his long sword. "Well, for now, could you take a look at this for me?" "This is a sword my friend made." Casper and Lottie's eyes widened in pure surprise as they saw it. Casper blurted out, "Huh, a sword." Lottie said, "I've never seen a blade like this." They picked up the sword, turning it over to inspect it. Then they remarked, "This isn't a standard weapon." Steve sat back, hands clasped, thinking carefully. Monster 2. The name of the sword. Lottie held the sword, admiring it, whispering in awe, This blade is made of very complex components and it's still quite sturdy and durable. It can even use gas to trigger explosions. Whoever made this must be a veteran blacksmith. Recalling the blue gas canisters and the small note in the bag, Lottie said, I'm not sure about the method used to create this gas you mentioned. These ingredients are very hard to find. A voice chimed in, May I take a guess? Casper held a small piece of metal in his hand and asked, Why don't you try using gunpowder as a catalyst for this weapon? He focused on the note and said, Not only does it have more destructive power than gas, but it's also easier to find and transport. The only problem is the cost. Steve picked up his large money bag. He smiled confidently and said, Don't worry about that. And one more thing, can you upgrade my armor too? I want something made of leather. Casper looked a bit surprised. Leather armor, I'm not sure that's feasible in this market. Then he leaned back and asked, What do you think? Lottie put her hands on her hips and replied, Sure, I can handle that. It's even easier than making a saddle, but there's one condition. She held up a finger, smiled, and continued. You have to find the materials yourself. If you can do that, I'll make your armor, even if it takes all night. Steve was desperate and miserable upon hearing this. He slumped his head, lamenting, Where am I supposed to find that in this mining city? Bantara, who was cleaning at the counter opposite them, chuckled. Good question. There might be a few monsters around the mines, but most are stone monsters. That made Steve remember something. He exclaimed, then jumped up, frantic and impatient. Wait, that's it. So, about that monster you mentioned yesterday, the one that appeared near the mines, was it made of stone? Bantara wiped a glass, recalling the deep, jagged wounds on the victims from before, and spoke based on the descriptions from the miners who had returned. They looked like they'd been torn apart by a savage beast. Even after the wounds healed, they were still hideous to look at, though I've never seen the monster with my own eyes, so it's hard to say. Seeing Steve's savage, terrifying grin, Bantara felt a chill run down his spine. He asked, You aren't planning to go after that thing, are you? It might not even exist, Steve replied defiantly. The only way to know is to dig it out. Bantara tried to keep dissuading him, but even the city guards couldn't stop him. That's why they gathered an entire army from all over. Steve rested his chin on his hand and chuckled, saying, Don't worry, the main reason I'm upgrading my gear is to make sure I stay alive. I'm not going to do anything stupid. Besides, it's a dwarf-forged piece. I'm sure you know the quality of this armor. Hearing that, Bantara finally felt a bit at ease. He said, All right. Then you should go talk to him, Bantara said, glancing at the old man sleeping soundly nearby. He told him, He's a member of the Centigma City Guard and a reliable source of information about what's going on around here. He's a key link in the black market. Why don't you try asking him? He was the first one to tell us about the monster. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, startling the man awake from his pleasant dream. Let me buy you a drink. He saw the kid holding a large mug of beer and looked confused. What do you want? Steve got straight to the point. I want to know more about the monster in the mines. The old man asked dejectedly. This again. His cheeks flushed red with irritation and discomfort as he said, I don't want to talk about that. It seems like everyone only comes to me to ask about it. Steve looked at him with serious and sincere eyes, saying, I'm not just asking for fun. You saw the miners get attacked, didn't you? The old man's face turned pale instantly. He gritted his teeth and slammed his hand hard on the table, shouting angrily, which left Steve momentarily stunned. Yes, I saw it. I just stood there useless, watching people without weapons getting torn in half by its claws, and I ran away like a coward, failing to fulfill my duty as a warrior. Are you satisfied now? Bantara rushed over in a flash and slapped the old man right across the face, making his head snap to the side. Bantara snapped, I need you to stay alive, you idiot. You are our most valuable source of information. The old man revealed, It's a manticore. Steve felt his blood run cold at those words. He pictured a creature with wings and a scorpion tail, and asked, A manticore? You mean the monsters usually found in the Cadelt Desert? What would a manticore be doing in the Drak Mountains? The old man began to recall the horrific scene and continued, While we were digging deep into the mines, a massive wall suddenly collapsed. That wall injured a lot of people. Then a manticore with razor-sharp wings leaped at us. In the blink of an eye, the comrade in front of me was wounded, blood sprayed everywhere, a complete mess. The guards didn't even have time to react before they were slaughtered instantly. It's a huge, grotesque creature with the body of a wild beast, wings, and a tail full of venom. Hearing this, Steve was incredibly intrigued. He thought to himself, a manticore, a wild creature with giant wings like a fallen angel and a highly poisonous scorpion tail. A perfect creature to harvest materials from, sorry, and thanks here is a reward for your help. The old man leaned against the wall, head bowed, struggling to adjust his arm armor. He asked, "You intend to hunt it?" Steve frowned, scratching his head with a grin. "That's right, I need monster parts anyway." The old man let out a helpless sigh and warned him, "Fine, whatever. There's nothing else to do for thrill-seekers or reckless warriors, so I'll tell you this, it's completely covered in steel." He pushed the money bag back onto the table. "You can keep the money. I didn't tell you about the monster just so you could go commit suicide." Steve looked flustered and waved his hand, saying, "Hey, it's okay." He pointed at himself and said with a confident smile, "I'm tougher than I look. Besides, I never thought about hunting a manticore." A small, bright green spark of lightning suddenly crackled on his finger. The old man didn't understand. "What do you mean, the monster I'm talking about? Is as strong as a dragon? Young people like you just love to show off." Steve concentrated and snapped his fingers sharply. The lightning dissipated, and suddenly a small steel pillar appeared in front of him, startling the two old men. They exclaimed, "Huh, what was that?" The old man realized, looking astonished. "Are you a mage?" Bantara marveled. "Wow, no wonder he's so confident." Steve modestly blew smoke off his fingertip and frowned. "Not exactly, but at least I can fully protect myself." "Do you mind if I head out?" The old man frowned with deep concern and unease. "Then listen closely. You'll need a way to sneak into the mines, right?" he offered. "If you allow it, I'll take care of everything for you." Elsewhere, their boots and clothes were muddy and smelled awful, like they had crawled out of a sewer. There was a faint groan. Steve and Elena started walking, covering their noses and struggling. He asked, "Is this the secret path you were talking about, Asura?" Elena said. "At least we avoided the soldier patrols all over the city." Everything around them was a disgusting mess, and there were piles of bare bones lying around. The skull whispered in Steve's consciousness, the monster was here. Steve saw the scene and groaned to himself, "Oh man, we just got inside and it's already such a disaster." He reached out his hand, beginning to use his beast instinct power. As he did, Steve covered his nose and mouth, holding his breath. He thought, "The smell of rotting flesh and guts is unbearable." The skull reassured him, "Stay calm." Steve looked down at the tracks in the mud and pondered, "Look at these footprints in the mud. They lead to somewhere." Suddenly, Elena noticed a strange hand with a ring on it nearby. She called out, "I thought at least we'd be safe here. Look, Steve." Steve looked at the rotten, blackened hand and started in surprise a severed arm. His eyes turned cold as he glanced down. Could this be one of his guards? Steve recalled the old man's words at the tavern, "I only have one request, bring back the belongings of my fallen comrades." Elena picked up the ring and gently tucked it into her side pouch, saying, "At least we found something." Steve agreed, "Right, keep your eyes peeled. Maybe we'll find something else." He took the lead with Elena following close behind. He said, "This way." As they walked, Steve suddenly remembered something and asked, "Do you know anything about them?" Motem replied in surprise, Are you asking about the manticores? I've only heard stories about them." "So that means they can resist both physical and magical damage." "That's not fair," Motem answered. "They have high endurance, yes, but of course they have weak points. The part where the wing connects to the shoulder is the thinnest and weakest part of their body. That's where they're most vulnerable to physical attacks." After listening, Steve replied, "I'll keep that in mind." As they spoke, by now the two had ventured deep inside. Elena looked at the pile of weapons and bloodstains, saying, "The area ahead looks pretty chaotic." Steve asked, "Do you think the manticores did this?" Motem replied, "Well, around here, there aren't any monsters that could do this." Steve heard that, stepped closer, picked up an item to examine it, and said, "Fair point, but then why?" Just as he finished speaking, a loud scream rang out, causing both of them to jump and turn around. Motem sensed what was happening and warned, "It knows we're here. It's been waiting for you to step into its territory. It's not as hard to deal with as a dragon, but it's still in a very high class. Most people wouldn't dream of facing one." Hearing that, Steve let out a tired sigh and muttered, "That's terrifying." But even knowing that Elena didn't give up, she said, "No need to be scared. Even my grandmother's 8-hour training sessions were scarier than this." As she said that, she remembered the memory. "Get up, Elena, we're only just getting started." Steve rubbed his face, asking, 8 hours of terror, Motem added. "What exactly did that elf grandmother put her through?" Speaking of which, he raised his hand and slapped his face hard to calm himself down. "That's right. I'm trying to get revenge on an entire nation. I can't."
I'd be trembling before a monster like this.
Motem added, "That's the spirit. Even if you lose an arm or a leg, I'll make sure you stay alive, so what are you worried about?" Steve retorted, "Don't treat me like some doll." Finished talking, he pulled out a coil of wire and said, "Don't worry, I don't plan on dying in this filthy dungeon." Elena asked back, "Do you have a plan yet? Based on what I've heard, you probably won't have a chance to defeat it with just that trap." Steve continued setting it, replying, "It looks strange, but this is a steel frame. At the very least, it can hold the manticore back for a bit. Nothing is a waste. We're betting our lives on this." After finishing the setup, he drew his dagger, looked at her, and said, "I'm going to bait it back here. Wait here and support me." She replied, "Got it, be careful." Steve looked confident, mixed with a hint of curiosity, thinking, "Let's see how tough this thing really is." With that, he gripped his dagger, whispered a chant, and slowly advanced deeper into the cave. It could appear at any moment. Motem asked, "What was that?" Right in front of Steve now was a high mound of earth with something strange in the center. He asked, "Is that an egg?" He replied, "Seems like it. A manticore laying eggs at 50 years old. You rarely ever see something like that." Steve muttered in awe, "I guess I won't have to worry about money for a while if I can get my hands on that." He just stood there talking to himself, not realizing that, right above his head, a creature with glowing eyes was watching him. "I don't think you should be messing with that thing. Worry about saving your own skin first." No sooner had he finished speaking than the monster dove straight down its massive maw filled with fangs wide open as if to swallow Steve whole. Thankfully, at the most critical moment, Motem called out, and thanks to his unconscious reflexes, he was just barely able to dodge. Steve replied with a look of terror, "You saved me!" But before he could finish, Motem warned, "Behind you." Hearing this, he swerved to the side. Dodging the manticore's sharp claws, Steve quickly drew his dagger. Motem continued, "The manticore's eggs are extremely tough. It knows you can't do anything to the egg." The manticore wore an angry expression, standing there staring at Steve and letting out a terrifying growl. Steve thought to himself, worried, "This is bad. Poisonous tail acid attacks sharp fangs and deadly claws. There's no way I could defend myself against all of that at once." Thinking this, he didn't hesitate any longer, turning around and running for his life. Seeing this, the manticore wasn't about to lose, quickly giving chase right on his heels. It used its giant sharp claws to leap into the air, roaring loudly. Steve, while running, spun around and raised his hand to use his fire move, Arcane Fireball. Both powerful attacks combined and struck directly at the manticore, but before he could regain his composure, Motem shouted, "Watch out!" The manticore surprisingly was completely unharmed. It used its poisonous tail to pierce through the large fireball and strike toward Steve. Seeing two jets of poison shooting out lightning fast and slamming into the ground, he shrieked in horror, "What the hell is that?" "It can even shoot poison darts," Motem said. "Even so, magic attacks are still better than blades. Keep firing given the situation." Steve had no other choice but to follow along. Waves of fire continued to strike, and Motem added, "It can't defend itself forever since you can't get close." The manticore used its tail to launch poison at Steve, who, caught off guard, was unfortunately grazed by it. He winced in pain and glanced back. Motem warned, "That acid can melt anything. Without an enchantment, be careful." Steve looked ahead and shouted, "Elena, fire!" Hearing this, she immediately got into position. A sharp bolt was fired, reaching right in front of the manticore, but the weapon was like a mere scratch to it. It didn't cause a single injury. Elena didn't give up. While continuing to fire, she thought, "That hide is definitely hard to pierce." Arrow after arrow rained down, but the manticore shattered all of them as they zoomed by. As it was rushing forward, it was suddenly blocked by a tripwire set up beforehand. Its entire body was caught, and it went tumbling across the ground. He yelled, "That's enough! I'll take it from here!" Steve raised his hand to create a large fireball, whispering, "Fireball." As he finished, a massive explosion occurred, sending dirt, rocks, and dust flying everywhere. Elena stood there, gripping her bow, waiting for orders. When he saw the opportunity had come, Steve signaled, "Keep firing," around the manticore. It was now surrounded by fire and a barrage of arrows. Suddenly, the creature tensed up furiously and swung its giant wings, knocking everything away. It let out a loud roar. Seeing that Elena was startled and terrified, her eyes wide, Steve spoke up. "I'll handle the close-quarters combat. You keep your distance." Hearing this, she didn't think twice. She obeyed, replying, "Understood." While the manticore was raising its hand to rub its eyes, he lunged forward, thinking, "Now is my chance," the joint where the wing connects to the body. As he thought that, he swung his dagger, stabbing hard into the joint on its body. That's not where I was aiming. Caught off guard by the stab, the monster screamed in pain, throwing its head back and roaring wildly. Immediately after, it glared with blood-red eyes at Steve. It used its rock-hard head to ram him, slamming him into the wall. A stream of fresh blood sprayed from Steve's mouth, and he gasped. Hearing that Elena was startled and asked, "Steve, what's wrong?" Motem quickly performed its task recovery. After being healed and boosted, Steve slowly dragged himself up and said, "Don't worry, I can still hold on." Motem reminded him, "Don't rely on recovery magic too much. It only helps you stand. It doesn't truly heal you. If your internal organs are damaged and you're bleeding internally, you'll be done for." Even knowing this, Steve didn't feel afraid. He looked up and said, "It's fine, it's worth it. Look." It turned out that on the manticore's body, the sword was still stuck there. In the joint of its wing, the sword was wedged right in. With a smile and a sigh of relief, he continued, "That's what I was aiming for." Motem urged, "Then you'd better finish it quickly, because that sword is the only melee weapon you've got." Steve swung his arm forward and said, "High risk, high reward. It's not the first time the odds have been stacked against me." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of blue lightning was released, wrapping around the manticore and hitting it directly, making it shriek in pain. Seeing this, he was overjoyed and thought to himself, "Yes, it's working." Motem spoke up. "The current is passing right through the sword into its body. Finally, you're actually doing some real damage." Because of the massive electrical surge, the monster's strength gradually began to fade. Its groans grew weaker. Steve was just as exhausted from the constant spellcasting. He gritted his teeth and prayed. He never thought this would be an easy fight. "But the longer this battle drags on, the worse it is for me. Please just die already." Suddenly, the manticore's expression turned dark. It reared its head back and let out a loud roar, and yellow poison darts began to emerge from its tail. The manticore fired the venomous darts straight at Steve and Elena. However, he and Motem quickly spotted it, and the two of them coordinated perfectly, shouting, "Blast!" The technique was unleashed, immediately pushing back those poison darts. Motem continued, "There's acid everywhere. Let's try that again." He obeyed, closing his eyes tight, clenching his fist and shouting, "Blast!" As soon as he spoke, the manticore swung its massive claws and charged. Seeing this, Elena stood from a distance, aimed her bow straight at the monster, which was still fixated on Steve. It didn't notice a thing. Just as it slammed its claws down, her arrow struck. As before, this blow didn't even scratch it, but it seemed to feel something. It turned its head toward Elena and whipped its poisonous tail at her. She didn't realize she was almost out of arrows. "If we don't end this battle soon..." Over by Steve, he quickly sensed the danger. His face full of worry, he didn't hesitate for a second, throwing himself to tackle Elena out of the way before the strike hit. Steve looked at the shattered ground, seething as he thought, "Ugh, that tail is driving me crazy." He then said, "Elena, stay down and cover me." She heard him and replied, "Got it." Steve looked at the manticore before him and cursed, "Damn it, it's already caused so much damage." The monster was still just as strong as if the battle had never even started. He wondered to himself, why does it seem completely unaffected? Motem appeared and said, "Trust me. That last attack definitely worked. You just need one more clean shot." He replied, "I wish I had brought the lens with me." Steve said, while dodging an attack, "With that thing, I could easily punch a hole right through it." Motem reminded him, "Forget about it. Just focus on the situation right in front of you." Hearing that, Steve raised his hand to create a massive surge of lightning, thinking, "Let's see if you can take another one of these." "Rah!" he roared, striking the monster directly with the blast. With maximum power, his face a mix of fear and anxiety, he waited for a miracle. But just like before, the manticore flapped its massive wings, dispersing all the lightning. Seeing that Steve was absolutely terrified, his eyes wide as he blurted out, "Holy crap, how the hell is this monster still standing?" It stood tall, looking ahead. Suddenly, its eyes grew hazy and its massive body collapsed. It lost all its strength, sprawled out on the ground, and dust billowed everywhere. Seeing his chance, Steve immediately leaped forward, thinking, "It worked. Now's my chance." He didn't notice the manticore's tail swinging toward him from behind. Motem shouted in alarm, "Look out, Steve, the tail!" Luckily, at the most critical moment, Elena's arrow flew in and struck the monster's tail. She struck a cool pose and said, "I've got your back." Motem had to give credit where it was due. "Nice work, Elf, even though I know you can't hear me." At that moment, Steve pulled out the spike he had picked up earlier. He said anything can be used as a weapon. "If you work hard enough!" With that, he slammed the spike right into the manticore's wing. Your wing is mine now. With a violent yank, he tore it right off its body. Blood splattered everywhere. The monster shrieked in pain, its fang-filled mouth wide open. Steve, standing right there, was deafened by the roar covering his ears tightly as he thought, "Oh, shut up." Even though he was in pain, he pushed through his eyes, half open. "I'm not done yet." Finishing his thought, Steve landed a punch straight to the monster's head. The sight left both Motem and Elena stunned, but he didn't stop there. He kept going using his fireball technique. He struck repeatedly, roaring fireball, as he unleashed blow after blow, leaving the manticore unable to fight back before it collapsed to the ground. When the moment was right, Steve unleashed the finishing move. It felt like it was tearing the earth apart. The fireballs stopped. He finally paused, his hands, feet, and face covered in blood. The monster had been sent to meet its ancestors. Its body was riddled with holes looking like scorched meat. From overexertion, Steve's own arm was injured. He clutched it, shaking in pain. Elena immediately ran over and asked, "Steve, are you okay?" You replied, "Well, at least we're still alive." She pulled out a vial of red potion and said, "Apply this to your wounds, then drink the rest." Hearing this, you did as she said, applying it to your wounds before downing the rest in one go. Motem chimed in, praising, "Not bad, that final bit was quite impressive." Elena couldn't believe it either, adding, "I can't believe you took down that manticore all by yourself. My head is spinning." Steve let out a sigh of relief and replied, "We won, right? It's actually dead, isn't it?" She answered, Yeah, although it's hard to believe." You smiled, glanced toward her, and said, "Good now, let me skin it, and we'll get out of here." Before Steve could even finish his sentence, the creature's tail. The manticore lunged right in front of you, leaving you confused as you gasped, "Huh?" Steve looked at the charred body of the monster and said, "All right, let me skin it so we can get out of here." Just as he spoke, he suddenly froze, brought a hand up to cover his face, and asked, "What the hell is this?" Seeing his expression, Elena and Motem were both surprised and asked, "What is it? Is something wrong?" You replied, "Nothing." Steve continued walking toward the monster's corpse, peering inside to observe it. His expression turned dejected as he said, "It really is empty. There isn't a single corpse that it supposedly devoured." Motem added, "You're right. Check to see how many people it actually ate." It was hard to believe the stomach was completely empty. Even thinking it over, you felt like something wasn't right. You remembered what had happened earlier and thought to yourself, there were so many traces of human remains in this dungeon. And yet its stomach was empty. All that was left was an egg. As soon as that thought crossed your mind, Elena and Motem suddenly remembered as well, their eyes widening as they gasped, "An egg!" Right at that moment. Suddenly, the tail of another manticore appeared, lunging right in front of Steve while you weren't paying attention. The stinger seemed about to touch your eye. With no time to counterattack at the most dangerous moment, Elena managed to rush over and deliver a kick straight to the monster's tail, deflecting it. Steve was sent flying to one side, hitting the ground hard with blood streaming from his head. Looking at her with worried eyes, you called out, "Elena." At the same time, on Elena's side, she couldn't avoid the danger as the monster shifted its target toward her. Its tail shot out, wrapping tightly around her neck, leaving her unable to move. She tried to pull it off with her hands, but her strength was limited. The grip only tightened, leaving her unable to breathe, her face twisted in pain. Seeing Elena in danger, Steve struggled to run over, fists clenched, thinking to himself, "Detonation. I'll have to take this hit." The monster was struck with pain and dropped Elena to the ground. The situation was becoming increasingly dire, and you were incredibly worried, thinking, "Damn it. I should have realized there were two of them." Ever since seeing the egg, it was clear. Right in front of you now was another manticore looking even more ferocious than the last. This was the female, and it was larger than the male. Without hesitation, it reared up and stomped hard on the ground, causing the earth to crack and rocks to fly everywhere. It used its rock-hard head to slam into Steve in the blink of an eye. Because the attack was so fast and unexpected, you couldn't react in time and took the full force of the blow. Blood sprayed from your mouth and your entire body went flying backward, right into the tail of the monster that was waiting for you. Steve's body was pierced. A wave of agony washed over you, leaving you in extreme pain. You gritted your teeth, trying to endure it as sweat poured down. A weak moan escaped your lips, and the manticore's venom began to ooze from the wound. Elena, face filled with worry and fear, shouted, "Sid!" You reassured her, saying, "It's dangerous, stay back." In your heart, you thought of the manticore with torn wings from the tavern stories. You wondered if this was the one they talked about. Thinking this, Steve raised his hand to conjure a glowing fireball. You thought, "Fireball." The move hit, engulfing the manticore's body in flames, and the pain caused it to knock you down to the ground. Motem spoke up. Get up, if you pass out you'll be crushed.
I already told you.
The recovery spell only helps you stand.
It doesn't heal you. Its acid is too potent. You won't be able to handle it.
Elena ran over, then standing in front of you, saying, Control yourself. You replied with a shaky voice, I'm fine, but it's too dangerous for you. You tried to warn her, we need to retreat now and find a way to... But just then Elena noticed something. She glanced to the side. Right next to her, the manticore's tail struck, leaving her no time to react. Her bow was shattered into pieces. One hit sent Elena flying to the side, slamming into the ground as smoke and dust filled the air. Steve sat on the ground in agony, blood still gushing out, calling out, Elena! Motem added, At least use the potion to neutralize the acid. You pulled out the recovery bottle from earlier, finished it off, then asked, What happened to Elena? Elena was lying still on the ground, not moving. Motem replied, She's not dead yet, but if you don't take this one down soon before it could finish. You interrupted, gripping your dagger, I know. At this rate, we're all going to die. I really have no other choice but to take it down. The manticore seemed to understand everything. A glint of rage appeared in its eyes as it growled. Right after that, a toxic dart shot straight from its tail toward Steve without a moment's hesitation. He didn't just stand there and take it. He raised his hand and unleashed a blast of wind energy. Knocking the poison dart backward, Motem spoke up. I'll lock onto its projectiles. You focus on the attack. Hearing that, Steve raised his enchanted sword and charged straight toward the monster's tail, which was lunging at him, thinking to himself, No matter how huge it is, it's still just a living creature after all. That means its sensory organs are its weak spot. As its tail struck down, Steve used the wind to propel himself upward, narrowly dodging the blow. Dust and debris billowed up, obscuring the monster's vision. It rubbed its eyes in agony, and seeing this, Steve gripped his knife tightly and pointed it downward. Want to take advantage of this, huh? In a flash, he slashed his knife across its wings. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the monster let out a piercing scream of pain. Steve kicked hard against its body and said, I'm not done with you yet. Without missing a beat, he drove the knife deep into the manticore's left eye before it could react. Suddenly, its remaining eye glowed a deep, ominous red. The monster lunged and bit down on Steve, delivering a critical blow. Seeing this, Motem quickly used a recovery spell to heal his wounds. As his body slowly mended, a smirk tugged at the corner of Steve's mouth, his expression turning dark and sinister. The manticore sensed something wrong. Sweat dripped from its brow as it glanced aside. Suddenly, a massive, unseen force slammed into it, causing it immense pain. It opened its mouth, tossing Steve aside. His body was covered in deep lacerations, but they were already healing miraculously fast. Steve lay on the ground, laughing manically as he looked at the monster's expression. Feeling exhilarated, he asked, What's wrong, you big ugly beast? His eyes glinted with malice as he grinned and continued, You were acting so confident a few minutes ago. Why do you look so terrified now? All talk and no action, huh? Elena frowned slightly as her eyes slowly fluttered open. She sat up exhausted. Seeing she was awake, Steve immediately asked, Are you able to stand? Dazed, Elena asked back, Did I pass out? What happened to the manticore? Suddenly, a look of shock washed over Elena's face. She thought to herself, What is going on here? She looked toward the manticore and wondered, Is the manticore actually afraid of him? Steve's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. With a knife in one hand and a shovel in the other, he said, Hurry up, Elena. Our prey is still alive. Seeing Steve's bloodlust, Motem warned, I don't want to ruin your fun, but remember you're almost out of energy. You've only got one more shot left. Hearing the warning, he replied, That's all I need. Pointing his knife toward Elena, Steve said, This won't last much longer. His gaze remained fixed on the manticore as he asked, Can you give me a hand? Seeing the invitation, Elena replied, Of course. A faint ethereal light appeared, filling the manticore with sudden terror. It roared internally as energy radiated from the sword. A blinding blue light shone forth. The manticore shrieked under the pressure of the energy. Steve's face contorted as thoughts raced through his mind while the sword is stuck in its eye. I should drive it straight into its brain. Suddenly, the manticore went silent, motionless. As it collapsed to the ground, exhausted, Steve thought, It's waking up! Seizing the moment, he lunged forward. Steve swung the shovel in his hand and dealt a decisive blow to the monster's remaining eye. After taking the hit, the manticore screamed in agony. Steve shouted urgent orders. Elena, cut off its tail now! Following his command, Elena immediately moved behind the manticore, not wasting a single second. She severed the tail with one clean strike. As it hit the ground, Steve dashed forward and hoisted the tail high into the air. His face was etched with tension as he thought, if you are the final predator in this dungeon, then I will impale you with your own weapon. No sooner had the thought passed than he drove the tail straight into the manticore, pinning it to the ground. The sharp tip of the tail pierced deep into the monster's body. He stood aside, watching it lie motionless on the ground as Motem appeared behind him. Exuding a powerful aura, Motem said, "Finally, we did it." The scene shifts to a lavishly decorated room filled with whispers. What is he carrying? Who is that guy? Look over there. The man and the crowd behind him stared in astonishment. He exclaimed, "My God, is that really a manticore? From the Ravine Mountains, isn't it?" Watching Steve and Elena struggling with that massive tangled pile in front of them, Bantara asked, "Are those all of its body parts? Does that mean—" "You actually took down that monster." Straining with the load, he replied, "Yeah, there was a male and a female hunting together. I think the female must have stashed the egg there temporarily, because its wing was injured." Steve pulled out a giant egg and Bantara gasped, "An egg!" Steve's expression didn't change as he chuckled. "This is my first time seeing one, too." Steve pulled out a money bag with a $sign on it and said, "Oh, and here's the compensation for the intel." He was cut off by the old man. "Keep it." Steve was taken aback by Bantara's response. "Wait, what?" he blurted out. The old man's face was full of joy and satisfaction. "Just seeing this thing is payment enough. This is something I'll be talking about for years to come." Steve watched helplessly as Bantara started shooing away the crowd, trying to touch the giant pile. "Hey, get your hands off, back away!" Steve walked over to the table where the old man with horns was sitting. "And this is yours." The old man looked surprised. "Oh." Seeing what was in the bag, the horned old man gasped, "What in the world is this?" Steve scratched the back of his neck, feeling a bit awkward. "I'm sorry. Most of them didn't have much left on them. I tried to bring back as much as I could." Hearing this, the old man quickly replied, "No need to apologize. Truly, I should be the one thanking you." Tears streamed down his face as he added, "At least now I have something to provide for my family. Telling them what happened, I feel such a weight off my chest." Seeing the old man so happy, Steve couldn't help but crack a gentle smile. As night fell, the lively, noisy tavern buzzed with excitement. "I heard you found a manticore egg. Where is it?" Casper stared at the egg mesmerized and said in amazement, "Is this it? I've only ever heard stories about it before." Lottie held a piece of hide in her hand, excitedly inspecting it. "Look at this skin. It's so tough and sturdy." Bantara sat with Steve at the table across from the egg. He sat there and announced loudly, "Hey, listen up. I don't mind people looking, but don't tell a single soul about this. If anyone causes me trouble because of this, I swear by the name of Axton, god of the underworld, I will hunt them down to the very depths of hell." Watching Bantara, Steve chuckled. Good customer service there. "But I'm honestly surprised I didn't have to pay much for these two manticores." Lottie held the large piece of hide, replying cheerfully, "Hey, I don't know what you did to kill them, but their hides are pretty badly damaged. That was the least of my worries while fighting a manticore. Look at this. It's a miracle you even managed to bring it back in one piece." Steve thought to himself, "Right. If I had worried about the condition of their hides during the fight, I would have died in a heartbeat." Casper turned to Steve. "Oh, and that sack on the table. That's the change from your weapon upgrades." Hearing that, he opened the sack on the table and asked in surprise, "There's this much left over." Lottie said, "I left your sword at the workshop. You can pick it up tomorrow. The armor will take about 3 days if I start today." Steve asked curiously, "Doesn't it usually take longer to treat and dry monster hide?" Hearing that, she gave him a thumbs up. "If you're just an amateur, don't underestimate the craftsmanship of a centigma." Seeing this opening, Steve asked for a favor. I have a problem." Elena was cradling the broken pieces of her bow, looking sad and regretful. Steve asked, "Is there any way you can fix my bow?" Lottie answered bluntly. As Elena and Steve stared at the shards, not even looking at the rest of the bow, she said, "It's way too damaged. We have to make a new one. But this bow was made with such intricate techniques, I'm not sure I can find materials of the same quality." Remembering Elena using that bow to block an attack in battle, Steve felt guilty. "I'm sorry, that's my fault." Her face looked sad, but she tried to comfort him. "It's okay. It was just an old bow. My grandfather gave it to me. I knew this would happen sooner or later. Steve panicked internally, clutching his head. He asked Motem, did she just emphasize the word grandfather? Sensing Steve's panic, Motem seized the chance to tease him with a sly grin. That's right. He noticed Elena's ears drooping and whispered, wait, her ears are drooping. What does that mean? Steve said to her. Let's go find a blacksmith tomorrow morning. I'll help you get a better bow. Elena nodded politely. Thank you. She turned and left. Steve said, good night, when Motem suddenly called out, hey! Steve heard it and replied, what is it? Motem stroked his chin. Do you really think we're going to find anything like that around here? Not really caring, Steve replied. Can you just shut up? I'm thinking of a scene transition to the northern front of Venezuela, where countless sharpened wooden stakes are planted. Zero, wearing his armor, stands in the middle of them. He shouts, hurry up and rebuild the wall! We must be ready for the next wave of monsters! The soldiers carrying heavy wooden stakes shout back in acknowledgement. As he climbs the wooden stairs, he mutters, the monsters keep coming from every direction, but we aren't getting the aid or reinforcements we need. Sitting at a wooden table, Zero says gloomily, nothing is going according to plan. A loud voice echoes into the castle. Brandon has contacted us, sounding all too familiar. He replies wearily, I'm in no mood for excuses or meaningless talk. Tell them I'm busy. A private, looking anxious, rushes in holding a purple orb. The private says, this time is different, sir. Zero frowns and looks up, asking, who is it? The purple orb on the table emits a voice. How have you been lately? Prince Zero. Hearing that voice, Zero's tone changes instantly. Vanstock, you called at just the right time. I was wondering if something had happened. On the other end, Vanstock plays back the words Zero had said previously. Take the best of those royal guards and retrieve the artifact as quickly as possible. He hesitates and says, sir, there is a bit of a problem. Do you remember sending a special ops team to retrieve the artifact from the dungeon a few weeks ago? Zero holds his head in his hands and says, let me guess. They came back empty-handed. Vanstock replies, actually, it's even worse than that. His narration reveals a scene of what the soldiers saw in the dungeon. I gathered a team to search for them, and they reported that the dungeon has been destroyed. This news shocks Zero, who blurts out, what? With an angry face. That doesn't mean someone got the artifact. Did the royal guards betray me? Based on Vanstock's deduction, the image of some orphans in ragged clothes appears along with a scroll tied with a very eerie and terrifying seal. He says, of course not, sir. The royal guards are all selected from orphans with nowhere to go. If they had ever intended to betray the royal family, naturally there has never been a single traitor to this day. Zero clenches his fist while looking at the orb. He says, I know you trust these guards, Vanstock, so I don't doubt their loyalty. But this isn't just about an artifact. My position is being threatened here. An image of Anfet flashes through Zero's mind. He covers his face with his hands and says, there's no telling what my brother will do if he finds out. Find them as soon as possible. He replies, at once, sir. The scene shifts to a plump hamburger on a fancy plate. A voice rings out, hey boss, how many weapon shops are around here? Bantara asks, are you looking for a new bow for that young lady? He eats the burger hurriedly and says, do you think I can find one? He says, I'm not sure. I mean, of course you can find one. But it won't be easy to replace her own. Bantara crosses his arms and says seriously, it seems to hold a lot of sentimental value to her. Besides, elves hate everything that comes from the dungeon, so she probably won't like the kind of weapons we make around here. Steve wipes his mouth quickly and says, all right, I have to go. I'll find a bow for her, even if I have to check every pawn shop and weapon store in this city. Thanks for the meal. Standing at the counter, the old man gestures toward him and says, I'm sorry to tell you this, but it's too late. Your girlfriend has already returned to the surface. Hearing this, Steve is surprised and says, what? When? The man strokes his chin and says, she woke up before you and asked me how to get out of here. I'm sure she'll be fine. But there are a lot of suspicious characters around here, so if you're worried, you'd better follow her. Steve throws his napkin at Bantara's face and says impatiently, why didn't you try to stop her? And she's not my girlfriend. Watching his hurried back, the man says, all right. She seems a bit more observant than you. Boys are always the last ones to realize these things. Entering the town where there are various and abundant sales areas, a voice rings out, where has she wandered off to? At this moment, Steve, appearing in a black cloak, says with a worried face, wait, I just realized I never explained the value of money here to Elena. I hope she doesn't get scammed. Motem whispers in his ear, don't worry about her. At least she's more careful than you. Suddenly, a passerby's voice reaches Steve's ears. "I know a great tavern nearby. Come have a drink with us." Those words catch his attention, and he looks in that direction. Steve sees a group of men surrounding Elena, whispering sweet talk to her. "Come on, I really know a great place. Forget the weapon shop." You watch the figure with suspicion, saying, "That's Elena, isn't it?" Turning to Steve, you whisper, "Aren't you going to follow her?" You duck back to observe, thinking, there are 3 men there. Will she be okay? Something catches your attention, and Steve looks up, wondering to himself, what the? In the direction of your gaze, Elena stands fierce and full of spirit, bracing herself against the advances of those men. She suddenly slams one of them straight into a wooden crate. As if he knew it would happen, Steve smirks and says, "I should have known there'd be trouble," while Motem adds in, "Those 3 don't stand a chance." Steve steps out of hiding. A thug notices him and sneers, "Who the hell is this guy?" You offer a slight smile gesture to yourself and calmly reply, "Don't worry about me, just ignore me." The thug, infuriated, charges at you, yelling, "What do you want here for the show, huh?" Steve nimbly dodges his attack and delivers a gut-wrenching punch. Not stopping there, he hits the guy with a follow-up, a real buy one, get one free combo. The thug is knocked to the ground, his face a mess of tears and strawberry syrup spraying from his nose and mouth. Another thug looks on, terrified. Trembling with fear, Elena lunges forward and kicks the other thug, demanding, "What are you staring at?" Her kick sends him flying, stirring up a cloud of dust. Steve stands there dumbfounded, then smirks and asks, "Hey, are you all right?" Hearing that, she retorts, "Are you actually worried about me?" A memory from a past battle resurfaces. Elena says, "Back then, during that fight, I couldn't beat those guys. I've been trying to fix my weaknesses." As she speaks, Steve stands by, pulling his hood up to watch, thinking, "Man, those guys were pretty well trained." She says, "Now let's go somewhere else." Walking through the small alley, Steve and Elena talk. She asks, "What are you doing here?" Still puzzled, you reply, "That's exactly what I wanted to ask you." Steve walks ahead of Elena and says, "Obviously I was looking for you. Why did you come here all by yourself and so early in the morning?" She looks slightly melancholy. "We elves believe old objects have great value. So before sunrise, I buried my grandfather's bow in a proper place." Her words hit you hard, grandfather, when bow, buried. Motem whispers to Steve, "It seems she's trying to make you feel guilty." "Elves seem a lot smarter than you?" Clutching his chest, Steve sighs. "Well, I guess that'll take a while." The two walk through the small town, past various shops. Elena continues, No, not really. I just burned it." Although it was hard to find a place quiet enough. Anyway, after that, I decided to look for a new bow in the shops around here, instead of heading back to the inn. Her comment catches you off guard, and you say, "Wait, what?" But when I asked around, they all said nobody had stopped by their shops. She explains, "I was afraid people would find out I'm an elf if I went inside and talked to the shopkeepers." As Elena speaks, the image shows her standing outside looking in. Peering inside, Elena continues, "So, to stay safe, I just watched from the outside. But I didn't see anything I liked. I was just thinking about heading back when those men suddenly approached me." Steve, a look of helplessness on his face, thinks to himself, so that's what happened. He says, "Give me some time. I promise I'll find a bow you like. I give you my word." Motem, hearing Steve say that, asks, "Are you kidding me? Where do you think you're going to find something like that?" Replacing a bow that meant so much to her. Seeing Motem interfering, Steve snaps. "Don't you butt in," Motem retorts. "Don't copy me." That was my line. Just then you notice a shop while wandering around. Steve says, "Hey, let's check this place out." Stepping inside, you and Elena are immersed in all kinds of weapons. Steve looks around, surprised, and says, "I guess since it's a mining town, they have all kinds of rare items here." "Excuse me, is anyone here?" Just then Elena notices a bow rack. She thinks to herself, "These bows." Elena picks up a bow to examine it closely. Seeing her interest, Steve asks, "What is it?" "Did you find one you like?" Elena sighs and says, "No. The type of wood they used isn't right. The wood used for the core of these bows is actually screaming in pain." Hearing her say that leaves you feeling helpless. "You can hear that." "Don't worry, there will be plenty more bows in other cities by then." "Don't bother looking, you'll never find a bow for her here," the shopkeeper said, emerging from an upstairs room. "Oh, sorry, I was busy packing a few things." "Are you two looking for something?" The owner stepped up to the counter facing Steve. Steve replied, "Oh, hang on a second, sir." Inside his head, Motem's warnings echoed, "Wait, Steve, there's a lot of junk in here. But I bet there are a few truly rare gems hidden away." Steve turned to look at Motem skeptically. "You see things differently than humans, don't you? Tell me, what do you see?" A dagger-like hilt suddenly materialized in his hand, followed by Motem's assertion, "This will be perfect for your friend." Steve stood there confused. Huh? What is this? Steve and Elena were at a tavern chatting. He looked at her and sighed while she looked excited. That's a relief. I'm really glad you found a weapon you like. Me too. He glanced briefly at Motem with disdain. It's actually a pretty impressive piece. I mean, for what it is. It channels her own energy to create the weapon that makes her most comfortable. My skills are more impressive. Elena was thrilled to have it. She hummed happily, suddenly struck by a great idea. Thanks, I'm going to call it Rikodacho. You already gave it a name. Suddenly, Steve winced in discomfort. Hey, ever since I put these things on? He broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he stared at the rings on his hands. I've been feeling kind of strange. I feel like I'm being weighed down too. Steve kept to himself, trying to pick items that wouldn't draw too much attention. Motem, sensing an opportunity, laughed and mocked him. Ah, the sweet scent of dark energy and death. I love it. It feels so good. Now you're starting to look like someone worthy of being called my friend. There it is. I really don't like this one bit. Thick, dark energy began radiating from everything around them. It was giving off a vibe that bothered him. Elena looked at him. So, when are we leaving? Lodi said my items are triggering it. We can leave as soon as we retrieve them. In a quiet forest, a scream suddenly pierced the air. Ah! A green monster was sliced in two. It turned out to be Steve taking them out one by one. His gaze was sharp. There's a giant green monster right in front of us. With razor-sharp teeth, a goblin leader. We're getting pretty close to Galen Town now. Whoever owns this land hasn't been guarding it well. He discussed a plan to deal with the monsters with his partner, Elena. I'll hold off the leader, you take care of the rest, okay? She agreed to his plan and immediately attacked with her bow. Got it. With her expert marksmanship, one fell. An enemy lunged quickly toward Steve with a weapon. It looked like it was about to strike his face. There you are. The staff struck his chest, but Steve quickly activated his defenses, looking at the creature with a confident smile. This stuff really works. The manticore skin is actually doing its job. From now on, I'm calling this armor. He beamed a surge of power being summoned. Now it's my turn. The monster turned pale with fear. A battlefield covered in hundreds of defeated enemies. Are you okay? You used such a powerful move to take out the leader. It was just a small thing. Elena found it very easy. So our next objective is to teach those corrupt royals in the village a lesson, right? Exactly. That's the plan. He spotted a promising next target and couldn't hide his excitement. We're going to help the townspeople and cut off one of the royal family's precious sources of income. And I heard something quite interesting from my friend Danton. Danton had given him some intel on the royals. Have you heard? Steve, a lord named Boston, has started mobilizing tons of cash. He was surprised and eager to learn more about him. Boston, isn't he the lord of Galen Town? Why would he do that all of a sudden? There are rumors he's using the money to buy up every artifact he can find, and they're all being stashed somewhere in Galen. Finally, they arrived at Galen. We're here. Let's go find a place to stay.